When the Reincarnated Villain and the Betrayed Villainess Joined in Revenge. Volume 1, by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Two Villains, the Baron and the Lady. The lazy villainous noble. Oh, right. I'm the villainous noble. The thought just occurred to me, I was the villainous noble. This is the world of some fantasy novel, and I'm the antagonist, someone who is destined for ruin eventually. Seriously, what the hell do I do now? Lord Alban, I am truly sorry. Huh, why's this woman apologizing out of nowhere? Ah, I remember now. I bumped into a serving maid in the hallway, and she dumped hot tea all over my head. Burns? I don't think I'm burned. Phew, thank God. My carelessness caused this. I will gladly accept any punishment you deem fit. It's fine, really. Don't apologize so much. Isarm. The maid blinked at me, dumbfounded. Huh. I instinctively clapped a hand over my mouth. Shit, I wasn't supposed to talk like that. My name is Alban Audrant. I am the head of the Audrant baronial family, a noble house. Now, I am 15 years old. My physique is plump, even obese. And my personality is, to put it mildly, the absolute worst. I'm the quintessential piece of trash, arrogant, insolent, and profoundly lazy. I treat everyone with a condescending air, and if something displeases me, I'll use my authority to punish the offender. Yet, I am an extreme slacker who avoids anything I deem a nuisance. Despite this, I was born with a natural talent and could generally accomplish anything with ease. Consequently, I never learned the meaning of effort, and my shallow pride made me an even greater nuisance. Despised even by the noble society I belonged to, I was essentially a human caricature of a hate-sink character. Having lost my parents to illness at a young age and grown up without parental affection, my personality developed into this warped state. In any case, I never apologized to anyone, which is why the maid was so taken aback. God, what a pain in the ass. It's even too much of a hassle to get angry. Lord Alban, I can't even be bothered to get mad, so you're free to go. I'm going back to my room to change. Thank you very much. Realizing I was letting her off, the maid bowed her head and hurried away. Did I manage to pull off the Alban act just barely? My clothes are soaked. My room is there. Relying on my memory, I hurried back to my private quarters and eagerly began to strip. My flabby, hanging stomach was revealed. What the hell is this stomach? I'm way too fat. The original Alban was such a slacker that he basically just ate and slept all day. There was no way he'd ever lose weight, he'd only gain it. This won't do, will it? Knowing I was Alban Audrant, one thing was absolutely clear. If I kept this up, I was ruined. In the fantasy novel, I got expelled from the Royal Academy, stripped of my title, and utterly disgraced. Wasn't the cause losing a duel to the protagonist? I only remember fragments. Either way, this current lifestyle is a no-go. I refuse to die homeless on the streets. Just as that thought crossed my mind. Knock knock. Who is it? Pardon me, Lord Alban, it is Sebas. The door was knocked on, and an old man's voice sounded from the other side. HMPH, enter. When I granted permission, the door clicked open. An elderly gentleman with distinguished white hair and a matching beard appeared. This was Sebas Christian. He was the butler serving the Audrant family and the reliable pillar supporting the household in place of the perpetually lazy Alban. I heard the serving staff committed a blunder earlier. Are you injured? Good heavens, Lord Alban. Hi W, what is it? You are changing your clothes by yourself. You never even attempt to put on your undergarments without assistance from the serving staff. Oh, right. The old Alban was such a profound layabout that he wouldn't even dress himself. But to be that shocked over this? Seriously, Alban Audrant, you took laziness to a whole new level. What has happened to you? Is it possible you are feeling ill somewhere? And no, it's nothing like that. I quickly denied it. I just got too lazy to call the servants. It's way faster to just change my own clothes, right? Lord Alban. Sniffle, your old butler is moved to tears, indeed. The old gentleman actually started crying. Well, after spending years looking after a lazy degenerate like the old me, I guess that reaction is understandable. Right, Sebas. What is it, if I may ask? I've decided I'm going to lose weight. Pardon. Also, you know how to use a sword, right? While I'm at it, teach me swordsmanship. Lord Alban. Have you perhaps struck your head? Otherwise, to hear such words from your own lips. Hold on, I absolutely did not hit my head. I did get hot tea poured on it though, but I didn't hit it, so that doesn't count. More importantly, I need to properly convince Sebas here. Alban Audrent absolutely has to change. If I rely on my natural talent and neglect effort, I'll end up with the same fate as in the novel. To avoid ruin, I need to start small, doing what I can little by little. First, a diet. Learning swordsmanship and getting exercise in the process is 2 birds with 1 stone. If I say, I want to avoid ruin, it will not convince Sebas. I need to come up with a more plausible excuse. It's just, I figured I wouldn't be able to get a wife looking like this. A wife, you say? A fat man who can't even hold a sword will inevitably cause unnecessary complications at future marriage meetings. And I hate trouble. With a status such as yours, Lord Alban, I do not believe you would ever be troubled by a lack of marriage proposals, however. Sebas. Why yes, sir. Don't make me repeat myself. When I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Such a firm resolution. Sebas looked profoundly impressed, a sense of surprise mixed with awe. He closed his eyes for a moment and, understood. I, your unworthy Sebas Christian, will dedicate my all to assisting Lord Alban. Don't hold back, you hear. Teach me swordsmanship like you're trying to kill me. Otherwise, I'm never going to trim this physique. I wonder what Alban Audrent will look like once he slims down. Maybe I'll even be a little popular. If I can avoid the ruin ending, I'd love a cute wife, I mean. Oh, daydreaming about it actually got me fired up. It's too much of a pain to drag out. I'll do it in half a year. I'll lose the weight and master swordsmanship in 6 months. Well, just like that, a week had passed since the diet and swordsmanship training began. What is the matter, Lord Alban? Are you giving up already? MMMPH? My body, which had spent years piling sloth upon sloth, was already screaming in protest. I was done. I couldn't lift my sword. My legs were trembling uncontrollably. My lifelong lack of exercise was taking its toll, and my body simply couldn't keep up with the sudden, intense movements. To give up over something such as this, I greatly fear for your future. We shall proceed rigorously, indeed. Fine by me. Sweating profusely, I grit my teeth, put all my strength into it, and raised my sword. Alban did possess natural talent. Just swinging a sword, I was able to move in a way that wasn't like a complete amateur. However, facing a seasoned master of the blade was a different matter entirely. Sebas was a renowned swordsman who had once distinguished himself on the battlefield, his skill nothing short of masterclass. In fact, he was hired by the Audrent family specifically for his swordsmanship. No matter how well I could swing a sword, the gulf in physical capability and experience meant I was being treated like a child. Lord Alban should first and foremost acquire the fundamental movements. You must not rely solely on your innate talent, Sebas advised. I know that. I lunged at Sebas, slashing, but he casually parried my blade and knocked me straight onto the ground. Gah. Furthermore, it would be advisable to train your musculature more evenly. Your body is not keeping up with the movements you attempt. I can't go on, I can't stand. Shall we conclude for the day, then? Though I doubt you will achieve your 6-month goal at this rate. That would be a hassle. Whipping my trembling body, I forced myself back onto my feet. Going back on what I said is too troublesome. Stick with me a little longer, Sebas. That is the spirit, indeed. I shall accompany you to the very end. Section, Sebas Christian, Side View. 1 month has passed since Lord Alban began his training. When he first declared, I'm going to lose weight and teach me the sword, I was utterly dumbfounded. I truly thought he had lost his mind. Yet, somewhere in my heart, I believed he would abandon it after 3 days. That lazy brat couldn't possibly maintain any kind of effort, or so I thought. But I was mistaken. 1 month later, Lord Alban is still diligently training. And in the span of just 1 month, he has already begun to master the swordsmanship I taught him. I must confess, this is nothing short of prodigious. Even I, who was once lauded as a swordsman equal in skill to the knight commander in the Royal Knights, pride myself that while my body has aged, my sword arm has not withered. Yet my techniques were forged over decades on the battlefield. They are not something that can be acquired overnight. Despite this, Lord Alban. For now, I still hold the advantage, but for how much longer? Lord Alban's capacity for absorption is unnatural. He masters every technique the moment it is taught. Truly, he possesses innate genius. I feel as though I am being given a blatant demonstration of what happens when a genius applies himself to effort. This is a pain, but how about this? Alban challenged. Nonsense, not yet, I replied. It is enjoyable. How long has it been since my heart felt this thrill? What changed you, my lord? What drives you? I do not know. But Lord Alban, this Sebas shall bear witness to whatever you become indeed. Ha! Not a poor sword stroke. Not even close. However, it is slow. When I swung my sword, it bounced the blade straight out of Lord Alban's hand. MMH, not good enough. Ha 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 ha, it seems your body is still a trifle sluggish, my lord. Ha ha, God, what a hassle of a body. Why won't this fat just drop off easily? Nonsense, no. You are steadily slimming down, little by little, and your skill is most certainly improving. I don't need your flattery. Flattery it is not. I am starting to feel genuine terror of you, my lord. Terror, you say? In just one short month, Lord Alban has become capable of crossing blades with me. This is nothing short of miraculous. HMPH, it doesn't mean anything if I can't win. Ha ha ha, that is also true. Come then, let us continue the practice. Section, Sebas Christian, Side View. The second month of training. Lord Alban's swordsmanship has practically taken shape. His footwork and blade work have become sharper and more incisive lately. He is completely unrecognizable from the person of 1 month ago. Of course, this must also be a benefit of his lighter physique. Lord Alban's body, once bloated and riddled with fat, has visibly streamlined, and the weight loss is evident. As his muscle mass increases beyond his body fat, his movements have become remarkably agile. Though, personally, I believe there is still room for further toning. Today, as ever, Lord Alban dedicates himself wholeheartedly to practice with this Sebas. As the standard lessons were no longer sufficient, we have recently moved on to a more practical form of training, focusing on legwork and movement. What is the matter, my lord? Your breath is ragged, indeed. W8 Sebas. We were running full tilt through the dense, overgrown mountainside. Yes, we were currently engaged in a game of tag. I had informed Lord Alban that the goal was to land a single hit on the fleeing target, while traversing the mountain, simulating combat against an escaping foe. As this also serves as part of the diet, I felt it wise to actively engage his legs. I, the fleeing one, Lord Alban, the pursuer. Though I am but an old man, I shall not allow myself to be caught so easily. Nonetheless, a simple game of tag would be insufficient stimulation for Lord Alban. Thus, I have set booby traps throughout the area. Be vigilant, Lord Alban. While running, I yanked on a rope hanging from a tree. Immediately, a massive, swinging log hurtled toward Lord Alban with a whoosh. In that instant, he drew his sword from the sheath at his hip. Then, he slammed a single cut into the tip of the oncoming log. The log, far heavier and larger than Lord Alban's body, was instantly cleaved in two. It was as if he were slicing through tissue paper. Naturally, there was not a single nick on the edge of the blade. It was a stroke that was absolutely unbelievable for someone who had held a sword for only 2 months. In terms of cutting and cleaving, he was already near perfection. Merely swinging a sword, one could call him masterclass. A normal person would struggle to even land the blade straight after just 2 months of practice. What's more, that last cut was obviously held back. It was far from his full strength. This is proof that he can now swing his blade with such a degree of reserve. If Lord Alban put his mind to it, he might be able to cleave a block of steel with even a dull blade. Only 2 months. Just 2 months and he has reached this point. He has already become capable of wielding a sword to this extent. This is beyond merely terrifying. Sebas, I caught up. Lord Alban, having increased his speed, was now closing in. This game of tag would end the moment his sword touched my body. However, I believe Lord Alban requires a little more exercise. Ha 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 ha, close one, close one. I nimbly evaded the cut Lord Alban delivered. My, this is most enjoyable, Lord Alban. Hey, take this seriously, Alban yelled. This Sebas Christian is always serious in your presence, Lord Alban. Hup. Drawing my own blade, I clashed with Lord Alban. I have no intention of letting him land a hit so easily yet, but Lord Alban would not back down now, powerfully pushing his sword against mine. Youth will tell. In a pure contest of strength, an old man is naturally at a disadvantage. All right, this time I've got. Lord Alban, you are neglecting your footing. I parried Lord Alban's sword, broke his stance, and tripped him. The soft overcomes the hard. This Sebas was often told in his youth that relying solely on brute force would only lead to being tripped up. Lord Alban, who had just rolled most ungracefully across the ground. And not yet. He immediately corrected his posture and attempted to attack again. Yes, that tenacious spirit is excellent. However, did I not just caution you about neglecting your footing? No, the victory is mine. Wh. I quickly pulled a nearby rope. The snare I had set instantly tightened, catching Lord Alban's feet. Simultaneously, the snare was hauled skyward, leaving his body dangling in midair. Do you intend to continue? I asked. Fine, I give up. Your blade work is excellent, Lord Alban, but you are too open. From now on, let us hone your swordsmanship through more practical movements. Section. 4 months had passed since I started swordsmanship practice. The feel of the sword had finally become natural in my hand. 1,000 practice swings every morning was now second nature. I had gained a significant amount of stamina and muscle, and I no longer tired out immediately at the start of training like I used to. That protruding gut of mine had also noticeably flattened. Sebas, who seemed to track my changes meticulously, had gradually altered the content of our training. Despite that, I still hadn't managed to land a single hit against his decades-honed technique. But just you wait, Sebas, I'm going to catch up to you soon, I thought to myself when one day. Lord Alban, perhaps we should perform a test today, he said this quite abruptly. A test? What kind of test? Yes, a test to see whether Lord Alban's sword is useful in actual combat. Sebas said this with a friendly smile. Hearing that, I couldn't help but let out a nervous chuckle. Surely you aren't going to suddenly throw your master onto a battlefield, are you? Of course not. Even if this Sebas were a demon, I would not go that far. Our destination is not a battlefield but a dungeon. A dungeon? Indeed. I wish for you to demonstrate the fruits of your training against the monsters that dwell within. After all, one cannot truly master swordsmanship without experiencing genuine combat. Well, I guess that's true, but... Furthermore, Lord Alban's blade has already entered the realm of proficiency. If so, only real combat remains. Come, let us make our way to the dungeon. Sebas started walking. Reluctantly, I followed him. He led me into a mountain different from the one we usually used for practice. Countless massive trees stretched toward the sky, their branches and leaves blocking out the sunlight. The air was dim, damp, and somehow clammy. Within it was a small cave. This is the entrance to the dungeon. Right here. I was seeing one for the first time. In fact, I never knew we had a dungeon inside our own territory. When you live as a noble, you naturally steer clear of dangerous areas like dungeons. Plus, the original Alban Audrent was an extreme slacker who rarely even left the mansion. This is one of the less hazardous dungeons. Only relatively weak monsters reside inside. Do not be so frightened, my lord. I am certainly not frightened. Then that is splendid. Come, let us enter. Sebas stepped inside without hesitation. I had no choice but to follow. The inside of the dungeon was exactly as it looked from the outside, a dim, damp cave. The atmosphere was precisely that of a monster's lair. After walking for a while, Lord Alban, can you see that? Sebas raised his arm and pointed ahead. There was a small, green-skinned monster. That is a low-level monster known as a goblin. They usually move in packs, but it appears this one has strayed. Sebas explained. It looks pretty weak, I guess. Indeed. Do you think you can cut it? Yeah, I can handle that much. Even I knew about goblins. They're the standard cannon fodder in any fantasy world. Honestly, I'd expected something bigger and tougher. But just one goblin, the rest depended on how it felt to actually face one. I drew my sword from its sheath and approached the goblin. It noticed me, too. G. As soon as it recognized me as human, it immediately rushed to attack. Though its body was small and its weapon a crude club, its expression was vicious. Someone without any fighting ability would surely find it terrifying. But the moment I saw its movements, I understood. It was utterly nothing to be afraid of. Its movements were slow, too sluggish. It was as if it were moving in slow motion. I could easily read what it would do next. Sebas was 10,000 times faster and harder to predict. There was no comparison. Too slow. Gripping the hilt tightly, I stepped forward, and long before the goblin could attack me, without giving it a moment to evade, I delivered a cut. The goblin's body was perfectly bisected. It probably didn't even have time to register pain. Splendid, truly worthy of you, my lord. Sebas clapped his hands, pat, 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 yet strangely, I felt no sense of accomplishment. Huh, is that all there is to it? Yes, this is your current ability, Lord Alban. A single goblin is merely a trifle for your blade. No, that's not what I mean. What are you suggesting, my lord? I thought cutting down a living thing would be more terrifying, that the act of taking a life would cause more resistance, but I don't really feel anything. I said, gazing at the blade of my sword. The silver edge was stained crimson with goblin blood, so this is what killing is like. It wasn't fun, nor was it sad. No special sense of accomplishment or guilt. I didn't feel any particular hesitation or misgiving when I cut the goblin. Even now, after the kill, I feel less disturbed than I expected, or rather, I have no real emotion about it at all. It's truly just, oh, so this is it. Come to think of it, the original Alban Odrant in the fantasy novel also treated other people's lives like garbage. I wonder if it would feel the same to cut a human, Lord Alban. Still, getting splattered with blood is disgusting. Cleaning the sword is a pain, too, so I'd rather not do the whole life and death thing unless I have to. Just then, Gigi, more goblins emerged from the depths of the dungeon. This time, it was a pack of over 10. They must have caught the scent of their comrade's death. Talk about timing. Oh dear, this is quite a crowd against just one. I believe it would be prudent to retreat, however. No, let's just wipe them out. If we leave them here, they might cause trouble for the villagers. Section, Sebas Christian. Side view. Following this, Lord Alban annihilated the entire pack of 10 goblins. It was a literal extermination, accomplished in the blink of an eye. No emotion was visible on his face. He simply killed with detached indifference. Whether it was 1 or 10, nothing changed. This spectacle sent a shiver down my spine. Yet, at the same time, I was filled with a sense of profound awe. Because the one quality absolutely essential for a swordsman had been definitively proven to exist within Lord Alban. Can one banish all hesitation from their blade when confronting a foe? Can one cut without hesitation when facing an opponent? I do not mean becoming a pleasure-seeking killer, but a swordsman who lacks the mental resolve to cut when the time comes is a failure. This test was designed to gauge exactly that, to confirm whether Lord Alban possessed that resolve or whether he could develop it. Admittedly, if he were merely learning the sword, such a high level of resolve would be unnecessary. But I found myself unable to think otherwise. I want to teach Lord Alban everything I know. I want Lord Alban to become a true swordsman. I want Lord Alban to surpass me, and he passed the test without a hitch. No, passed is an understatement. As a swordsman, he scored a perfect 100. That frigid, indifferent gaze of Lord Alban's as he cut down the goblins. It was terrifying, extremely so, but I cannot help but rejoice. For the essential foundations for a swordsman, mind, technique, and body, have all come together. That man is a true genius with the sword. A swordsman beloved by the gods. I absolutely, positively must witness him reach the pinnacle of his art. Ah, even in this role as a butler, with my mind and body wholly aged, I realize that my true nature remains that of a swordsman. Lord Alban, this Sebas Christian has become utterly fascinated with you. Just as you wished, I shall ensure you have mastered the sword in the remaining 2 months. Section. Half a year had passed since the diet and swordsmanship training began. Finally that day arrived, clang, ha ha. Finally, I knocked the sword right out of Sebas's hand. You have become strong, Lord Alban. Sebas, the victory is yours, my lord. He bowed deeply, his expression one of complete satisfaction. There is nothing left for me to teach you. You have perfectly mastered the art of the sword. I see, thanks for all the trouble. Not at all. I am proud to have taught you the sword, my lord. Though defeated by his own student, Sebas was smiling broadly for some reason. I didn't understand why he looked so happy, but a genuine smile naturally spread across my own face. Have you noticed it yourself? Lord Alban, you have become entirely slim, Sebas observed. Yeah, I'm aware. I've lost a lot of weight. 6 months into swordsmanship practice. My flabby body had become completely lean and muscular, and I felt infinitely lighter. My abs were even rock hard. Not only swordsmanship, but the diet was a success, too. Anyone who only knew the old, fat Alban wouldn't recognize me as the same person right away. Also, I feel like my face got handsomer somehow. Just slimming down the jawline really changes a person's impression. Maybe I'll be a little popular with this look. Maybe I'll get a nice, cute wife. I'm due to enroll in the Royal Academy before long, so I'm looking forward to it. Hey, with this appearance, I shouldn't have any trouble finding a wife. I chuckled. Speaking of which, we just received a marriage proposal. Sebas said. What? Seriously? What perfect timing, all that effort really paid off. That's great news, I can't wait to meet her. Indeed, but it is also a grave announcement. And it will be difficult to refuse this proposal, I'm afraid. Wait a minute. The conversation is starting to take a strange turn. Hold on a second, exactly which family proposed this marriage? The Barrow ducal family. I let out a completely ridiculous shriek of surprise. I knew that name well. No, anyone living in the kingdom of Valrund would know it. Because the Barrow ducal family was renowned as one of the kingdom's most distinguished and ancient houses. The Barrow dukedom is way above a baronial house like ours. Why would they pick someone like us? Mid-sentence, it slowly came back to me. That's right. In the fantasy novel, Alban Odrant does get married. And the woman he marries is a troublemaker whose outrageous conduct led her fiancé to break off their engagement, leaving her with nowhere to go. She was the villainous lady who also became an antagonist to the protagonist. Alban only married her for the power, so they must have had a terrible relationship. Which means I'm already guaranteed a cold, loveless marriage. Plus, I have a feeling that villainous lady was the catalyst for Alban's ruin. Wait a minute. Does this mean I'm heading straight for the ruin route after all? What was the point of my 6 months of hard work? The young lady of the Barrow family appears to have quite the difficult disposition. Good luck, Lord Alban. This is such a gigantic pain in the ass. Section, the villainous lady Letitia. Hey, let's just refuse. It's too much of a pain, let's just do that. If you wish to make an enemy of the Barrow ducal family, please do so at your own discretion. That would be even more of a hassle. It was the very day the young lady of the Barrow ducal family was set to arrive at my house. My resolve was still completely shattered. Well, obviously, what kind of resolve do you need to face ruin? What kind of resolve do you need to start a loveless marriage from day one? It's too damn much trouble. Are you kidding me? My 6 months of hard work is seriously going to be for nothing. Do not be so disheartened, my lord. If we secure a connection with the Barrow ducal family, the Odrant house will be secure for a long time indeed. Sebas offered. Right? Sebas couldn't possibly know that this connection might be the very thing that leads to our ruin. It's a nightmare, a complete nightmare. By the way, Sebas, what exactly did the young lady we're about to meet do? I remembered the Barrow villainous lady committed misdeeds in the fantasy novel, but I couldn't recall the specifics yet. What was it? What did she do? Was it something really bad? I hear she embezzled taxes from the family territory and habitually invited young men into the mansion to indulge in scandalous activities. Seriously. Furthermore, she is a colossal spendthrift who even dipped into the assets of the Burdully family, her former fiancé's house. Zahi. Oof. I'm repulsed. She's completely messed up. No wonder even the mighty Barrow family couldn't cover for her anymore. A duke's daughter marrying into a much lower baronial family is nothing more than a convenient way to get rid of a problem. Am I seriously going to have to spend my life with someone like that? I have a bad feeling about this. Lost in those thoughts, the Barrow family carriage finally pulled up in front of the mansion. I had the maids lined up along the path and stood with my back straight, ready for the welcoming ceremony. And then, the carriage door opened and a single woman emerged. Long, beautiful silver hair, skin as pure white as snow, and blue eyes reminiscent of ice. Her demeanor was as elegant as a noble young lady should be, yet there was a cold, detached quality to her. Wow. She's beautiful, that was my first thought. I'd imagined some brat who would be screaming and cursing, throwing a tantrum. Some crazy girl who would kick me the moment she saw me. However, she showed no signs of panic or anger. Instead, she was so perfectly composed it was almost chilling. Good day, are you Baron Alban Audrent? She asked formally. Ah, yes, that's me. I am Letitia Barrow. I will be in your care at the Audrent family starting today. Please treat me well. Pleased to meet you. Is something the matter? Is there something on my face? Huh, oh no, I just think you're well beautiful. Ah, damn it, did she think I was flattering her? Or did she think I was too arrogant for a baron? There are plenty of people in this world who look down on those of a lower rank. The original Alban Audrent was one of them. Welcome, young Lady Letitia Barrow-sama. I am Sebas, the butler. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yes, pleased to meet you, Sebas. You must be weary from your long journey. I shall escort you to your room immediately. And your personal maid is? I don't have one. Pardon. I came here alone. Just show me the way, quickly. Letitia walked right past Sebas and me, heading toward the mansion. The carriage, having dropped off a single large suitcase, drove away immediately. Sebas and I exchanged glances. The daughter of a ducal house being treated like this? Seriously, this is practically being disowned. It feels like the Barrow family is truly treating her as a non-person. Poor thing. Sebas and I accompanied Letitia, giving her a tour of the mansion. This will be young Lady Letitia-sama's room. We shall call upon you for dinner later, so please make yourself comfortable for now. Thank you, she said only that one word before shutting the door with a decisive thud. She clearly wasn't eager to converse with us. Sebas and I walked away from the room. Sebas, what do you think? She is a most beautiful lady, indeed. That's not what I asked. My apologies. If I had to summarize it in a word, perhaps odd. You think so too. The reality is far too different from the rumors. That demeanor does not at all belong to a profligate daughter who indulged in wicked deeds. I agree. If anything, she gave off an air of intelligence. It seems there is a hidden reason, indeed. You catch on quick, Sebas. I grinned, pulling up the corner of my mouth. Dig into what happened to her. But don't let anyone catch on. Understood, Lord Alban. I'll try to get information out of her myself. I want no part of being dragged into the Barrow family's trouble. I concur, but I must say this is fortunate. What is? I genuinely expected some fool, with whom conversation would be impossible to arrive. And me too. However, young Lady Letitia possesses genuine grace. Perhaps she is worthy of being Lord Alban's wife. I hope so. Worthy, Alban Audrent, the lazy villainous noble. Letitia Barrow, the villainous lady. In the fantasy novel, they were the worst possible pairing. No, you couldn't even call them a pairing, they despised each other. But what about with the current me? Will it be a perfect match, or will it still be, well, we just met? There will be plenty to learn once we actually talk. We have time. I'll make sure we converse properly, like a real married couple. Section. 5 days had already passed since Letitia's arrival at my house. Little by little, she seemed to be getting used to life in the Audrent family. However, Letitia, just a moment. Hey, Letitia. Letty. She simply wouldn't speak to me. It felt like she was blatantly avoiding me. I guess it's not entirely unreasonable. The original Alban was notorious among the nobles, a real piece of garbage, right? The very image of a villain noble. Even if I lost weight and became good at swordsmanship, that reputation for villainy isn't going to vanish instantly. Letitia probably sees me as the worst kind of baron. She probably thinks if she opens her mouth, there's no telling what abuse I'll heap on her. I get it. But it's kind of sad. I mean, she even stonewalls me during mealtimes. I'm doing my best, desperately trying to find an excuse to talk, but she won't even look me in the eye. Even if I am the infamous villain noble, Lord Alban Audrent-sama, that's still a blow to my ego. Can I get her to talk somehow? I don't even need us to be friends. Just let me talk to her, even 5 minutes. Otherwise, I can't figure out what kind of ticking time bomb she's brought with her. I guess there's no choice. I made up my mind. Letitia, can I have a word? I knocked on her door. Let's go outside once in a while. Staying cooped up in your room all day is bad for your health, you know. HMPH, still ignoring me, huh? Okay, if that's how she wants to play it. This is a bit of a pain, but I guess I'll have to act like the villain. Crash, I cleaved the door in two with my sword, then kicked the pieces wide open with a hard stomp. All right, I'm in. Excuse me for barging in then. I strode into the room. I'd briefly worried about her possibly changing clothes, but she was just sitting normally in a chair. Ah, good, good. I was one wrong step away from becoming a pervert. How could you? Letitia's blue eyes widened in shock and our gazes met. Relax, I'll have a servant fix the door right away. That's not the point. How dare you barge into a lady's room? Have you no shame? Quickly regaining her composure, she raised her voice, looking utterly incredulous. Sorry, but I'm a good-for-nothing villain. If I feel like doing something, I'll force my way into a woman's room, too. Why, you brute? Call me whatever you like, but to get straight to the point, Letitia. I walked toward the cowering woman. Naturally, I sheathed the sword I'd drawn. Then, let's go on a date, I said. Section, Letitia Barrow, side view. It was so sudden. No sooner had he barged into my room and suggested, let's go on a date, than he dragged me out before I could even reply and practically flew out of the mansion. It felt like I had been swept away by a hurricane, truly, a forceful and self-centered man, just like the rumors said. But somehow, strangely, it didn't feel violent. Perhaps it was his consideration to keep me from being afraid, but the smile never left his face. Perhaps to encourage conversation, he kept up a ceaseless stream of light-hearted small talk. And the hand of this gentleman, gripping my arm and pulling me along, it was incredibly strong, yet determined not to let me go, and it didn't hurt me at all. It was as if he was carefully ensuring he wouldn't even leave a mark on my arm. Yes, I didn't feel any discomfort, strangely enough. This is different from the rumors. Different from the man I was told to expect. Alban Audrent was supposed to be the absolute worst baron, an arrogant, insolent, hopeless man. That's what I was told before I was forced to marry him. But after only 5 days here, that preconceived notion is already starting to crumble. Alban, what kind of person are you, really? Section. Man, the outside air is great. Don't you agree, Letitia? If I weren't with you, I might have felt that way, she replied sharply. Oh, right, I slumped. No, I can't let that get to me. I quickly pulled myself together. The Audrent territory was a quiet, rustic countryside rich in nature. Just a short distance from the town, magnificent natural landscapes stretched as far as the eye could see. While some might call it remote, I loved this scenery. Since you're the young lady of the Barrow House, I figured you're used to city life, so maybe this kind of nature feels refreshing. I won't deny that. I'd be happy if you liked it even a little. She was still on high alert. God, I have zero credibility. Then again, if I were in her shoes, I wouldn't trust a person named Alban Audrent either. When we get through this mountain path, you'll see an even better view. Wait a minute, I'm not used to walking on mountain paths. Oops, tripping would be a disaster. In that case, I slipped my arms under her legs and behind her back, lifting her entire body. The classic princess carry. She gasped. This way you won't sprain your ankle, right? I said. Don't touch me. I told you I wouldn't do anything barbaric. It'd be too much of a pain, I assured her. Carrying Letitia, I continued along the path. Her body was incredibly light, like a feather. Of course, that was probably only because I'd trained my body so hard with Sebas's lessons. Just this brief moment made me feel that the last 6 months hadn't been a waste. Emerging from the path, we arrived at the top of a small hill. Wow. Beautiful, isn't it? This is the best spot to get a panoramic view of the Audrent territory. What lay before us was a small town, a river, mountains, and a grassland that stretched to the distant horizon. The Audrent territory on a clear day was magnificent. Even the usually sullen and expressionless Letitia looked slightly moved. I wanted to show you this, because this is the land you and I will protect together. Your thoughts? I'll concede that it's a suitable spot for lunch. That's high praise. It seemed she was at least somewhat pleased. And now she was finally talking to me properly. Man, Letitia's body is soft, and she smells nice, too. I felt like the atmosphere was getting kind of moody. If I was lucky, maybe I could just. Your ulterior motives are all over your face. Seriously? Oh, so you were really thinking that? Did she just trick me with a leading question? MMPH, you've got guts, Letitia Barrow, to outwit this Alban. Can you put me down now? Sure. As she asked, I slowly lowered Letitia to the ground. For the first time, she looked me directly in the eye. You are quite different from the rumors. I was told Alban Audrent was a far more arrogant, insolent, small-time villain. You forgot lazy, and I'm not a small-time villain. A great villain then. You got it. HMPH. Don't villains usually deny that they're villains? Letitia finally let her lips curl into a smile. She finally laughed. Section. After Letitia had fully enjoyed the magnificent view, I escorted her to a waterfall spot in the mountains, figuring it was time to rest her legs. It was a place overflowing with clean air and cool refreshment, featuring a small waterfall and a shallow basin. The water, it's cold and feels good. Barefoot, she lifted her skirt and dipped her feet into the waterfall basin. The water was only knee-deep at most, so there was no danger of drowning. And the air is incredibly clean. It's so nice to breathe. It's a feeling you can only get out in the country, right? I asked. Oh my, are you that happy to put one over on a city girl? That wasn't my intention. Just a joke, she replied. Letitia chuckled softly. Ooh, she's finally throwing out witty jokes. I felt like we had closed the distance a bit. I was genuinely glad I forced her into this date. Hey, Letitia, how about we introduce ourselves properly while we have the chance? Introduce ourselves. We still don't know anything about each other. I think we should at least know each other's favorite foods and hobbies. I'm not particularly interested, though. Well, I am interested. HMPH, fine, she conceded. Letitia gave in. I am Letitia Barrow. My favorite foods are tea and scones. My hobby, if I had to name one, would be playing with children. Oh, you like kids? I don't dislike them, at least. That's a nice hobby. It's lovely. HMPH, your turn. Letitia handed the baton to me. Now it was my turn to introduce myself. I'm Alban Audrent. My favorite food is high-quality steak, but I'm cutting back for my diet. My hobbies are sword practice, and generally just slacking off. I can't tell if you're a hard worker or a layabout. I wonder the same thing, but I'll take pride in the fact that I pulled my flabby body into shape. Oh my, perhaps I should take a page from your book. I kind of like you just the way you are, though I teased. That's a sexually harassing statement, she stated flatly. Ah, my bad. We shared a soft laugh. This was actually enjoyable, just as we were having a good, light-hearted conversation. Grrr. A beast's growl came from somewhere, and with heavy, thudding footsteps, a single black giant appeared. A monster. Oh, a killer bear. What appeared was a monster known as a killer bear, with black fur and an enormous body. It had thick hide that a normal blade couldn't scratch, and sharp claws that could easily rip a human apart. It also had an extremely ferocious temperament and a habit of attacking immediately upon spotting a person. These bears sometimes pop up in this forest. It's a pain because they wreck the crops. Why are you so calm? We have to run, she yelled. Grrroah. The killer bear immediately charged, attempting to pounce on Letitia. While I couldn't deny, she probably looked tastier. Just some pest, I muttered, laying my hand on the sword at my hip. Don't come near Letitia. I instantly closed the distance to the killer bear, drew my sword from the sheath, and slashed. Jiwichwaa. A single stroke, perfectly bisected. The killer bear's massive body was sliced cleanly in two and instantly died. It stained the waterfall basin the color of blood. Awa, man, I was just enjoying the clean water, too. Can you stand up, Letitia? I offered my hand to her, who was sitting dumbfounded in the water. Why you cut down a monster that big with a single strike. I told you sword practice is my hobby, I reminded her. I picked Letitia up again and carried her to shore. I seated her on the rock where I had been sitting moments before. Are you hurt anywhere? And no, I'm fine. Letitia was still in a state of shock. Well, being attacked by a monster was probably a first for a duke's daughter. Good, glad you're safe, I said. I gave her a reassuring smile. In times like these, it's best to offer some comfort, right? Thank you. For saving me. You're welcome. Hey, Alban. What is it? Why are you so kind to me? Letitia suddenly asked. Why, you ask? You're a victim of a political marriage, forced to marry me against your will. I'm aware. Then I don't understand even more. Letitia's hand was still trembling slightly as she looked down. Her expression was somewhat vacant. You could just secure the support from the Barrow family and leave me alone. Why are you doing this? It's because I want to get all lovey-dovey with my cute wife. Is what I'd say publicly. Tell me the truth. You promise you won't get mad. Just tell me. Fine then, I conceded. Truthfully, I want to know what you did and who you earned the hatred of. If I stay clueless, I'll be caught off guard and end up dealing with a massive headache when the time comes. It would be better for you not to know. No can do. Either way, I'm not uninvolved anymore. Regardless of the process, I was now tangled up in the Barrow family's internal affairs. Whether I liked it or not, I had already thrown myself into a political maelstrom. No, you can still stay uninvolved, so please don't take any interest. You talk as if I absolutely shouldn't get involved with you. Yes, that is exactly right. You shouldn't get involved with me. After saying that, she looked me directly in the eye. I'll give you a warning, in deference to your gentlemanly conduct. If you want to protect the Audrent family, you must persecute me. What did you say? Play up a complete and utter estrangement. It will be better for you. I was shocked. That was an incredible thing to say. You must persecute me, she said. What kind of situation makes someone say a thing like that? This was a sign she was holding onto more than I thought. But one thing was crystal clear. I see, I understand. That's good. I won't stop you from taking a mistress, so feel free. I know now that you're absolutely not a wicked woman. I heard you embezzled taxes, indulged in scandalous things with young men at the mansion, and were a spendthrift who dipped into your fiancé's assets. But I can say now that was all a lie. There's no way you'd do something like that. Letitia, a profligate woman of wicked deeds? No way. She was a gifted woman with both kindness and intelligence. She would never commit an evil act. I refuse to persecute you. I see no reason to. Didn't you hear my warning? Then explain it to me. What exactly did you do? I can't tell you. Then I can't take your warning seriously. I turned my back to her and shrugged. Well, it's fine if you don't tell me. I'll just find out everything myself anyway. You'll regret it. I never regret anything. It's too much of a hassle. Frankly, I had a pretty good idea. Most likely, no, definitely, she was framed by someone. And the result was her being expelled from the Barrow and Bertolli families. But they made a mistake sending her to my house. Hey, let's make a bet. A bet? I'll investigate everything about you. I'll find out exactly what happened. If, after that, I genuinely don't regret it, then you have to be nice to me. And if you do regret it, I guess I'll want you to comfort me. What is that? That's not a bet at all. Of course not, because rigging the game is a villain's specialty. Section, The Truth of the Misdeeds. Lord Alban, I have investigated everything that happened to young Lady Letitia-sama. 10 days after Letitia's arrival. Sebas, who had been dispatched for intelligence gathering, was back. As expected, you work fast, Sebas. I am honored to receive your praise, my lord. Sebas had strong connections with the Royal Knights, the Merchant Guilds, and the Adventurers Guild, making investigations into the secretive affairs of nobles simple for him. He was terrifying to have as an enemy, but an incredibly reliable ally. Seriously, why is a man like that working as a butler here? Good job, my deceased parents. So, what did you find out in the end? Yes, to conclude first. Young Lady Letitia-sama was indeed framed. I knew it, that much I had guessed. The problem was, who conspired against her? Duke Mauro Bertolli, young Lady Letitia-sama's former fiancé. Her former fiancé. That was a bit of a surprise. Well, he was a suspect I had considered, but I thought the possibility was remote. After all, the Bertolli ducal family was lower in standing than the Barrow ducal family. Since marrying Letitia would raise their prestige, there was no benefit in exiling her. It seems Duke Mauro exposed young Lady Letitia's fake misdeeds at a ball and broke off the engagement then and there. Continue. Furthermore, there was another woman clinging to Duke Mauro's arm. It is said Duke Mauro declared he would marry her instead. That's enough, let's kill Mauro. Yep, that's the type. The kind of noble who thinks he's the greatest and that the world will bend to his will. The previous Alban Audrent was like that too. That's why I couldn't stand it even more. Most likely, Mauro was seduced by some easy woman. Fools always prefer a tart to a woman of integrity like Letitia. Now, how should I kill him? A baron killing a duke is strictly forbidden, but assassination is a daily occurrence in the political world. There are countless ways to do it. I'll start by hiring bandits to kidnap him, torture him thoroughly, and then sink him in a lake. Should I hire a professional torturer too? No, I think I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret making Letitia sad until the moment he dies. The conversation is not over yet, Lord Alban. What is it? The story is that Morrow is an unfaithful beast who framed and dumped Letitia. End of story, right? No, the situation is not that simple, in fact. Sebas lowered his eyes and spoke, sounding hesitant to continue. It appears that young Lady Letitia Sama's embezzlement of taxes and use of the Burdali family's assets were, in fact, true. What did you say? I questioned my own ears. That's impossible, she wouldn't do that. Please calm yourself. While it is true, there is a reason for it. A reason? Yes. Are you aware that a few years ago, many people in the Burdali territory suffered from poverty due to Duke Morrow's blunders? Ah, I've heard something about it. Wasn't it something about increasing taxes too much, which led to mass starvation and a refugee crisis, and a problem with abandoned children? Embezzled the territory's taxes, brought young men into the mansion with that money, and indulged in scandalous activities. That rumor is half true and half false. Meaning, the truth is, embezzled the territory's taxes to shelter and support the children who were left destitute in the mansion. So, Letitia did that for the abandoned children of the Burdali territory. She must have been prepared for the condemnation, I believe. Come to think of it, Letitia said she liked children. Judging from the story, she must have been unable to support the children with just her own pocket money. So she resorted to embezzlement to go that far. And the description of her as a spendthrift who dipped into the Burdali family's assets is also a distortion of the truth. What's the reality? She used the assets for investment to improve the territory's standard of living and alleviate the poverty in the Burdali territory. Oh my God, Duke Morrow apparently had no interest in his own people. She must have felt compelled to act. Are you kidding me? Letitia didn't do anything wrong at all. If anything, she worked herself to the bone cleaning up after that idiot Morrow. Sure, embezzling taxes and using the assets without permission wasn't good. But if she hadn't, the damage to the Burdali territory would have only increased. And after that would have come a commoner's revolt. The ruin of the Burdali family. Letitia knew that. What an incredibly capable wife. Even for her fiancé's territory, no ordinary person would go that far for someone else's land, would they? She was beyond merely competent. The astonishing thing is that young Lady Letitia Sama managed to do this for several years without Duke Morrow noticing. That requires exceptional skill. But she was finally exposed. Yes, although, for Duke Morrow, it was likely just a pretext to break the engagement. Their relationship was apparently completely cold. This is the worst. When was the last time my stomach churned with such rage? Letitia was practically a martyr. She did her best to prevent her fiancé's territory from collapsing and was betrayed by that same fiancé. But she didn't make excuses, because she had committed the misdeeds. Morrow's rash action brought the situation to light, and the Barrow family could no longer protect her. But she wasn't complaining, because she had been prepared for everything. Her persistent attempts to distance herself from me must have been out of concern for my safety. If a rumor spread that Letitia is seducing Alban and planning revenge on Morrow, Morrow would send assassins. Or he might outright murder me. A duke framing a baron is easier than cracking an egg, after all. She was trying to prevent that. She must have been so stubborn about not telling me the truth because she knew the risk of me getting killed would be higher if I knew. Sebas. Yes, Lord Alban. When you learned the truth, what did you think? May I speak my mind frankly? You have my permission. In a word, don't screw with me. I feel exactly the same way right now. I am Alban Audrent. Alban Audrent is a villain. Arrogant, insolent, lazy, a villain noble who is the condensation of all trash elements. But I can say this much. Duke Morrow Burdali is a far bigger piece of trash than I ever was. Lord Alban, if there is anything this Sebas can do, please command me. Will you join me in my villainy? Of course, my lord. I am your butler after all. Very well, let's teach that piece of trash who framed Letitia what true villainy looks like. Section. Preparation for the misdeed. Letitia Barrow, side view. Since my childhood, since the age of 5, my future husband was already decided. His name was Duke Morrow Burdali. As a child, I used to be excited about my future husband, wondering, what kind of person is he? Will he be wonderful? Marriage was once a word full of hope for me, but reality was cruel. Duke Morrow was an utterly foolish man. He neglected his governance despite being entrusted with the territory, spending his days carousing with women in town. He saw me only as a tool to connect with the Barrow family and never saw me as a woman. But still, he was my important fiancé, the man I had been taught since childhood to dedicate myself to. I continued to play the role of the woman who walked 3 steps behind him. However, seeing the countless citizens suffer from his failures and his utter lack of remorse, my thinking began to change. I couldn't let this continue. I used my own money to protect the children who were abandoned, supporting them as much as possible. But the money ran out quickly, and when I consulted Morrow, he wouldn't listen. So, knowing the risk, I resorted to an evil act. I secretly embezzled the territory's taxes and used the Burdelli family's assets. All for the sake of the children, the people, and even Morrow. Also, maybe a part of me was hoping that if I went this far, perhaps Morrow would finally understand. A faint hope like that. But, Letitia Barrow, I hereby dissolve our engagement. On that night of the ball, everything was destroyed. My dreams, my hopes, the children's future. All my efforts were for nothing. The future I had dreamed of as a child was utterly trampled. It was so frustrating, so incredibly frustrating. But I couldn't complain, because I had willingly committed an evil act despite knowing the risks. I knew Morrow distorted my actions and used them as an excuse for the broken engagement. Honestly, I wanted to fight back, but anything I said would only sound like an excuse. I had no choice but to leave the Burdelli family and allow myself to be swept away as a stain on the Barrow family's reputation. And then, when I heard I was to marry Baron Alban Audrent, I actually thought, this is my punishment. The arrogant, insolent, lazy, absolute worst baron that every noble had heard rumors about, to be made his wife. I accepted it, believing it was God's punishment for my wicked deeds. Go and serve a man like Morrow again. But I just think you're, well, beautiful. Alban was a completely different man from the one I had imagined. Let's go on a date. I wanted to show you this, because this is the land you and I will protect together. Hey, Letitia, how about we introduce ourselves properly while we have the chance? Alban was kind, proactive, and he actually saw me as a woman. He saw me as a person. I know now that you're absolutely not a wicked woman. Honestly, how incredibly happy that made me. He was trying to understand me. He was actually looking at me. He was trying to believe in me. I was happy, very, very happy, enough to bring me to tears. But no, that's exactly why I can't. I don't want to drag him into my ruined life. Alban is kind. If he ever figured out the truth of my misdeeds, what kind of pain would he feel? I don't want to put Alban in danger. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hoping and then being trampled. I'm sick of things breaking or being broken by others. I'm sick of everything. What am I supposed to do? Section. The morning of the 15th day since I had married into the Audrent family. I froze, stopping my hand as I was buttering a slice of bread. Across the table, Alban was sitting, sipping coffee with an utterly placid expression. Sebas stood behind him. What did you just say? I said I spread a rumor, he repeated. He placed his coffee cup onto the white saucer with a soft clink. The rumor is that Alban Audrent is plotting revenge on Duke Morrow to avenge young Lady Letitia's suffering. Section. Are you out of your mind? Letitia slammed the table with a clang and shot up from her chair. Geez, that's bad manners, you know. What in the world were you thinking? If you do that, Duke Morrow will set his sights on. Calm down, Letitia. I calmly scooped up a spoonful of pumpkin soup from my plate and took a sip. Delicious. Our cook really is good. Actually, I also spread another rumor at the same time. Another rumor? Will you listen without getting mad? I asked. I won't get mad, just hurry up and tell me. The rumor is, Alban Audrent and young Lady Letitia are on terrible terms. Alban is offering a large sum of money to Morrow to secretly dispose of Letitia. What is that? That completely contradicts the first rumor. Exactly. Now a question. I slowly stirred the pumpkin soup. Why is it so subtly satisfying to mix the cream into the soup? If Letitia were in Morrow's shoes, which rumor would you believe? The latter, I suppose. Why? I can't imagine the infamous Alban Audrent being compatible with Letitia Barrow. Right. To the public, I was known as the Baron with the worst personality. It was safe to assume Duke Morrow shared that view. In contrast, Letitia's personality was utterly serious and proper, even if she was currently being called a villainess. Duke Morrow, knowing her true nature, would never imagine that we got along. He'll have some suspicion, but Duke Morrow will conclude that I'm trying to secretly eliminate you. Following my words, Sebas stepped forward. Our investigation shows Duke Morrow still resents young Lady Letitia-sama. He must fear retribution. If a man like that hears the rumor, 9 times out of 10, he'll contact us. That's the goal. Honestly, the second rumor alone would be enough to lure Duke Morrow out, but then I'd risk making an enemy of the Barrow family. Luckily, I had a diverse set of rumors and a bad reputation to work with. If unrelated people heard completely contradictory rumors simultaneously, they would just assume someone must have spread random gossip again. That's all rumors amount to. Rumors are only effective at manipulating the psyche when targeted at a few people who know the inside story. However, I needed one more step, a decisive move. Letitia, I've heard the whole truth about your misdeeds. It was all to help Morrow and the people of his territory. But it's still true that I committed the misdeeds, she said after a brief silence. So, now that you know the truth of the matter, do you regret it? She asked. No, not at all. I placed my spoon down. If anything, it's the opposite. I'm sincerely glad I got to know the real you. Albin, you are exactly the wife I deserve. I'll never let you go. Persecuting you is something I wouldn't do even if the heavens fell. I stared into Letitia's eyes. I had made up my mind. I was going to cherish her for the rest of my life. Because there was no other wonderful woman like Letitia Barrow. You're saying something that's awfully unlike a great villain. Don't you know? A great villain is the one who cherishes his family. I think Sebas snickered behind me, but I'll ignore it. I'll complain to him later. That's why I won't forgive Morrow. I'll make sure that trash who made you unhappy pays the price. It's impossible. The Audrent family will only be destroyed instead. It's not impossible with your help. My help? Yes, with that single move, Morrow himself will definitely make his move. Section. The conclusion. Letitia Barrow, side view. Today was the 22nd day since I married into the Audrent family. I was currently inside a food warehouse in the Audrent territory. It was a very large warehouse, with wooden crates and barrels everywhere. The surroundings were dark and eerily quiet. There was no one else around. I waited inside the warehouse for a man. Then, did I keep you waiting, Letitia? The man appeared. Morrow Bertoli. Say, my lord. Still insolent as ever, he sneered. My former fiancé, Morrow, he was 5 years older than me, tall and slender. With a distinguished face and high nose, he had the look of a man women would naturally flock to. He was accompanied by 3 guards and had a blonde woman clinging to his side. I had seen her face before on the night of the ball. Ooh, Morrow-sama, it's dusty here. It'll ruin my skin. I don't want to be in a place like this. The woman whined. Don't say that, Ninette. I'll personally wash you when we get back. Ooh, Morrow-sama, you're so naughty. Huh, is that the kind of conversation they have in public? As low-class and infuriating as ever. But I was surprised, you know. To think you'd send me a letter. Morrow pulled a sealed envelope from his inner pocket. It was the letter I had personally written and sent to him. Yes, I've reached my limit. I took a step, closing the distance between us. Baron Albin Audrent is the worst man, just as the rumors said. I can't bear being the wife of a man like that anymore. Oh, really? You were a far better man than him. I apologize for everything, so please, save me from the Audrent house. See, cuckoo, ha 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 ha. Morrow burst out laughing. He looked like he couldn't stop, he was so amused. Is that so? Albin was just as the rumors said then. Heh. Yes. That's what she says, Audrent Baron. A silhouette emerged from the shadows behind Morrow. A sword was gripped in his hand. Albin. The man who appeared was my current husband, Baron Albin Audrent. He walked silently, sword in hand, until he stood right next to Morrow. You didn't know, did you, Letitia, that I was also in contact with the Audrent Baron? What did you say? In the first place, various rumors were flying around, weren't they? Morrow smirked. Yeah. Like Letitia is plotting with the Audrent Baron to assassinate Morrow, or Letitia and the Audrent Baron are still estranged, all sorts of things. Ninette chimed in. Ninette is right. And when your letter arrived, I became certain and contacted him. Morrow paused, flashing a vulgar grin. The result is the Audrent Baron was happy to cooperate in disposing of you. No, we made arrangements for the Bertali family's influence to cover up any scandal, just in case. The Audrent Baron has been on my side all along, you see. Moro pulled Ninette close, running his hand over her chest. On. Anyway, I always hated you. You wouldn't even let me touch you, and every time you opened your mouth, it was about the territory or the people you were utterly annoying. Moro continued to grope Ninette. Watching them was deeply offensive. But you're the daughter of the Barrow ducal family. Even if you committed misdeeds, I could only manage to break the engagement back then, but now it's different. Alban pointed the tip of his sword at me, making no attempt to hide his immense killing intent. Letitia Barrow will become a missing person as of today. The search will be called off quickly. So, you came here simply to watch my husband murder me. Cuckoo, that's right. There's no show more entertaining than this. Moro-sama, your command. Alban sought direction from Moro. In response, kill Letitia Barrow, Moro ordered clearly. In that instant, that's the phrase I was waiting for. Alban cut down the 3 guards who were protecting Moro. The guards collapsed, spattering blood. It happened in less than a blink. What is this? The Bertali family's guards aren't much good, are they? Alban pulled out a cloth and wiped the blood from his blade. It went well, Alban. Yeah, your acting was great too, Letitia. You could be a great actress. Oh my, I'm honored by the compliment. I replied with an air of composure, as if still acting, but internally I was far from calm. It went as planned. Everything up to this point was exactly as planned. Even knowing that mentally, his swordsmanship still utterly stunned me. I couldn't see his blade work at all. Before I knew it, all 3 men had been cut down simultaneously. It was unnatural. I had once witnessed the Kingdom Knights' public exhibition matches. However, not a single one of those knights possessed a swordsmanship this transcendent. They likely couldn't even compare. I don't know if this is the result of his effort or a feat only possible with his talent, but one thing is clear, his strength is bottomless. What is this? What does this mean? Ninette screamed. What are you doing, Audrent Baron? Have you lost your mind? Moro yelled. It must have been entirely unexpected. Moro and Ninette were violently flustered, unable to comprehend the situation. I'm perfectly sane. I just never had any intention of killing Letitia. Why you schemed against me? Moro stammered. Schemed? You're the one who conspired against her first. Alban's eyes and voice were filled with utter contempt. You, I will not forgive. You'll get to fully experience the despair Letitia felt. The look and tone were utterly cold, unimaginable from his usual self. He's terrifying. He claims to be a great villain, but I never believed it. To me, Alban was a husband with a warm, kind heart. But this moment is different. He is undeniably a villain. A great evil that makes onlookers tremble and instills terror. Even I, his wife, felt fear. K. Cuckoo, Moro forced a laugh, sweating profusely but trying to be brave. To think you two would conspire together, but you are foolish. That's right. Do you think a fallen lady and a mere baron can stand up to Moro-sama and get away with it? Ninette shrieked. Ninette is right. This is outright treason and a capital offense. You're making too much noise. I know that already. Then, all that is required is to legitimize Lord Alban's actions, indeed. With that statement, Sebas emerged from the shadows. And simultaneously, another figure stood behind him. An old gentleman with white hair and a beard no less distinguished than Sebas. He wore an eye patch over one eye and a mantle embroidered with a dragon crest. Seeing his figure, Moro's face drained of all color. Your Excellency. Mind your tongue, Duke Moro Bertali. Do not claim ignorance of who I am. Why, Your Excellency, Hugues de Crayon, Supreme Honorary Knight Commander of the Royal Knights. The person who appeared was His Excellency Crayon, who held the highest rank in the Royal Knights, the title of Supreme Honorary Knight Commander. His authority was among the most powerful in the kingdom. Moreover, he possessed royal blood. His position was far superior to that of the Barrow or Bertali families. How could Your Excellency be in a place like this? Well, my old war friend, Sebas, invited me for a little trip to the Audrent territory. You see? His Excellency Crayon stroked his beard and strode toward Moro. By pure coincidence, I just overheard something utterly outrageous. I never expected to hear someone command, "Kill the young lady of the Barrow ducal family." Attempting to murder a person of a ducal house is a capital crime, even for someone of the same rank. Sebas smoothly added to His Excellency Crayon's statement. These two are incredible. They're not even trying to hide their feigned ignorance. And no, that's not it. I was incited. It's all a scheme of Alban Audrent's. Oh, Your Excellency Crayon, here are the letters from Moro-sama to Lord Alban. Sebas took several envelopes from his pocket. Wasn't that a little too well prepared? Let's see now. I have already found a phrase in Duke Bertali's letter saying, I will lend a hand if you dispose of Letitia. This settles the matter indeed, Sebas declared. MMGH. This was all orchestrated by Alban. He hadn't left a single piece of physical evidence of his own involvement, but he had cleverly extracted precise words and phrases from Moro that served as evidence against him. For the record, the letter Alban sent to Moro contained absolutely no direct language suggesting murder. We had intentionally adjusted the wording to be roundabout as we reviewed it together. Even if the letter were seen, he would not be convicted. And making His Excellency Crayon overhear Moro's direct order to kill was also intentional. It was practically entrapment. Truly, what a terrible person he is. Knights, you may come out now, His Excellency Crayon commanded. Knight escorts who had been lurking in the shadows filed out. I was relieved that the choice of this warehouse to hide them hadn't been discovered. Though, this was clearly not the number of people one would bring on a trip. Oh, Audrent Baron, you planned all of this, Moro cried. Now, what exactly are you referring to? Alban played dumb. Knights, arrest Duke Moro Bertali. The heavily armed knights surrounded Moro, preparing to take him into custody. With this, everything is over, I thought. But then, a duel, Moro screamed. What? I, Duke Moro Bertali, hereby challenge Baron Alban Audrent to a duel to reclaim my honor. It was an unexpected declaration. He must have blurted it out in desperation, but it was a valid move. A duel was a challenge issued by someone whose honor had been besmirched, demanding restoration of that honor. In this situation, it was formally legitimate. If Alban refused, he would be branded a coward, but, man, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Alban smiled a truly villainous, wicked grin. But I was waiting for you to say that. Now I can legitimately beat the snot out of you. Then I, Hugues de Crayon, shall witness the duel between the two parties. The duel between Moro and me began, with His Excellency Crayon in attendance. Moro was given a sword, which he gripped with a furious expression. Alban Audrent, I will definitely kill you here and now. Even if Moro was a debauched noble, he was still a noble. Judging by his stance, he had some basic knowledge of swordsmanship, although it was amateur level at best. Let me ask you one thing first. Do you intend to apologize to Letitia? If you apologize sincerely, I might go a little easier on you. Go to hell, die, Moro roared, taking my words as a provocation and wildly charging at me. I see. Then I won't hold back. I easily dodged his strike and slammed a punch straight into Moro's face with my sword-free left hand. A dull crunch echoed. I must have broken his nose with that one hit. What's wrong? Aren't you going to kill me? Why you, curse you. Moro swung his sword recklessly, blood streaming from his nose. His sword work was a mess. How did a guy like this even think of challenging someone to a duel? Too slow. Jaya. I avoided his blade and punched his face again, then followed up with a kick to the gut. Punch, kick, punch, punch, again and again and again. His strikes couldn't even graze me. In stark contrast, Moro was rapidly turning into a comical, bloodied mess. Why can't I hit Yaowu? Because I trained hard for half a year. Don't compare me to you. You lazy slob who only played around while letting his people starve. Lies, it's a lie. Alban Audrent, that lazy piece of trash baron. Moro-sama, what are you doing? Just kill that guy already? Ninette jeered cruelly at the clearly losing Moro. This woman is a piece of trash, too. They deserve to go to hell together. Gah, you bastard. Still too slow. I dodged his next cut and kicked the side of his head. Blega, Moro flew backward pitifully, but I wasn't done with him yet. Listen up. Letitia, she worked so hard. Also, you wouldn't be ruined, you know that. What are you talbing about? While you were busy womanizing and letting your people suffer, she was trying to save as many people as possible. People, they grow back no matter how many die. Shut up. I stabbed my sword straight into Moro's left hand. His palm was pinned to the ground, gushing blood. Jai Jaya, he shrieked. Nobles, no matter how high we climb, are just parasites on the common folk. We can't live without our host. That's what we are. I twisted the blade, widening the wound. Does it hurt? Yeah, it hurts. But Letitia's heart hurt far, far more than this. Letitia knew that. That's why she tried to save the people, rescue the children, and risk everything to rebuild the Burdali territory. And what did you do to her? I ripped the sword out and kicked him under the chin. I probably shattered his jawbone. You trampled her, trampled all over her feelings. Gog Yujigi. Moro had no strength left to fight properly, but I had no intention of holding back. You're going to experience the despair she felt. Are you ready? Why you bast? Moro leaned on his sword, staggering back to his feet. And then, die, you bastard, he screamed, swinging his sword for a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. Seeing that, I gripped my sword with both hands for the first time. I gauged the distance, and the moment he entered my attack range, I swung my blade. Thud! Moro's sword and his arm fell to the ground. I had severed his right arm, still clutching the sword hilt mid-forearm. Ooh, Jijaya! Moro screamed, his face contorted in agony. I raised my sword above the man's head, to finish him off. This is the end. By the rules, a duel continues until one side says, I yield. Conversely, if no one yields, it's perfectly acceptable for one side to die. It would simply be recorded as a legitimate death by duel. That's why this guy had to die here. Die! I began to swing my sword down mercilessly, but no, stop. Someone gently held my body. It was Letitia. She hugged me from behind, halting my movement. That's enough. Any further, and you'll stain your own soul. Letitia, thank you, but it's fine. She pressed her cheek against my back, speaking in a quiet voice. Your Excellency Crayon, please declare the duel over. Ahem. I declare Alban Audrent Baron the winner of this duel. Following the declaration, Moro and Ninette were led away by the knights. With the truth of the broken engagement and the events of this duel brought to light, the downfall of the Bertali ducal family was inevitable. It was safe to say Letitia's injustice had been avenged, in a way, but are you sure about this, Letitia? Yes, it's enough just to repay the insult. I never wanted a murder to take place. I wanted to kill him, though. Oh, are you suggesting I should become a murderer's wife? She teased. No, I didn't mean it that way. A joke, it's a joke. Letitia chuckled softly, but I was happy that you got truly angry for my sake. She gave me a bright, angelic smile. It was the first genuine, heartfelt smile she had ever shown me. You're welcome. Our acting was in perfect sync just now, too. I think we're going to make a great couple. I agree. We'll be the best couple. Oh ho ho, I suppose we'll be the villainous couple. The villainous lady and the great villain, then. That sounds great. From today, we're the most heinous couple of all, evil against evil. Section, Villainous Marriage. 1 month after the duel with Moro. With the public disclosure of his attempted murder of Letitia, the Bertali family had utterly collapsed. By now, Moro was probably regretting his actions to death in a prison cell. Serves him right. Meanwhile, Letitia and I had been enjoying peaceful days since then. I'm getting nervous. Pull yourself together, Lord Alban. You must set a better example as the groom. Sebas gently advised. I know. But when you think of it as your own wedding. I adjusted the lapel of my tuxedo, letting Sebas fix my necktie. Yes, today was our wedding day. Whose wedding, you ask? Mine and Letitia's, of course. The whole thing started with a single comment from her. Come to think of it, we haven't had a proper ceremony. Wouldn't it be appropriate to have a wedding if we're going to be husband and wife? I immediately agreed, saying, let's definitely do it. Come to think of it, we became husband and wife without any proper ceremony. Letitia's arrival was so sudden. After the storm, solidifying our bond with a proper ceremony wasn't a bad idea. And frankly, I really wanted to see Letitia in a wedding dress. She was bound to look gorgeous. Harboring that slight ulterior motive, I arrived at the day, but I don't know, I wasn't this nervous even when I cut down the first goblin. My heart is pounding like crazy right now. That is a good thing, my lord. A wedding is a grand stage celebrating a new chapter in your lives. Young Lady Letitia-sama would be disappointed if you did not show some tension. Is that how it works? No, you're right. All right, time to focus. I gave my cheeks a sharp slap. Seeing me, Sebas chuckled softly. It brings back memories, my lord. I witnessed a similar sight at your father's wedding. My father's? Yes, he was extremely nervous just before the ceremony and was slapping his own face. Nostalgic indeed. Huh, I didn't know that. I actually knew next to nothing about my parents. They died before I was old enough to remember, and I wasn't particularly interested. Sebas was practically a father figure to me. Still, to think I was feeling the same way my father had felt was somewhat poignant. Master and Madam, and now Lord Alban and young Lady Letitia-sama, it is an honor for this Sebas to attend the Audrent family's wedding for 2 generations of son and father. Hearing you say, that makes me feel like a master worthy of the title. But to me, Sebas, you're like a father. Lord Alban, sniffle, to hear you say such a thing, your old butler is truly happy. My efforts in looking after you since you were a brat have paid off. Don't call me a brat. Well, I was a brat. Anyway, shouldn't you be heading over to Letitia now? Oh, quite right indeed. The plan was for Sebas to walk Letitia down the aisle. Ideally, I would have wanted one of her blood relatives to fulfill that role. Despite Morrow's capture effectively proving Letitia's innocence, the Barrow family had made absolutely no contact with her. Were they still viewing her as a stain on the family? Or did they feel guilt for having treated her as a non-person? I didn't know. Thinking they were too cold, I considered forcibly contacting them. But Letitia gently advised against it, saying, "It's fine. Let's just have a small ceremony, just the 2 of us." If Letitia was fine with it, I wouldn't say anything more. Her happiness was the most important thing. I shall go to young Lady Letitia-sama's side now. Lord Alban, I shall see you before the altar. Section, Letitia Barrow Audrent, Side View. Having finished my preparations, I was alone in the waiting room. I was waiting for the final touch, the veil down. The plan was for Sebas to do it shortly. Since I had no family or relatives attending, he was the most suitable person. The maids of the Audrent house, however, were very kind and thoughtful, perhaps finding it too lonely for me. They had been by my side and talking to me until a moment ago, but I asked for a little alone time to compose myself. I might have been a little selfish, I admit, but honestly, I hadn't expected this myself. To be this excited for a ceremony with the man I truly came to love. It's strange. My heart won't stop pounding. In fact, the more time passes, the faster it beats. I wasn't even this nervous at the engagement party with Morrow. I can't quite explain how I feel right now. There's a vague anxiety about the future, a fear of whether we can maintain a good marriage. But more than that, I'm simply happy. The feeling of joy overflowing in my chest is greater than the anxiety. I can't sort out my feelings at all. Honestly, I'm quite flustered inside. This is utterly unlike me, but it's not a bad feeling. Maybe it's okay not to be myself, just for today. As that thought crossed my mind. Knock, knock. Young Lady Letitia-sama, it is Sebas. I have come for the veil down. Sebas had arrived. This was the final touch before the ceremony. Section. Ah, crap. My stomach feels like it's going to flip over from the nervousness. And seriously, my heart feels like it's going to explode. I stood before the altar, desperately trying to calm my heartbeat while waiting for the bride's entrance. The chapel was packed with the mansion's maids and the people of the Audrent territory. And of course, all their eyes were on me. Ah, what was the flow of the ceremony again? After this, Letitia and Sebas would walk down the aisle. I'd do the veil up, then the vows and the rings. Ah, no, the veil up is after the vows and the exchange of rings. This is such a pain. I'm so nervous. I'm so scared. Why does the order of a wedding have to be so ridiculously detailed? Slightly on the verge of tears, I waited for Letitia. Then, the bride entering now, the priest announced. I instantly composed myself. At the same moment, the chapel's front doors opened, and the 2 of them appeared. Sebas escorting her as the bride's attendant, and then Letitia dressed in a pure white gown and a thin veil. The moment I saw her, all the nervousness and distracting thoughts vanished completely from my head. Wow. She's beautiful. That was the only thing I could think of. Inadvertently, it was the same thought I had the very first time I saw her. The same words that came to mind when she first arrived at my house as my bride. I fell in love with Letitia all over again. But her beauty, clad in a wedding dress, was beyond words. She looked like an angel, no, a goddess. Letitia, escorted by Sebas, walked slowly down the aisle, over the long, deep red carpet. Finally, she stood right next to me. W, what is it? Is there something on my face? She whispered. Huh. Oh no, I just think you're beautiful. Truly, I was mesmerized. Is that so? Well, I'll take it as a compliment, she replied, flustered. It's not a compliment. You are the most beautiful woman in the world right now. Oh, Albin, but I'm happy, thank you. Even through the veil, I could tell her face was flushed crimson and she was smiling. Ah, I see. I wasn't the only one whose heart felt like it was going to burst from nervousness. Knowing that, I felt calmer now. Now, Lord Albin, you must do your best for the rest, Sebas whispered with a wink as he finished his roll and took his seat away from the aisle. Letitia and I stood side by side before the altar, waiting for the priest's words. Then, Albin Audrent, the groom, do you take Letitia Audrent as your wife, to have and to hold in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, to cherish and love until death parts you, for as long as you shall live? I do. Letitia Audrent, the bride, do you take Albin Audrent as your husband, to have and to hold in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, to honor and love until death parts you, for as long as you shall live? I do. Then the exchange of rings. The priest handed us the rings, and we turned to face each other. As I went to slip the ring onto Letitia's finger, I noticed her hand was trembling slightly. Letitia. I'm sorry, I'm a little scared now after all, she murmured, her voice trembling just like her hand. Can a disgraced noble lady like me really be happy? Do I deserve to be happy? Of course you deserve it, I answered, my tone resolute against her anxiety. No, I will make you happy, absolutely. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. I smiled, looking into Letitia's tearful eyes. It was a smile meant to reassure her, and a declaration of resolve to myself. So, look. This is that promise, I said, gently slipping the gold ring onto her slender, beautiful ring finger. Yeah, the size is perfect. She still trembled for a moment, but then, Albin, I'm truly happy right now. I think this is the happiest moment of my life. She took my hand and slipped the ring onto my finger. Me too. But Letitia, it's too soon to decide this is the happiest moment, isn't it? What? I told you I'd make you the happiest woman in the world. I'll make you feel that this is the happiest moment again and again in the future. So this moment is only the beginning. Oh my, if the happiest moments keep happening, do you think we won't be able to decide on the real happiest moment until we're old and gray? Exactly. Hee, well, that just gives us something to look forward to in life. Letitia chuckled softly. Ah, she really does look best when she smiles. If I can protect this smile, I'll do anything. I placed my hand on the veil covering Letitia's face and lifted it, and then, immediately after, the chapel erupted in thunderous applause, and the excitement reached its peak. Chapter 2, a villainous couple enrolls in the academy, the villain Baron under his wife's thumb. 6 months had passed. 6 months since Letitia and I happily became husband and wife. While we still felt like newlyweds, our married life looked something like this. Albin, this report, you've made a calculation mistake in the numbers again. Really? I always tell you to pass the paperwork you're not good at to me, don't I? Well, yeah, but you're already helping with so much other work, Letitia. Since I married into this house, it's only natural that I do that much. Here, I'm done with my tasks, so send over the unfinished ones. Then this and this. Yes, I've received them. Also, the room is getting messy. I'll clean it up later, so hurry up and finish your work. I'll do my best. I, the husband, was completely under Letitia's thumb. Seriously, my wife was too competent. Not only handling the paperwork, but she also revised the management of the Audrent territory and actively listened to the voices of the people. Beyond that, she had recently started handling general household chores. She helped with the mansion's cleaning, cooking, and laundry, and was particularly devoted to taking care of my personal needs. As a result, her popularity with the maids was incredible. Work has gotten so much easier since Lady Letitia came. Lady Letitia is a duke's daughter, yet she's not haughty at all. We're so glad Lady Letitia married into the Audrent family. I heard comments like that every single day. Man, Letitia is so much more capable than I am. She's like a corporate power woman. Lately, I've even felt like I, the head of the house, was fading into the background. I didn't know whether to be happy or sad about it. You look rather glum, Lord Albin. Sebas entered the room, having just missed Letitia. He had brewed some tea. Do I? Yes, you have the expression of a man wondering. Am I really the head of the Audrent house, or is it my wife? Stop hitting the nail on the head. It only complicates my feelings further. Ha 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 ha, what a truly luxurious problem to have. Although, this kind of life will only continue for a little while longer. You're right. I turned 16 last month. Letitia also had her birthday a bit earlier than me, so she was 16 now. A noble turning 16. That meant it was time to enroll in the Royal Academy. The Magdala Familia Royal Academy. It was a venerable institution that every noble in the Valrund kingdom attended at some point. We would study academics, culture, martial arts, and magic here, gaining the refinement necessary for nobility. Enrollment favored the nobility. Anyone with a barony or higher could easily gain entrance. While commoners were allowed to enroll, only a select few were admitted. On the surface, it seemed like a typical upper-class school, but in reality, it was a hyper-elite training ground. If one's grades fell even slightly below the academy's standards, they would be immediately expelled, regardless of whether they were the eldest son of a ducal house or a royal relative. Furthermore, the competition among students was fierce. The saying, "talent knows no rank," was lived out there. It was famously described as easy to enter, extremely difficult to graduate, with some years seeing half of the incoming class expelled. As a result, many people considered a noble fully qualified only after they had completed the 3 years at the Royal Academy and received their graduation certificate. In short, graduating from the Royal Academy was a status symbol for nobles. Once you enroll in the Royal Academy, you will begin dormitory life in the royal capital. Although it is only for 3 years, I must say, I shall be lonely without the two of you. Are you not considering the possibility of us being expelled and returning midway? I asked. Impossible. I am already looking forward to seeing which of you will graduate at the top of the class. That's a lot of faith you have in us. A butler must have faith in his master, after all. Then I'm entrusting the Audrent territory entirely to you for those 3 years. I'm counting on you, Sebas. Rest assured, my lord. By the way, he said, regarding your enrollment, I have a piece of bad news to relay. Bad news? What? Bad news about my enrollment? What does that even mean? I'm not sure I want to hear this. It appears that several nobles have issued statements criticizing you, saying, Alban Audrent is unsuitable for the Royal Academy. And why is that exactly? In addition to your previous bad reputation, framing Duke Morrow was likely the decisive factor. For your information, all those who issued statements were individuals connected to the Bertelli family. What a pain in the ass. Currently, my public reputation was split in two. I had both defenders and critics. One side saw me as the wise lord who rescued young Lady Letitia and brought Duke Morrow's evil deeds to light. The other side saw me as the worst tyrant, just as the rumors claimed, who framed Duke Morrow out of spite. Those who knew of Duke Morrow's outrageous behavior and the desolate state of the Bertelli territory tended to defend us. His Excellency Crayon was one such example. While his old friendship with Sebas was certainly a factor, he had been an ally to us ever since that incident. However, a segment of the nobility insisted that a baron conspiring against a duke is inexcusable. They flaunted their power-centric ideology. These were the same people who were originally connected to the Bertelli family and had been profiting under Morrow. Amusingly, these types were too afraid of incurring the Barrow-ducal family's wrath to criticize Letitia, so they only directed their criticism at me. How ridiculous. Should I just ruin them all along with Morrow? I mused. You must not, Lord Alban. Even His Excellency Crayon would be unable to defend you then. It's a joke, a joke. So, what's the result of these critical statements for me? With the assistance of His Excellency Crayon, the conclusion reached was a compromise, that you should take an examination. An examination. Normally, when a noble's child enrolls in the Royal Academy, proving they are the child of a certain house is enough to waive them in. While a certain amount of money is usually necessary, traditionally, no kind of examination is held. The idea is that the noble bloodline, inherited from ancestors, is proof enough of their excellence. An entrance exam for a noble is something I've certainly never heard of. Yes, while the content is likely to be a mere formality, you should still exercise caution, just in case. There's no telling what kind of harassment these political enemies will try to pull, What a pain in the ass. Me being subjected to an exam is blatant discrimination. Well, whatever. I don't know what kind of exam they have planned, but if they think they can fail this Alban Audrent, they can certainly try. Section. Off to the royal capital. Lady Letitia, please stay well in the royal capital. If you ever have any hardships, please return to this mansion anytime. The vegetables we planted together, Lady Letitia, I'll send them to you when they grow. Waza. The day Letitia and I were set to travel to the royal capital, the mansion's maids came out to the main gate to see us off, offering their individual farewells. Primarily directed at Letitia. Everyone, don't be so sad. I'll be back in 3 years, Letitia reassured them. We know, but I want to accompany you, Lady Letitia. I don't want to leave you. I'll become your lady-in-waiting too. Me too, please. That won't do. If you all leave, who will manage this mansion and the territory? As servants of the Audrent family, you must fulfill your duties properly. Why, Lady Letitia, you're strict but so kind, so wonderful. The maids were crying buckets of tears, reluctant to part with Letitia. Since she had started helping with all the household chores, including the domestic work, the maids must have been greatly relieved. In addition, she kept track of their working conditions and listened to their concerns. By now, all the staff deeply trusted and respected Letitia, recognizing her as the true madam of the Audrent barony. She had become an indispensable person to the Audrent family. I understood their sadness at parting. I got it, but why were they all crowding around Letitia and completely ignoring me? I was the head of the house, after all. Couldn't they be just a little sad to see me go? Ha 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 ha, young Lady Letitia-sama is truly popular. Sebas chuckled. Ha ha ha, right. Do not be disheartened, my lord. They are all sad to part with you in their hearts, you know. I'd be happier if they'd actually voice what's in their hearts. Do not sulk, my lord. It is time for your departure. Letitia and I got into the carriage and closed the door. It would be a journey of several days. I hoped my hips and rear wouldn't scream in pain before we arrived at the royal capital. Lord Alban. If you ever require the strength of this Sebas, contact me anytime. And also, do try to keep your villainy moderate. Sebas said with a wink and a smile. Yeah, I'll try to keep it moderate, I replied, as if we had planned it. The fact that Sebas didn't tell me not to commit villainy showed he understood me well. That's my butler. Snap! The sound of the reins cracking echoed. The 2 horses began to walk, and the carriage pulled away from the mansion. I never imagined being sent off so warmly, Letitia murmured softly. I was never sent off like this when I left the Barrow house or the Birdully house. Are you lonely? I asked. Yes, a little. Then that's a good thing. What? Because it means you have a home to truly return to, right? Yes, you're right. Letitia's lips curved slightly into a smile. Indeed, the Audrent family is now the place I should return to. Section. After approximately 5 days, resting at inns along the way, we arrived at the royal capital. As expected, my hips and rear were completely sore by the time we reached the city. Long carriage rides really were a form of torture, seriously painful. In contrast to my pained expression, Letitia looked perfectly fine. She said she was used to long trips by carriage. The city around the castle was crowded with countless buildings and full of energy. The number of people and houses couldn't compare to the Audrent territory. It truly felt like a metropolis. The carriage passed through the downtown area and entered a certain compound. The Magdala Familia Royal Academy, a massive, cathedral-like structure sat on a vast property. We would spend 3 years here, assuming we weren't expelled. Though the possibility of Letitia and I failing academically is unthinkable. The carriage stopped in front of what looked like the dormitory building, when we opened the door and stepped out. Welcome, Lord Alban Audrent and Lady Letitia Barrow-sama. 2 young gentlemen greeted us. They didn't seem like academy teachers. They were probably dormitory staff. Lady Letitia-sama's room is prepared, and Lord Alban-sama's examination preparations are complete. All right, take me there quickly, I told the attendant. Wait, Alban, what examination? Letitia asked. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to humor them with a boring sideshow. Leaving that for Letitia, I followed one of the gentlemen. My luggage, well, Letitia and the staff can handle it. I hadn't told her anything about being forced to take an exam to enroll in the Royal Academy. I figured that if Letitia knew I was being treated so differently despite being her husband, she would definitely start complaining. If she tried to pick a fight with the academy or the opposing nobles, it would just complicate things further. Besides, it wouldn't be as much fun. So, what's the exam about? The examiner is waiting ahead. Please inquire with him for the details. After walking through the grounds for a while, we reached an open area that looked like a training field. There were wooden dummies for sword practice and wooden boards with bullseyes drawn on them, probably for archery or magic targets. I kind of expected this, but it doesn't look like a simple written test. What a pain. I walked toward the center of the field, where a man who looked like a teacher was waiting. Instructor Bastian, I have brought Baron Alban Audrent. Thank you, I look forward to. You're late, the teacher Bastian bellowed the moment I arrived. To keep a teacher of the esteemed Royal Academy waiting is inexcusable. Do you even intend to enroll? Annoying. I figured the examiner would be bribed, but they sent this type. Couldn't they have picked someone with a quieter voice? The carriage arrived pretty much on schedule, and I'm not late, am I? You just chose to wait here on your own, didn't you? You insolent brat, how dare you speak to me like that? I could fail you for poor conduct alone, you know. Oh really, that's interesting. What would Lady Letitia say if she heard that the examiner failed me without even giving an exam? I bet the news would leak to the Barrow House. Or maybe I should tell His Excellency Crayon. Che, what a disgusting brat. Bastian's voice immediately dropped. Did he think I'd be intimidated if he acted aggressively? If so, he's an idiot. Poor choice of examiner. Anyway, this is a hassle, so let's just finish the exam quickly. My hips and butt are killing me from the long journey. HMPH, fine. Then first, cast a spell at that target. Bastian pointed to one of the bullseye targets. Isn't magic something we're supposed to learn after enrolling? What? Can't the Baron from the countryside even use basic magic? Most highborn nobles acquire at least a minimum of knowledge and skill before entering the academy. That's definitely a lie. Sure, a few individuals from certain families who emphasize magic might learn a few spells before entering. But that's the exception. Most nobles don't acquire magic before enrolling. Why? Because they don't use it. A noble's child isn't going to fight monsters like an adventurer. I see. I was wondering what method they'd use to fail me, but this is a laughably childish tactic. I was speechless with disbelief. Can't use magic after all. Too bad, then I'll have to fail. All right, is this good enough? I thrust my right arm forward. Darkness flame. I cast a mixed magic spell of dark and fire attributes. A roaring surge of reddish-black flames erupted, completely incinerating and erasing the bullseye target. Bastian was dumbfounded, his face a vacant mask. That's priceless. Exactly the face I expected. W8 mixed magic. Why, even I can't cast that. Oh, my apologies. Does mixing just two attributes not even qualify as basic? I thought this much was fundamental for a Royal Academy teacher. I said, chuckling softly. Mixed magic was an advanced spell that combined multiple attributes, making it notoriously difficult to handle. Why could I cast such a spell? Because Sebas taught me, of course. Sebas didn't just teach me swordsmanship. Even after mastering the blade, I took advantage of every free moment to learn magic and all kinds of combat techniques from him. I inherited all the techniques Sebas had acquired on the battlefield. Alban Audrent was born with innate genius. That applied to magic, too. I mastered spells as soon as they were taught, and I could now wield many advanced spells. I could mix up to 3 attributes in my mixed magic, and I could even use a few S-rank spells. Frankly, my magical ability was probably on par with, or even surpassed, the teachers at the Royal Academy. Sebas vouched for it. What happens when a lazy genius applies himself to effort? The answer is me. So, pass or fail. WL, that is. If you say fail, you'll have to show me a more advanced spell than that. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Go peep as you pass. Much obliged, next test. Swordsmanship. Bastian grabbed 2 wooden swords, tossing one to me. Swordsmanship is the most fundamental refinement for a noble. We shall have a mock match now. If you can land a single blow on me, you pass. Isn't it a bit arbitrary to expect an incoming student to beat the teacher? Silence. Are you intimidated now? I'll fail you immediately if you are. I can't be bothered anymore. Did he truly think he could fail me with this kind of bullying tactic? Setting aside this idiot teacher, didn't the bribing nobles do any background check on me? If they'd checked even a little, they wouldn't use this ridiculous method. I was taught swordsmanship by Sebas, for crying out loud. Sebas Christian, a man who this weakling couldn't even compare to. Here I come, take this. Bastion charged with a wild swing, but I easily dodged it. He continued with a flurry of strikes, but I held the wooden sword in one hand and blocked every single one. What's wrong? I'm only using one hand so far, I taunted. Don't you dare mock me, you brat. The brat is you. I swung my wooden sword for the first time, and shattered Bastion's wooden sword. The power and durability of a weapon change depending on the wielder. Hence the saying, a true master does not choose their weapon. Sebas often told me that. Huh, Bastion stared blankly. 1 point for me. I quickly brought my wooden sword down and slammed it onto the top of Bastion's head. I put a decent amount of force into it out of spite, and my wooden sword also shattered upon impact. Jaya, Bastion screamed, clutching his severely dented head and writhing on the ground. So much for teacher dignity. Weak. I crouched right next to Bastion, peering into his face. I made my expression as wicked as possible. Weak, 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 weak. You are too weak. Are you really a Royal Academy teacher? Chiek. What's next? A fight with real blades? Or a magic duel? Come on, entertain me more. Come on. With this type of person, I wouldn't be satisfied until I completely broke his spirit. Letitia might stop me if she were here, but she was safely in the dormitory. I wasn't as kind as Letitia. I was going to hurt him until he cried and apologized, and then, that is quite enough. Just then, a voice came from behind me. Headmaster Faust. I turned to see a frail old man standing there. Judging by his aura, he was much older than even Sebas or His Excellency Crayon. His body was thin, only skin and bones, and his back was entirely hunched. Faust, I knew that name, Faust Melchizedek, the headmaster of the Magdala Familia Royal Academy and one of the Valrand Kingdom's foremost archmages. He was a prodigious man rumored to have lived for 200 years in a human body, having mastered all forms of magic. He muttered HMPH upon seeing me. I see, so you are Baron Alban Audrent. Your skill is just as I was told. You know of me. That young pup Crayon recommended you. Said you were a genius that comes once in a century. His Excellency Crayon, he was acting as the central figure defending Alban. That alone was greatly appreciated, but to think he had even recommended me to Headmaster Faust. I was profoundly grateful. Headmaster Faust, this man assaulted a teacher. He must be punished immediately, Bastion wailed. Bastion, pack your belongings and leave the academy immediately. I have no need for incompetence that results in such a pitiful blunder against a mere incoming student. Headmaster Faust dismissed him flatly. Bastion was stunned. Wow, as expected of the leader of a hyper-elite training ground, he's harsh. But, Headmaster, that is too much. I said you are unqualified to be a teacher. Now be gone. Damn it. Bastion slumped, his voice weak. He's finished. He got bribed by the nobles, and not only did he fail to do his job, but he was expelled from the academy himself. He wouldn't have a place in the country anymore. His only options were to flee abroad or wander until he died. Now, Alban Audrent. Headmaster Faust turned to me. I approve your enrollment in the Royal Academy. Dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to your studies. Yes, thank you, sir. HMPH, a good answer for a young man. However, I have one piece of advice for you. Refrain from tormenting the teaching staff unnecessarily in the future. You must realize that you are but a student. With that, Headmaster Faust slowly shuffled away. Crap, he put me on notice. Well, he let me off this time, though. I should be careful not to overdo it in the future, yes. All right, now I have to figure out how to explain this to Letitia when I get back to the dormitory. Section. I'm going to submit a letter of protest to this academy. Letitia frowned, looking intensely displeased. I'll expose the corruption between the teachers and the external nobles. Don't do it, Letitia. It's fine, isn't it? It's over now. It is not fine. She slammed her hand on the table. My husband was almost failed by a ridiculous, unfair exam. What wife wouldn't be angry about that? Do you honestly think I would have been failed even if I made a tiny mistake? Well, impossible. Just calm down. I gently soothed Letitia. To be honest, it would be satisfying to pick a fight with the academy through Letitia, but I'd just been warned by the headmaster. I should try to behave a little. I wanted to avoid any more trouble. More importantly, though, more than that, don't you feel something is strange about this situation, Letitia? Strain. The fact that you and I are sharing a room. First off, the Royal Academy dormitories were segregated by gender. That was a given. If you crammed adolescents of the opposite sex into the same building with free access, what kind of situation would ensue? Even an idiot could figure that out. A monkey could figure it out, even. At least the men would turn into monkeys. So, naturally, I expected to be assigned a room in the boys' dormitory. But Letitia and I were currently in a small, private annex that was neither the boys' nor the girls' dormitory. Apparently, it was a place usually assigned to royals or people who, for various reasons, couldn't be housed with other students. This is weird. We had separate rooms even in the Audrent mansion. I was surprised too. I was initially escorted to the girls' dormitory, but then I was suddenly told it was the headmaster's instruction and was brought here. The headmaster? What was that old man thinking? Did he figure out that Letitia was my emotional break? I don't know the real reason, but this judgment is terrible for an educator. It's like he's asking for trouble. I'm going to talk to the headmaster and see if we can get separate rooms. Oh, really? Are you that unhappy about sharing a room with me, Albin? I'm not unhappy, I'd be ecstatic, but that's not the point. We're husband and wife, aren't we? We'd be sharing a room sooner or later anyway. What's the problem? The problem is I care, I insisted. Oh, really? Who was it that sliced a lady's door open and barged into her room a while ago? She teased. Yes, that was me. Why is she so composed? Could it be, is she inviting me? Is she asking, shall we dance? No, I can't think like that. That's why I'm still a virgin. Besides, I decided to hold off until I graduated from the Royal Academy. If I, by some mistake, got Letitia pregnant, she wouldn't be able to continue her studies. That was not what I wanted. Letitia Barrow was a talented woman. Her talent deserved to be honed. Fine, I give up. If you insist, we'll spend time together like a married couple. However, I insist on putting a partition between the beds. That's a shame. I thought one bed would be enough. Letitia. Just a joke. Thank you, Albin. Good grief. Did she understand my inner conflict or not? No, she probably understood everything and was just teasing me. She was that perceptive, just as expected of my villainous lady. Section, Hugh de Crayon, side view. When I heard you had thrown your support behind that notorious brat Albin, I confess, I thought you had taken leave of your senses. In the headmaster's office at the Royal Academy, I was playing chess with Headmaster Faust. I can understand why you would, I replied. However, my concern was for naught. Now I fully comprehend your feelings. You have witnessed Baron Albin Audrent's talent, then. Indeed, with my own eyes. To think he would so effortlessly handle a teacher of this academy. Headmaster Faust stroked his beard, his expression one of deep admiration. I understood his feelings perfectly. I had felt the same way when I witnessed the duel between Albin Audrent and Morrow Berteley. When Sebas first told me, Lord Albin has turned over a new leaf, I nearly grabbed my head in disbelief. My sworn friend, Sebas, who once raced across battlefields alongside me as a comrade in the Royal Knights, his swordsmanship said to be on par with mine, the Knight Commander. His claim that he had passed on all his combat arts was no exaggeration. From what I have observed, Baron Albin Audrent is already stronger than Sebas was in his prime. He is beloved by the god of talent. There is simply no other explanation. HMPH. A genius who comes once in 100, no, perhaps once in 1,000 years. Yet dangerous. Headmaster Faust moved his piece with a quiet detachment, continuing the conversation. He was, as ever, immensely skilled. The fellow harbors a demon in his heart. He is strong, proud, and he does not drown in his talent, thus he is merciless. He cannot help but trample his adversaries. Truly, the vessel of a tyrant. Is that why you placed him in the same room as young Lady Letitia-sama? Did you not tell me that she serves as the break for Albin Audrent? Ah, yes, that is right indeed. I moved my piece in turn, the queen. If Baron Audrent is the vessel of a tyrant, young Lady Letitia is the vessel of a wise consort. She will, eventually, become the woman he cannot live without. Wise lord, tyrant, consort. These are all two sides of the same coin. Yet, if those two sides were to align without turning their backs on one another, Heth, I look forward to seeing what those two will become. Indeed, and with the new school rules coming into effect this year, hark, checkmate. I yield. Section, the villainous lady is inevitably harassed. The entrance ceremony, the headmaster's address, the national anthem, those bothersome events were finally almost over. But why were headmaster speeches always so long and tedious? I wasn't looking down on Headmaster Faust. I could sense his greatness. I understood the gravity of his words, but as a student listening to them, I simply couldn't help but feel drowsy. It was a kind of curse embedded in the very setting of a headmaster's speech, truly. NGH, still sleepy, I yawned widely, sitting on a long bench in the courtyard. Still, I felt a lot of eyes on me. Is that the infamous Baron Alban Audrent? Did you hear? He supposedly beat up a teacher before enrollment. There was the Duke Morrow incident, too. We shouldn't get involved with him. Students watch me from a distance, whispering rumors. Sigh, well, I guess I've become the Academy's resident celebrity. As long as they don't try to pick a fight, I don't really care. My ultimate goal in this Royal Academy was to graduate without being ruined. With Letitia, of course. I still couldn't recall the entire fantasy novel plot, but Alban Audrent definitely got ruined after losing a duel to the protagonist. That much was certain. I was supposed to be hit with the full combo. Exit the story, expulsion from the academy, and revocation of my title. The thought alone is terrifying. But I'd befriended Letitia, the catalyst for Alban's ruin, so the only remaining concern was the protagonist. I still couldn't vividly recall what that protagonist was like. What was his face like? What was his title? Damn it, I can't remember. In any case, avoiding trouble was the best policy. If I could get through 3 years without incident, that would be ideal. Well, if some idiot does try to pick a fight, I'll crush them utterly. Come to think of it, Letitia hasn't come back yet. Where did she go? I had been with her until just a moment ago, but she'd said, "I'm going to go pick some flowers," and hadn't returned. Logically, she just went to the nearest restroom. But I had a bad feeling. I should go check. I just hoped she hadn't gotten herself into trouble. I got up from the bench and walked toward the nearest restroom. Then, figures. Letitia was cornered against the wall by 3 female students. The atmosphere was clearly not one of socializing. Letitia Barrow, how dare you show your face at the academy? There's no place here for a disgraced duke's daughter, is there? Because of you, Moro-sama. How do you plan to take responsibility? Letitia let out a weary sigh at the 3 girls' words. Moro got what he deserved. Besides, where I choose to be is none of your business. HMPH. You're an eyesore, Letitia Barrow, just being in our sight. That's right, get out of the academy right now. The girls were savagely harassing Letitia. What should I do with these girls? Let me be clear, I have no intention of being kind to any woman but Letitia. While I know I should be courteous to women, anyone who harms my precious wife is a different story. Besides, I'm a villain, right? It's not like I'm against hitting a woman, being a villain and all. Though, I'd at least hit her somewhere other than the face. Thinking that, I prepared to step in and rescue Letitia. But just then, "Hey you girls, stop that right now." A male student stepped between them. "Oh, really?" I muttered, momentarily taken aback. The student had short blonde hair and sharp, earnest features. He was an undeniably handsome young man with a very positive air about him. Honestly, he might be better looking than me. Who are you?" one of the girls asked. I told you to stop. Ganging up and bullying someone, are you nobles or what? Why, you have nothing to do with this. Go away. I refuse. If you continue, I'll have to take appropriate action. HMPH, fine. Let's go. The trio of girls left, looking bored. The handsome young man turned to Letitia. Are you all right? Honestly, some students can be so spiteful. I am fine. Thank you very much for your help. Don't worry about thanking me. I just couldn't stand by and watch. The young man moved slightly closer to Letitia. Ah, no, don't get any closer. I think I might get jealous. Hey, Alban. I quickly rushed up to them, wedging myself between the two. Thanks for helping my wife, handsome, but don't get any closer to her. Oh, she's your wife, my apologies. The young man quickly backed away. Good, he can read the room. A noble couple getting married at 16 wasn't uncommon. So there were bound to be married students at the Royal Academy. The young man must have realized that. He studied my face for a moment. Are you perhaps? No, you are Baron Alban Audrent, aren't you? The young man asked, a flash of recognition in his eyes. Yeah, I am. I knew it. You're especially famous among commoners, so I recognized you instantly. Commoners? Ah, well, the young man looked slightly awkward. I'm from a commoner background. I was admitted after passing the honors exam. Wow, that's amazing. The Magdala Familia Royal Academy was a super elite school where the student body was almost entirely composed of nobles. However, enrollment was possible for non-nobles. But in that case, unlike the nobles who were practically waved in, they had to take what was called the honors exam. As the name suggested, it tested the students on academics, morality, martial arts, and everything in between, requiring them to prove they possessed talent and character superior to the nobility despite being commoners. Thus, only those of exceptional caliber could pass. I'd heard that over 100 commoners challenged the honors exam every year, but only 2 or 3 passed. It was a fiercely narrow gate. In exchange, all enrollment fees and tuition were waived, making it an object of admiration for commoners. To pass such a difficult exam, this young man might be quite competent. Wait a minute. Doesn't he seem vaguely familiar? I feel like I've seen that face somewhere before, too. Hold on. I distinctly remember that in the fantasy novel, the commoner student who was Alban Audrent's contemporary was. You're a legend among commoners, talked about as the wise lord who judged the crimes of the duke who oppressed his people. Is that so? By the way, could I ask your name? Ah, how rude of me. The young man quickly extended his hand. I'm Lionel Highland, just call me Leo, it's a pleasure. Pleased to meet you. I shook his hand. In that instant, I finally remembered. Lionel Highland. That was the name of the fantasy novel's protagonist, the name of the man who would eventually ruin me. Section, Class F. Having encountered Lionel, Letitia and I were heading toward our first class. It was an unexpected meeting. I never thought I'd run into the protagonist like this. Lionel Highland, the one who would eventually duel me and bring about my downfall. The novel's protagonist, the hero who would rescue and lead many comrades and defeat evil. He was a grim reaper to me. In the fantasy novel, Alban dueled Lionel and lost. I was supposed to be hit with the full combo. Exit the story, expulsion from the academy, and revocation of my title. The thought alone is terrifying. However, the current me was different from the Alban Audrent in the fantasy novel. I had sought Sebas's guidance and honed myself to avoid ruin. I wouldn't be defeated so easily. No, wait, that's too much of a hassle. Should I just ruin him first? Should I ruin Lionel? Should I make the first move, using every possible means to drive him out of the academy? Setting him up with a conspiracy would be great. Faking an accident to injure him would also work. The methods are endless. Somehow just thinking about it is fun. I truly feel like a villain when I think like this. Alban, your face looks rather frightening, Letitia murmured, walking beside me. Does it? Were you jealous of Leo, perhaps? Wah, no way, I wouldn't be jealous. But you had that expression you get when you're planning some villainy. Well, yes. Shall I guess? You were thinking about how to drive Lionel out of the academy, weren't you? How did you? I stopped mid-sentence, quickly covering my mouth, but it was too late. She sighed, and I knew it look on her face. I know, of course. I am your wife. That's not an answer. Yes, it is a perfectly sufficient answer. More importantly, may I say one thing? She stepped in front of me, stopping and turning around. I am grateful that Lionel helped me, truly. But no matter what happens, my husband is only you. Letitia. I won't be drawn to him, because I know Alban Audrent is far more appealing. So please, don't be so afraid. Was she trying to encourage me? She probably thought I was trying to eliminate Lionel out of sheer jealousy. I was just trying to avoid ruin, though. Well, I did feel a little jealous just now, but still, that made me happy. To hear her say that. She's right. I'm not the Alban Audrent from the fantasy novel. I'm a great villain, not some small-time thug. Then, like a villain, I should stand tall and fight the hero head-on. That's right, what am I afraid of? Come at me anytime. I'll make him feel to the very marrow of his bones how terrifying a great evil with someone to protect can be. As that thought settled, we arrived at the front of our classroom. I didn't know if this was the headmaster's plot too, but my wife and I were in the same class. Literally, we would be together with Letitia 24 hours a day, from good morning to good night. I was happy about it, sure. But imagining that old man gleefully orchestrating this situation made my chest tight. It felt like an overbearing relative was meddling in my life. Though, I don't actually have an uncle. The class Letitia and I belonged to was Class F, the F class, out of A through F. Well then, I slid the classroom door open. What met my eyes were 2 empty seats, and 8 students, a nervous, short girl, a girl with extreme blonde vertical ringlets, a tall man wearing glasses, a tanned man who looked like a playboy, a twin-tailed girl with a smirk, a muscular, red-haired man with an undercut, a sullen-eyed girl whose mouth was covered by a mask, and finally, a short-haired, blonde, earnest-looking man. Wait, what? Huh, isn't that Baron Audrent and Lady Letitia? Leo. There he was. Lionel Highland, the very person I had just encountered. No way, seriously, out of all the classes, why did it have to be this one? I can't believe we're in the same class. This is great, Lionel exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, you're right. I had just thought, come at me a minute ago, but not like this. I thought my heart was going to stop for a second. Excuse me, but could you please be quiet in the classroom? The girl with the blonde ringlets cautioned, looking slightly annoyed. Humbled by her reprimand, the 3 of us took our seats. The class had 10 students, including my wife and me. It was a surprisingly strange class. Their titles and ranks were clearly not unified. It was obvious at a glance. There were students who looked like the children of major nobles, and there were commoners like Lionel. I had assumed class assignments would at least consider social standing. Hello, everyone, a teacher said, smiling broadly as she entered the room. She was a female teacher with a ponytail and extremely thin, slit-like eyes. At first glance, she looked gentle, though she radiated an unknown, oppressive aura and had absolutely no openings. I am Paula Velvet, and I'll be teaching Class F. I'll be your teacher starting today, so let's have a great time. Oh dear, why is everyone so quiet? Teacher, a question if I may. A classmate raised his hand abruptly. The tall man with glasses. Let's see, you're Ivan Scottish Kun, right? Go ahead and ask. Why am I in the same class as this lot? He asked, sounding extremely disgusted. Immediately, every student's gaze shifted to Ivan. I am a member of the prestigious Scottish ducal family. I request to be transferred to a class with more refined individuals. Are you implying that we are base and low-born? The muscular, red-haired man, Rowan, shot up from his chair. Ivan's remark had clearly rubbed him the wrong way. That's exactly what I'm implying. You haven't heard the headmaster's words. Forget your ranks while you are a student. That has nothing to do with me. Interesting, Rowan said, his cheek twitching as he clenched his fist. The atmosphere was already a powder keg. Why are you with this lot, you ask? Well, this is the perfect time to explain. Instructor Paula merely smiled softly, making no move to stop the 2 who were about to fight. This is a new rule starting this year, you see. I want one person among you to be chosen as the king who will rule this class. A king? We were all dumbfounded. For a moment, we didn't understand the meaning of Instructor Paula's words. Yes, you will choose only one king, and the other 9 must swear absolute obedience until graduation. If you fail to choose a king within 1 month, you will all be expelled, without exception. What did you say? Ivan slammed his desk and stood up. That's ridiculous. I never heard anything about this before enrollment. Of course not. That's why I said it was a new rule. Teacher, a question? Following Ivan, the playboy-looking man with the tan raised his hand. Yes, Matthias Wolfkun. Go ahead. How do we choose this king? What's the method? I leave that entirely up to you. You can choose based on academic or physical standards, or through negotiation, violence, or money. I won't question the means at all. So, as long as everyone acknowledges him as the king, any method is fine. Exactly. Just one thing, please refrain from murder. It deviates from a student's main purpose. I don't think that's the issue here. Wait, are you saying you would condone murder if it didn't deviate from a student's main purpose? Instructor Paula continued to smile placidly, starting to write names on the blackboard. They were the names of all the classmates. First seat, Shanoa Grain. Second seat, Esther Appleberry. Third seat, Ivan Scottish. Fourth seat, Matthias Wolf. Fifth seat, Lackey Azalea. Sixth seat, Rowan Staragian. 7th seat, Carla Rixon. 8th seat, Lionel Highland. 9th seat, Alban Audrant. 10th seat, Letitia Barrow. Teacher, my name is already Letitia Audrant, Letitia pointed out. Oh, my apologies. The class register still had your old name. Instructor Paula hastily corrected only Letitia's name. Geez, she's a scatterbrain. And I was impressed that Letitia could make a correction in this kind of atmosphere. That's my wife. Her nerve is incredible. I'm sure you've all noticed, but your ranks are all different. Not only that, you share no common ground in your intelligence, talent, or life circumstances. Therefore, you must all use everything you have cultivated until now to tear down the others. From this moment, until the class king is decided, consider everyone to be your enemy. At Instructor Paula's words, the classroom fell silent. Enemies, huh? I knew this was a super elite training ground, but I never thought it would go this far. The new rule was essentially intended to create a deliberate hierarchy within each class. The ruler and the ruled. Who was truly worthy of nobility? Who was the genuine master? That was probably the lesson they were trying to instill. What a brutal thing to ask of students. That headmaster was truly something else. And come to think of it, was there a similar development in the fantasy novel? Ah, I'm starting to remember a little. Yes, there was a story about deciding the greatest student in the class. In the process, the protagonist Lionel and Alban Audrant dueled, and Alban lost. He lost so shamefully that Alban's one-sided grudge began to grow. However, the whole thing started because Alban tried to become the class boss. So, if I didn't try to become the king, the first step toward my ruin shouldn't happen, I think. Unlike the original Alban Audrant, the current me has no interest in power. All I want is to graduate with Letitia without incident. I'll just keep a low profile. Let them choose their own king. A king, you say, then this is simple. Rowan, the muscular, red-haired man in the 6th seat, suddenly yelled with glee. The strongest is the only one worthy of being the king. We should have a duel involving everyone, and the last one standing should be the king. Oh dear, how barbaric, Esther, the girl with blonde ringlets in the 2nd seat, said, opening her fan with a snap and hiding her mouth. The king must be elegant and pure. A fighting-only monkey is only suited to be a pawn, wouldn't you agree? Oh ho ho ho. Why you? Rowan growled. Please, let's not fight, even if we are enemies, we're still classmates. Shanoa, the nervous girl in the 1st seat, tried to mediate between Rowan and Esther. She's right, Matthias in the 4th seat interjected. This should be settled with wealth like a true king would. This man definitely looks rich. You should all submit to me quietly. I'll guarantee you a comfortable life for the rest of your lives, even after graduation. Matthias Wolfmarquis. The Wolf Marquisate was famous for having assets that rivaled some dukes. Consequently, the people of the Wolf Marquisate are notorious for using money to do literally everything. HMPH, that's absurd. Ivan in the 3rd seat sneered, pushing up his glasses with his finger. Money is just low class. A king is a king because of his authority. Oh really? And you think you have that authority? Matthias challenged. Of course, I am the heir to the Scottish ducal family. The Scottish ducal family, as far as I knew, they were the highest-ranking family among the classmates. They likely held the same or more authority than the Bertelli ducal family, although not as much as the Barrow ducal family. Hess, authority? Well, I know of a young lady here who was born into a higher authority than yours, don't I? Matthias glanced in a certain direction. His gaze landed on Letitia. Letitia Barrow, now Lady Letitia Audrant Baroness, what do you think? Isn't that a rather nasty way to ask? After all, she was expelled from the Barrow family, wasn't she? Esther mocked with a small laugh. Matthias had definitely said that with subtle malice. I'm gonna make those two cry someday. Maybe now. I wasn't gentle enough to stay silent when my wife was insulted. Just as that thought crossed my mind. Teacher, may I ask a question? Letitia asked Instructor Paula, her eyes still closed. Yes, what is it, Letitia-san? Can the king be nominated from someone other than oneself? Of course. Any method is acceptable. Then there is only one thing I can say. She took a deep breath. The only person worthy of being the king of this class is my husband, Alban Audrant. Section, who is worthy of being king. How did this happen? I was now inside the duel arena, a sword at my hip. I wanted to question why there was a dangerous place like a duel arena inside the academy, but considering that duels were common among nobles and most students were nobles, maybe it wasn't that strange. Besides, this was the world of a fantasy novel after all. So, 3 against 1 is really fine with you? Ivan asked, confirming the arrangement. In front of me stood Ivan, Matthias, and Rowan, all armed with their respective weapons. Ivan had a one-handed sword, Matthias had a long-handled spear, Rowan had a massive battle axe. All 3 were armed with what was likely their most favored weapon. Yeah, that's fine. I couldn't back down now. I couldn't betray my wife's expectations. Now, why did I suddenly end up in a sweaty duel with 3 guys? The story goes back a bit. Section: The only person worthy of being the king of this class is my husband, Alban Audrent. Huh? I was momentarily speechless at Letitia's declaration. Alban Audrent? Matthias and every other classmate's eyes were on me. I'm not sure what to say to all this attention. All I wanted was to graduate without being ruined. Letitia, why did you nominate me? Seriously. PFF, ha 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 ha. Just then, Ivan burst into loud laughter. Baron Audrent, the one who is notorious for being the absolute worst, is worthy of being the king. That's a masterpiece. Letitia glared at him with a chilling intensity. Her eyes were terrifying, even to me, her husband. Good grief. Did he completely win you over after helping you get revenge on Duke Bertulli? Even if you've fallen, you're still a duke's daughter. You should recommend someone more suitable for your station, even if he is your husband. Huh, wait, that last comment really pissed me off. We might be of different ranks, but his words made it sound like we were completely unsuitable as a couple, too. That's too much. Fine, if you want to fight, I'd be happy to give you one, I thought, standing up from my seat, but Letitia was faster. She strode right up to Ivan and forcefully grabbed the lapels of his uniform. Hey, what? Ivan gasped. Retract that, she commanded. What? I said retract it. I will absolutely not permit an insult to my husband. Alban is not the worst baron. The sheer intensity was overwhelming. Her voice and gaze were so terrifying they could freeze your spine, like a blade of ice pressed against your throat. Even I, her husband, would tremble. A true display of the villainous lady's might, though she'd probably get angry if I called her that. If you refuse to retract that, then. I am sorry, I went too far, I retract it. Ivan conceded quickly. Good. She released Ivan's lapels and calmly returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. Letitia really is incredible. Her nerve might be even greater than mine, but I thought Ivan backed down too easily. Was he a coward after all? Can I say something too? Lionel raised his hand after a brief silence. This isn't getting anywhere, so how about we just... Section, so the consensus became, let's just decide who the strongest is first. We could figure out the rest later. Well, submitting to a weakling would be humiliating, and strong equals great was a simple, clear standard. While mere strength was inadequate, it was better than the situation where the conference dances, but the conference does not move forward. So Lionel's suggestion was reasonable, but then Alban is definitely the strongest. He probably wouldn't lose even 3-on-1. Letitia's one sentence resulted in me actually having to fight 3 against 1. What a pain in the ass, but I couldn't betray my wife's expectations. By the way, the women students, including Letitia and Lionel, were watching from a distance. Instructor Paula would act as the judge for the duel's result. This duel arena has a special magic circle inscribed on it, so you won't feel pain or die from attacks. So, fight to the death with all your might? Instructor Paula was oddly cheerful. Wait, the duel arena is that convenient? I wish that incompetent examiner Bastian had used this place. Ah, but then he probably couldn't have abused me. Serves him right that he got abused instead. However, if a death blow is registered, you will be immobilized. You will be considered defeated at that point, so be careful. Matthias shouldered his long-handled spear. Hey, Alban Audrent. Just so you know, I won't hold back. Yeah, fine by me. Wait, let me fight him first. A duel is only honorable when it's 1-on-1, Rowan, the muscular man, demanded, valuing the tradition of combat. But, I'm just too lazy for that. What? 1-on-1 or 3-on-1? Just get on with it already. There's zero chance you pathetic scrubs can beat me anyway. I could tell with one glance at their movements. Not a single one of them was a match for Seba's. I wasn't saying this because I considered myself a villain and was trying to mock them. There was simply too vast a difference in skill. They just look like vermin. You've got a lot of nerve, Rowan growled, gripping his battle axe, his pride clearly wounded by my words. Ivan and Matthias were also clearly infuriated, completely ready to fight. Then begin, Instructor Paula declared the start of the duel. Immediately, the three of them attacked at once. The killing intent is fine, I suppose, but their movements were chaotic. How boring. Haida. Say. Doria. The three men's attacks were launched at the spot where I was standing. Well, I wasn't there anymore. He disappeared. Where did he? They hadn't even seen me move out of the way. Well, can't be helped. Now die. First one down. I landed lightly behind Rowan and swung my sword, aiming to cleave his neck. Gaga. Too bad, Rowan Staragian is dead. The duel had begun just seconds ago. Ivan and Matthias couldn't hide their surprise. No way, is that a cheat? Do you think I'd resort to such underhanded tactics against people like you? Why you bastard? Ivan and Matthias charged again. Their momentum is good, but fear was seeping into their blades. Two down. I dodged their attack and in passing, struck a blow across Matthias's abdomen. Whoa. Matthias Wolf is dead. Only Ivan Kun remains. CC crap. Ivan, completely panicked, thrust his one-handed sword in front of him, placing his other hand on the blade. Aqua Whip. He cast a water attribute spell. The blade of his one-handed sword was instantly enveloped in water, which then began to whip like a lash. Oh, you can already use magic. I'm a member of the Scottish ducal family, so of course I can do this much. Is that so? Take this. Ivan swung his one-handed sword, and the water whip extended rapidly, lunging at me like a snake. He must have figured he could attack me from outside my range. Child's play. I easily evaded the water whip and closed the distance to Ivan in an instant. HMPH, Ivan yelped. Three down. I swung my blade, aiming to bisect Ivan's torso from shoulder to flank. Ivan Scottish is dead. This duel Alban Audrent wins, Instructor Paula, the judge, declared. Finally done. Letitia praised me. I walked toward her and Letitia greeted me with a gentle smile. Well done, Alban, as expected. Thanks, but you could praise me a little more, you know. That's for when we get back to our room. By the way, Letitia turned and looked at the female students behind her. Would any of you like to cross blades with Alban? She asked with a soft chuckle. The women shook their heads vigorously in unison. And no way. We can't fight a monster like that. Esther, especially, was completely pale, looking at me as if I were something inhuman. Please don't be so scared. We're not going to die while we're in this duel arena. Still, this is embarrassing. Being looked at like that makes me feel proud as a villain, you know? Ahaha. Please. Just then, one of the men muttered. It was Lionel. After watching that fight, I just felt a compelling need to test my own skill. Section. Alban versus Lionel. Now then, are you both prepared? Asked Paula-sensei. Hear that, Leo, Alban replied casually. I'm always ready, Lionel declared. They stood one step outside of striking distance. One more step, and they would plunge into a world where sword met sword in a fight to the death. While I held my sword loosely in one hand, letting my arm hang, Lionel grasped his tightly with both, assuming a serious stance. I can already tell, clear as day, Lionel's strong, way stronger than those three just now. His presence is totally different. Guess it makes sense, seeing as he was the one who consistently curb-stomped Alban Audrent in the original fantasy novel. But is he stronger than the me right now? Protagonist's on. Well, let's see what you've got. Then begin. The very instant Paula-sensei declared the duel open, we moved in perfect sync. Simultaneously, without a shred of hesitation, we both stepped into the striking zone. Clang, the high-pitched shriek of blades locking together, we were locked in a fierce bind. Oh, he blocked it after all. Impressive. I went for the kill pretty much from the first move, you know. Not bad at all, Lionel Highland, I said. The same goes for you, Baron Alban Audrent, Lionel replied intensely. As if rehearsed, we separated our swords and immediately re-engaged in a flurry of counterattacks. Lionel's movements tracked mine perfectly, without the slightest opening. Magnificent. As much as it pains me, I have to admit it. His swordsmanship, his footwork, the way he reads my movements, he's definitely a prodigy, a natural talent. A normal person couldn't even dream of mimicking that. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. At the very least, Lionel's talent is equal to mine. Is this the protagonist's plot armor or something? I ain't got time for this. But how polished is that talent? You're amazing, Leo. I hate to admit it, but to keep up with me like this, I'll give you props for it. I called out, my voice laced with false praise. That is an honor I barely deserve, Lionel responded earnestly. In recognition of that skill, I'll get a little more serious. My probing is over. From here on, I'm going to take you down without mercy, but I won't use magic. I'll break you with pure swordsmanship alone. I gripped my sword tighter, kicked the ground harder with my foot, and then, crouching low, I hid my sword hand behind my torso and practically slid into Lionel's personal space. Cuh. He's panicking, he's panicking. When I pull this move, it makes him misjudge the distance for a split second. Plus, he can't see my hands, so he can't predict my next move. So what's he gonna do? Hiya, Lionel swung his sword wide. Attack can be the greatest defense, depending on the situation. He figures he'll block my unpredictable move with his own attack. That's what you think, right? Without attacking, I evaded Lionel's sword. Still crouched, I circled around behind him, timing my move with his swing. To Lionel, it must have felt like my figure simply vanished from his sight. It's over. I grinned and swung my sword straight at Lionel's back. Game, set, and match. I was certain of it, however. Lionel's body moved. He ducked low and dodged my strike. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. My brain momentarily refused to process the sight before me. He dodged it. Why? How? That was totally a blind spot attack. There you are, Baron Audrent, Lionel said, glancing back, and our eyes met. The moment I saw his gaze, I shivered. A cold rush of blood drained from my entire body. At the same time, the truth slammed into me. This guy, he dodged that on pure instinct alone. He evaded my strike, a blow from an invisible position, with nothing but raw, innate talent. Is he seriously some kind of monster? Hyla, you. Lionel immediately followed up with a counterattack. At that moment, my mind instantly flipped a switch. All unnecessary thoughts vanished, and my head became chillingly clear, as if my blood had frozen. Ah, that's right. Sebas told me this. In a battle, unexpected things will invariably occur. Things you believe to be impossible will bear their fangs at you at the most improbable of times. At such moments, your true quality as a swordsman is tested by how coolly you can react. That's right, this is that moment. Calm down, Alban Audrent. Focus. Lionel's slash came flying toward me, but if I looked closely, the trajectory of his blade was slightly off. His weight transfer and center of gravity were sloppy. I can parry this. I readjusted my grip on the hilt, and the moment I received Lionel's blade, I deflected it upward. Ugh, couldn't quite knock the sword out of his hand, huh? Refusing to let go no matter what, you really are a model swordsman. But this time, it's over. His sword and both hands had been knocked high, leaving his torso wide open. The first opening he'd given me, I unleashed a single, blinding slash straight for it. Section. Ha. Lionel was breathing roughly, his sword-gripping hand trembling. His body was rigid and drops of sweat fell to the ground. The winner is declared. Lionel Highland-kun is deceased, Paula-sensei announced the end of the duel. A few seconds prior, my strike had made contact with his body. Immediately after, Lionel sank to his knees on the ground, looking thoroughly exhausted. Ha, that was incredible, Baron Audrent. I really didn't stand a chance. Yeah. I stood over Lionel, staring down at him, my stance reserved. How long had we been fighting? It felt like we had been clashing blades for a much longer time than with Ivan and the others. I didn't stand a chance, he says. That's a joke. I was running on nearly full power the whole time. A genuine fear that I might lose if I let my guard down had taken root in the back of my mind. I really should have refused this duel, but a doubt had welled up in my heart. Which of us is stronger right now, me or the protagonist, Lionel? Was it because I was arrogant after winning 3-on-1, or simply because I had a sword in my hand? In any case, I accepted Lionel Highland's challenge. The result, a victory, but my inner thoughts were anything but calm. Lionel is a genius with the sword, undeniably. Despite all the effort I've put in under Sebas, the difference in our ability was minuscule. If Lionel were to get even a little stronger, The duel ended, and Lionel's binding was released. Now able to move, he sheathed his sword and extended a hand to me. But I'm glad we fought. Honestly, I was pretty confident in my sword skill, but I really got to see where I stand now. No, Leo, you were plenty strong. It made me realize I still have a long way to go myself, I said. I took his hand and shook it, flashing a faint smile so he couldn't read my true thoughts. He might really be a danger. Lionel Highland might surpass me someday. And eventually, he might lead me down the same path as the fantasy novel's ending. Should I really leave this guy free? Dark, swirling emotions began to churn in my chest. However, "Yep, all right, I've decided," Lionel said, pulling his hand away with a look of firm resolve. "Decided what?" I asked. "I am gonna become your knight." Hi. He turned toward the classmates and, "Everyone, listen up. As of now, I'm going to be Baron Alban Audrent's knight. I too nominate him to be the class king." Section. This has turned into a real pain. It was after school. I muttered, hanging my head in utter dismay, as I headed to the castle town with Letitia. The Royal Academy permits students to go out after school, allowing free movement to and from the castle town as long as curfew is observed. Letitia, who was from the royal capital, had offered to show me around the city. It was likely also intended as a reward for fighting well in the duel. Walking beside me, Letitia wore a puzzled expression. "What's been the matter with you? You've seemed off ever since Leo recommended you." "Oh, just things on my mind." "You yourself admitted his swordsmanship was quite good, did you not? You've gained an ally in the class, so I believe this is something you should be pleased about." "Yeah, I know. Normally, that would be the case. But unfortunately, that guy is the most dangerous person Alban Audrent needs to be wary of. I'm seriously worried he's gonna be my downfall one day. So why the hell did he suddenly nominate me to be the class king? I don't get it. I just don't get it. On top of that, knowing the friendly type Lionel is, he's probably gonna cling to me even more now. If things go badly, I might not even be able to put distance between us, even if I want to. For me, it's like living every day with a ticking bomb in my pocket. While I'm grateful we didn't end up as enemies, I never expected this turn of events. Now I really can't see the future. The one clear thing is that this world has started down a route different from the fantasy novel. Good grief, what the hell is gonna happen next? Speaking of which, Letitia, why did you nominate me to be the class king in the first place? I asked. I simply stated the facts. There is no one in that class more suited to the position than you are. I have zero interest in a position that's nothing but a pain. Would you rather we all get expelled together? The way things are going, they'll never decide on a king, she countered. That's a hard pass, I admitted. She had a point. With a group of people that headstrong all crammed into one class, there's no way a king would be decided in just 1 month. Good grief, what a ridiculous class I've transferred into. More importantly, Alban, what do you think of the castle town? You haven't been here much, have you? Oh, I only came once when I was pretty little. My memory of it is vague now. It was back when my parents were alive, probably when I was 5 or 6, so I was really young. So, setting aside any memory filters, it's so much livelier than the Audrent territory, and the sheer number of people and goods is incomparable. The streets are so vibrant. It's overwhelming. Are you enjoying yourself? Of course. Foo-foo, I'm glad to hear it. Letitia gave me a bright, genuinely happy smile. She doesn't often smile, but the smiles she grants me occasionally are uniquely charming. The royal capital is my hometown, after all. It makes me happy that you like it, Alban. Don't you ever miss the Barrow family? I asked. The Barrow dukedom, Letitia's family estate, is located right here in the royal capital. She could go there if she wanted. Anyone would miss their home sometimes. I asked her as a courtesy. Not at all. The home I should return to is already in the Audrent territory, after all, she declared matter-of-factly. Besides, the place I long for most is right next to you, Alban. Same here, being next to you is what makes me happiest. We joined hands and smiled at one another. Then, whisper, hey, look at them, declaring their love right out on the street. Whisper, they're from the Royal Academy, right? Whisper, flaunting it in broad daylight, how brazen. I realized we were getting intense stares from everyone around us. Shit, we totally got wrapped up in our own world. Whoa, Letitia, maybe we should walk a bit apart. All right, let's maintain a reasonable amount of personal space. Thoroughly embarrassed, we hurried away, our faces flushed red. However, our first Castletown date had just begun. We walked on, keeping a slight distance between us but matching our pace as we proceeded through the city. Section: A newlywed date in the castle town. We walked through the castle town, maintaining an exquisite distance between us. Suddenly, haha, where should we go for our honeymoon, Solene? Ooh hoo hoo, I think the sea would be lovely, Felman. Oh, but a mountain rich with nature is hard to pass up too. A young couple passed nearby, having just such a conversation. They must be newlyweds, just like us. A honeymoon, huh? I mused. Come to think of it, we never did get to go on a honeymoon, did we? Letitia said suddenly. It seemed she had overheard the other couple's conversation, too. Things have been hectic since the wedding. We got into the academy without ever having time for a trip. Did you have any place you wanted to go, Alban? No, not particularly. As long as we're together, the place doesn't really matter. How about you, Letitia? I don't have a specific place. She paused mid-sentence, a look of sudden inspiration on her face. I have an idea. Why don't we have our honeymoon right here and now? Hi. We can make this castle town our travel destination. You're not familiar with the royal capital, Alban, so it's perfect. Well, I don't know. Won't Letitia just be bored? It's practically her hometown, I started to say, but she didn't wait. It's settled then. Come on, let's go. I know of a wonderful spot over there. Letitia grabbed my arm and started running. She seemed more like a girl her age than her usual reserved self. I never expected to see Letitia this cheerful. This might be the best honeymoon ever. This situation also reminds me of when I first brought her out of the room and showed her the beautiful scenery of the Audrent territory. The roles are completely reversed now. This time, I'm the one being guided. From then on, Letitia showed me around all the famous sites and tourist spots in the royal capital. There was the Carroll Bridge, which crosses the largest river in the capital and is called the King's Bridge because the successive generations of kings held their coronation parades there. The Tyneham Great Church, with its 3 spires soaring high into the sky, built with the wish that prayers may reach God. And Ritonesque Park, a local haven planted with hundreds of chestnut trees that line the walking paths and bloom with beautiful red and white flowers. They were all places entirely new to me. I, the country bumpkin, was completely overwhelmed, but Letitia, my guide, looked incredibly, wonderfully happy. Honestly, just seeing her face like that was enough for me to enjoy myself completely. And finally, the last place is here, the Verhask Open-Air Market. It's the biggest market in the royal capital. Wow, it certainly is lively, but well, I have to say, is it surprising to find a former duke's daughter like me in a place like this? Well, yeah, a little. I've always loved it. I like places where you can feel the energy and vitality of the people. Besides, if you're lucky, you can interact with children here. With children? Yes, my father told me not to associate with commoner children, but children are the treasure and hope of the kingdom, are they not? I want to engage with them actively. Letitia's expression as she spoke was filled with pure tenderness. Thinking back, one of the reasons Morrow broke off their engagement was because she protected commoner children. And she did it by misappropriating Bertali family funds. That's not something you do unless you truly love children. So, when I think about it that way, coming to the market just to interact with children isn't strange at all. One could even call it very much her. I see, that's very much like you, and it's wonderful. Foo-foo, thank you. Now let's go into the market. There's a gelato shop I highly recommend. Following Letitia's lead again, we entered the market. Inside, there were food stalls, greengrocers, dairy shops, butchers, as well as clothing, sundries, and even an intriguing shop specializing in dolls. The vibrancy and the sheer density of people were immense, incomparable to the market in the Audrent territory. Yet Letitia moved through the crowd effortlessly. As expected of a city girl, I, the country bumpkin, feel like I might get dizzy from the crowd. Just as I was thinking that, here you go, Alban Ahen. Letitia scooped up the gelato we had just bought and offered it to me. Hi. Tea this is, something couples are supposed to do on dates, is it not? I've often seen it in the town before, my wife said, slightly looking away, her cheeks flushed. Wait, is that true? Was there a quota for couples to feed each other gelato on a date? I wouldn't know. I've never been a couple with anyone other than Letitia. Well, I guess it does feel like a couple-y thing to do. Though it's just a vague idea I have. I also got the feeling Letitia was operating on a "this is what people do, apparently" kind of vibe. I don't know, but there's only one thing for a husband to do here. I took the offered gelato into my mouth. How is it? It's delicious. It's even more delicious because Letitia fed it to me. I'm a truly fortunate man, I said, tears welling up dramatically. I didn't know the gelato my beloved wife feeds me could taste this good. I'm so moved, I could cry. I see, I'm glad then. Then my turn for payback, here Letitia on. This time, I scooped up my gelato and offered it to her. For a moment, Letitia looked shy. How is it? Good. It's delicious. But this is incredibly embarrassing, isn't it? Why yeah, well a little maybe, I agreed. With flushed cheeks, we were in a subtly awkward atmosphere. Do all couples in the world do such embarrassing things as a matter of course? I don't know, but it certainly makes me happy. Right now, I feel a maximum surge of affection for Letitia. I'm so glad I married her, thank God. Just as I was savoring this feeling of bliss. Waya! A child's crying reached my ears. I looked in the direction of the sound to see a young boy standing rooted in the middle of the street, bawling loudly. Strangely, the adults around him didn't seem concerned. That is. Ah hey Letitia. Ignoring my attempt to call her back, she ran toward the boy. Are you all right? What's the matter? Hi. My mom and I got separated. Oh, a lost child. Do you know where your mother went? The boy shook his head. Letitia gently stroked his hair. Well, then why don't we go look for her together, you and me? You will. Of course. I couldn't possibly leave a child in distress. That's fine with you, Albin. I don't mind. Well, whatever. If Letitia wants to help him, I decided not to be overly suspicious. I swallowed the words I was about to say. Where did you get separated from your mother? Let's go there first. It was over there. Letitia started walking into the market, following the boy's lead. But she suddenly stopped as if she'd remembered something. Just a moment, please. She walked to a nearby stall, bought something, and offered it to the boy. Here you are, this is delicious. You're giving it to me. Of course, when you're sad, eating something sweet helps you feel better. What Letitia handed him was a rainbow-colored lollipop. The boy took a lick. It's yummy. Foo-foo good, don't worry, we'll find your mother for sure. She smiled kindly and patted the boy's head. I see. She gave him a treat to calm him down. As expected of my wonderful wife, she's practically a saint, yeah. Still, getting candy bought for him by Letitia and getting his head patted on top of that, what an enviable what a lucky child. Now, let's go. I'll hold your hand. Letitia held the boy's hand and started walking again. What an extravagant brat. Getting a treat bought for him by Letitia and now getting to hold her hand. Holding Letitia's hand is supposed to be my exclusive privilege, you know? I'm not jealous or anything, but he should seriously be grateful, right? I'm definitely not jealous. Albin, is something wrong? No, nothing at all. I composed myself and followed the two of them. Still, seeing Letitia walking with a child from behind like this really suits her. She's clearly comfortable with children. You can tell she truly loves them. Will there be a time when she's leading our own child by the hand like that, and I'll be holding the child's other hand? No, stop. We're still students. It's too early to think about that. Begone, worldly desires, begone. The boy, sucking on his candy, slowly led the way through the market. After a while, he left the market and entered a subtly dim alleyway. Is this where you got separated from your mother? The atmosphere here is a bit. Letitia asked, looking confused, but the boy suddenly released her hand. I am sorry, miss. He. As if they had been waiting, some very thuggish-looking men emerged from the shadows. There were 6 of them. We were trapped between them, our escape route blocked. Knew it. I'd hoped I was just overthinking things. What a pain in the ass. Well, looky here, students from the Royal Academy, ain't ya? Lookin' like you got plenty of cash. All right, hand over all your money, quick like. One of the thugs said, a knife in his hand. He was trying to be intimidating, at least. What is the meaning of this? Letitia demanded, shocked. Can't you tell? This kid's our errand boy. He lured you 2 suckers out and brought you right to us. No way, Letitia looked aghast. I thought it was strange that a child was left alone in a bustling market. The market people probably knew the boy was one of the thug's accomplices. That's why they didn't get involved. We, on the other hand, fell for the trap, hook, line, and sinker. Well, you get lowlifes like this in every downtown. We'd let you go if you just hand over all your cash, but you, lady, you're quite the looker. Why don't you entertain us for a bit? Don't look at Letitia with those filthy eyes. I'll kill you. Hi. BWGH. I smashed my fist into the thug's face and sent him flying. He bounced repeatedly off the ground, his face caved in, before diving into a trash heap and passing out. What the hell? This guy's strong. I don't care, take him out. Anyone who harms Letitia gets no mercy. Hojig. Abaya. Town thugs are no match for me, no matter how many of them gang up. I proceeded to thoroughly beat them one by one with my bare hands, clearing out the syndicate in no time. Finally, only the little brat was left. All right, you ready for this, you little punk? Ada. Letitia was genuinely worried about you and showed you kindness, and you dared to trample all over her feelings. This punk used Letitia's kindness and threw her good intentions away. I don't care if he's a kid. He deserves a proper punishment. I, unlike Letitia, have no intention of showing mercy, no matter who the opponent is, especially not someone who betrayed my beloved wife. A simple spanking ain't gonna cut it. It's too late even if you bawl. Wait, Albin. Letitia stopped me just as I was raising my fist. She walked toward the boy, who was paralyzed with terror, and crouched down. Tell me, why did you cooperate with men like that? B, because if I didn't, I wouldn't get any food. And your real mother and father. They're gone, they both died from sickness. I see. Letitia seemed to understand, and she took a purse from her pocket. Then she put it into the boy's hand. Here, take this. It should be enough so you won't have to worry about food for a while. AW, why would you? But you must promise me. Promise you won't associate with those bad people anymore. Promise you will never again trample on someone's kindness. Are you going to forgive me, miss? No, I won't forgive you. I just want you to learn that bad things are bad. Saying that, Letitia smiled faintly. She looked into the boy's eyes. Well, can you promise me? When she asked, the boy silently nodded. Upon receiving his reply, Letitia stroked the boy's head once more. The same gentle gesture she used when she bought him the candy earlier. Very good, now go, don't come back here again. When Letitia removed her hand, the boy scurried away. The faint tear streaks at the corners of his eyes were probably not my imagination. Letitia, are you sure about that? I asked. Yes, it's fine this way. Do you think I was too soft, Albin? If Letitia thinks it's fine, then it is. Though I doubt a bad person can change that easily. They can, I'm sure. Children have infinite potential, after all, Letitia murmured, her gaze distant as she watched the boy run off. When his figure was out of sight, she turned her attention to me. Besides, as for reform, I have a fine example of a gentleman right in front of me. Oh me, I haven't exactly reformed. Well, in a sense, I guess I have. Fufusi, I knew it. She chuckled, extending her hand. Come, Albin, let's continue our honeymoon. I still haven't seen enough of the city. Whoa, yeah, you're right, me neither. I grinned, taking Letitia's hand. Side by side, we left the alleyway behind. Section, Shanoa's Tarum. After seeing off the thugs, Letitia and I continued our newlywed tour of the castle town. After walking for a while, oh, Letitia suddenly exclaimed, Honey, what is it? Look, isn't that girl from our class? Following her gaze, I looked where she was pointing. What met my eyes was Shanoa Grain, the timid-looking girl who sat at seat number 1 in Class F. It really is Shanoa. What's she doing in the castle town? I wondered. What a coincidence. To run into her in a city this large and crowded. Curious about what she was doing, I watched her for a while. Shanoa glanced nervously around and then entered a somewhat old-fashioned building. From the atmosphere of the place, I figured it must be a kissaten, a tarum or cafe. She went into a tarum. How odd, there's a tarum inside the Royal Academy itself. That's right, the Academy has a fancy, elegant tarum for nobles. There seemed to be no reason for a student to deliberately enter an old tarum in the castle town. Hey, Albin, why don't we go into that shop too? Hi. Why? It must be quite the place if a Royal Academy student would deliberately enter it, no. Perhaps they serve exceptionally delicious tea. Maybe that's true. Letitia is obsessed with truly excellent tea and scones. I could tell she was slightly excited. Cute. The gap between her usual self and this is irresistible. All right, let's stop in for a bit. It'll be a nice break for our feet. We headed to the shop. Shanoa entered and opened the door. Karen, the entry bell jingled and, "Welcome, please take any seat, oh my. Are you students from the Royal Academy?" The woman standing behind the counter, wearing an apron, spoke up. She looked to be around 40, with chestnut-colored hair and a gentle face. She seemed to be running the place. She was probably the owner. "It is an honor to have you visit. However, I'm afraid our shop is hardly grand enough to satisfy nobles like yourselves. Do not trouble yourself over that. If the tea is excellent, the establishment's pedigree is a matter of no importance whatsoever," Letitia replied. "While I appreciate you saying so. Besides, I believe another student from the academy just entered, did she not?" "Oh, that would be. Mother, I'm ready." A familiar voice came from the back of the counter. Moments later, a chestnut-haired girl wearing an apron appeared. It was Shanoa. "I'll watch the shop, so please go rest in the back. What? BBB Baron Audrent and Madame Letitia. Why are you here?" Shanoa slammed her back against the wall in a fit of wild panic the moment she saw our faces. She clearly never expected to run into us in her workplace. "Good afternoon, Shanoa-san. We saw you enter the shop and simply assumed they must serve excellent tea," Letitia said. "Huh. Oh, I see now," the owner-like woman said, realizing something. "Shanoa and I live here. This harem is our home, you see." "I had no idea Shanoa was of commoner birth," Letitia said from her seat at the counter, sounding a little surprised. I was surprised, too. I didn't expect there to be another commoner student in the class besides Lionel. "I'm surprised, too, but the fact that you're attending the Royal Academy means you passed the merit exam, Shanoa," I said. "Why, yes. I was just a little good at studying since I was young, so..." Shanoa spoke nervously while preparing our order behind the counter, as timid as ever. Seriously, why is she so lacking in self-confidence? Passing the merit exam is proof of exceptional excellence, you know? It's not the kind of thing you pass just by being a little good at studying. Still, to have two people who passed the merit exam in the same class. Could Class F actually be packed with competent students? No, that's probably overthinking it. Most of the nobles are headstrong yet utterly useless. Why you've been kept waiting. Here are your tea and scones." Shanoa served us the tea and scones. A pleasant aroma drifted from the tea, and the scones were freshly baked, served with jam. "Oh, that aroma is that perhaps Luhenna tea leaf from the Sarin Highlands?" Letitia asked. "Wow, that's incredible, you knew right away," Shanoa stuttered in surprise. "I am rather particular about tea, and this is a truly delightful scent," Letitia said. She lifted the teacup, savored the aroma, and took a sip. Her movements were utterly refined. "It's exquisite. It has the rich flavor and body of the Luhenna leaf, but with none of the astringency. And it pairs perfectly with the scone." "No joke. I don't know much about tea, but this is damn good," I agreed. Thank you very much." "You have a wonderful skill, Shanoa. I am quite taken with this place," Letitia said. It seemed Letitia was pleased. Shanoa looked a little relieved when she smiled. Shanoa's mother also smiled. She's always been a fast learner and had various talents, not just cooking. That's why I wanted her to attend the best possible school and get a stable job in the future. Mother, I always told you I'd inherit this shop." "It's all right, Shanoa. This shop is already..." Just as her mother was about to say something. "Mind if we step in, ma'am?" Karen, the entry bell jingled, and two men walked in. They looked exactly like the lowlifes they were. The moment she saw them, Shanoa's mother's expression visibly soured. "Welcome," she greeted them. "Still the same old rundown, dingy shop, huh? You should just close it up already." So, are you gonna give us an answer already? Otherwise, we're gonna have to take a more appropriate approach. Bet you hardly get any customers, and the food must be crap. Hiya, the smell of tea always makes me want to puke when I come here." "Excuse me." Letitia's ear twitched. She had heard something she couldn't ignore. "Listening to your conversation is spoiling the taste of my tea. If you have no intention of patronizing this establishment, would you kindly take your leave?" "What did you say?" "Oh, my apologies. It's simply that I have no wish to breathe the same air as such vulgar wretches who cannot even appreciate the scent of fine tea." "You a Royal Academy student, are ya? Ha, too bad for ya. No matter how high and mighty you are at the academy, in the middle of the castle town, you're. One of the men approached Letitia and reached out his arm. I snapped and grabbed his arm. Don't touch Letitia with your filthy hands. What ga? I'll let go. It's gonna break, my arm's gonna break. I gradually tightened my grip, crushing the man's arm. I could hear his bones groaning and creaking. The bones of a man who never trained his body are like thin sticks. I could snap them easily if I wanted. Just a little more pressure and his arm would be shattered. That was the moment I let go. Hick, Hugh, my arm isn't broken, is it? This brat, how dare he? It's a pain, I said flatly. It's a pain, so maybe I'll just kill you. That was not a threat, by the way. Killing vermin like them would be easy enough even with my eyes closed. To me, they were less than ants. The men seemed to sense the danger in my gaze. Damn it, you haven't heard the last of us. You too remember this as well. I, Letitia Barrow, have taken a liking to this establishment's tea. Do not come near it again, understood? Barrow? You mean the Duke Barrow's family. And that guy is the Baron Audrent everyone's been whispering about lately. Oh, just like Lionel said, my name really had spread among the commoners. Not that I was particularly happy about it. If you know that, then this is easy. Would you like me to give you the same treatment I gave Maro Bertoli? Chiek. The men were thoroughly terrified and fled like rabbits. Good riddance. Shanoa, who had witnessed the entire scene, stood gaping for a moment. Wells, thank you both. Don't worry about it. By the way, who were those men? They seem to have visited this place multiple times. Letitia asked. They are trying to seize the land, you see, Shanoa's mother said, her expression still grim. They are members of the thug syndicate that controls this area. They've been harassing us for some time, trying to get us to sell the property. Her mother sighed deeply, her breath showing terrible emotional distress. Since they started coming here, our customers have dropped off, honestly. I'm thinking of closing the shop. And no, mother, you can't. This is the precious shop father left us, Shanoa pleaded. I know, but it's all right, Shanoa. Your well-being and a peaceful academy life are more important to me. HMPH. Letitia, listening to their conversation, let out a small, villainous-like grunt. Tell me, Shanoa, I have a question for you. Why, yes. What is it? Shanoa stammered. Are you at all interested in being the class king of Class F? And no, I'm not interested at all. I'm not the kind of person who should lead others. I see, then you can be my friend, Letitia declared. She took a final sip of her tea and set the teacup down on the saucer with a gentle clink. I've become quite fond of this terum. As of today, I shall make it my regular haunt. At what? Shanoa exclaimed. That way those dreadful people won't dare to approach the place so casually, will they? Letitia pointed out. That may be true, but... Alban, will you join me in this? Letitia asked. Of course. Any place Letitia likes is a place I like. Besides, the tea here is seriously good. Section Honey Trap. The next day, the atmosphere in Class F was, predictably, exquisitely awkward. Everyone kept shooting glances my way during class. Lionel, especially, was staring at me with a perpetual, cheerful grin. It was what it was, I suppose. I had to give Paula-sensei credit for having the steel nerves to carry on teaching as though nothing had happened. And so, after school, Letitia wasted no time heading to the tea room with Shanoa. She must have really loved Shanoa's tea. She'd been in a rare, excited mood about it. But unfortunately, I had to go a different way. I had a few personal tasks I absolutely had to finish that day, namely cleaning and maintaining my sword. So, I was staying in my room. As for those thugs, I wasn't worried about them coming to the tea room right after yesterday's run-in. That would be tantamount to picking a fight with us, or more accurately, with the Barrow dukedom. Letitia knew that, and that's why she made sure to deliberately use her name, Barrow. Honestly, what a shrewd villainess she is. Good grief, those two are probably wrapped up in that tea aroma right now. I'm so envious, I grumbled to myself after finishing my sword maintenance. I want some of that delicious tea, too. If Letitia goes again tomorrow, I'm absolutely tagging along. No question. Right, sword's done. Next, I was about to move on to the next chore to finish up quickly. However, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at my door stopped me. Someone had come to visit. Who is it? Had Letitia already returned? No, that felt way too early. Puzzled, I opened the door. Standing there was a girl with a characteristic twin-tail hairstyle and a smug smile. My Class F seatmate from seat number 5, Lackey Azalea. Section. Ooh, so this is the special dorm. It's so big I'm jealous. Lackey practically forced her way into the room and began looking around. Since she was assigned a room in the girls' wing, it wasn't surprising that she was curious. So what do you want? I asked on maximum alert. I didn't let go of the hilt of the sword at my hip for a moment. What do I want? I said I came to play, didn't I? A cute little girl like me came to your room, so you should look happier. Lackey spoke in a terrifyingly sugary voice. Did she just call herself cute? She knows she's a looker. Indeed, Lackey had a very attractive face. She was a delicate, doll-faced beauty with a certain innocent charm that drew men's eyes. On top of that, she had an impeccable figure. She was slender, but everything that needed to stand out did, and my eyes were naturally drawn to her chest. The fact that she was fully aware of this and wore clothes that deliberately exposed her cleavage made her even worse. She was also wearing perfume. She smelled good. Still, even in terms of looks and figure, I preferred Letitia by a mile. Sorry, but I'm not happy at all. I don't know anything about you. Well, let's get acquainted then. I've taken a real interest in you, Alcun. She's way too familiar. Alcun? That's the first time anyone's called me that. I think I really don't like women like this. Then at least do it when Letitia's here. If she finds out I was alone with another woman, she'll get mad, stop liking you. If you know that, then leave, right now. That's not gonna happen, because I knew I could be alone with you right now. What? Letitia-chan won't be back for a while, will she? I saw her heading to the castle town with Shanoa-chan. Lackey gave a sly chuckle. Then she said something utterly astonishing. Hey, Alcun, you're a virgin, right? Huh. You are, aren't you? A virgin, hey, how cute. Lackey slowly reached for the clothes she was wearing. I can tell just by watching your interactions with Letitia-chan, she seems like a girl who holds back, you know. SHHH lerp. One layer after another, she began to shed her clothes, slowly and deliberately. Gradually, more of her skin became exposed. Poor Alcun, you must be dying to graduate, right? So I'll graduate you instead. She got to the last layer, slipping her fingers between the waistband and her underwear. She slid it down. Immediately after, the lingerie dropped to her feet. Come on, look at my body. Lackey held her arms behind her back, standing before me completely naked. She made no attempt to hide anything, her breasts, her hidden core. She brazenly showed off her highly provocative naked body. Then Lackey stepped closer and hugged me tightly. A woman's body heat, unlike a man's, the soft sensation of her two mounds. It stirred a fierce desire, threatening to consume my mind. You can do anything you want, Alcun. I'll take anything you want to give. Lackey murmured sweetly, looking up at me through her lashes. Her slender, supple hand crept along my body, slowly moving towards my lower abdomen. It was a devilish temptation, a whisper from a demon. For a person of normal resolve, resisting this would be impossible. Get off me. I'll say it once more, get away from me, otherwise I'll kill you. I unleashed a torrent of fierce fury and killing intent. A completely abnormal amount. I pressed the guard of my sword with my left thumb, ready to draw the blade at a moment's notice. Too bad for you. I'm not a normal person. I'm a great villain. I'm not stupid enough to fall for such an obvious honey trap. Besides, the only person allowed to touch my body is Letitia. HMPH. Guess you were the one who was pure, Alcun? Lackey looked slightly disappointed, then abruptly let go of me. She began picking up the clothes she'd discarded. Why did you pull this stunt? I want an answer. Why? I wanted to take Alcun's virginity, of course. Answer me seriously, or I'll genuinely cut off one of your arms. I threatened, using a harsh tone on Lackey, who was still trying to evade the question. She finally seemed to give up. Fine, I'll answer you seriously. I'm not interested in being the class king, but I do want the queen's seat. The queen's seat. You're definitely going to be the king of class F, I guarantee it. But as things stand, Letitia-chan is going to sit right next to you in the queen chair, right? And that's no fun. So, you're aiming to be the number 2 in class F. Correct. Lackey hid her chest with the clothes she'd picked up, a defiant smile on her face. Her smile was still deeply unsettling. I have no power or authority, but I want to be one of the rulers. I absolutely refuse to be dominated. So you tried to exploit me with a honey trap. The Azalea women have specialized in honey traps for generations. Stealing a man is a perfectly valid survival strategy, you know. I don't know if I understand that. It's fine, I don't expect you to understand. Lackey quickly put her clothes back on, and when she was fully dressed, "But I'm not giving up. Alcun, you'd better work hard not to fall for me," she said, then left the room. Section, I'm home, Alban, are you here? A few hours after Lackey left, Letitia finally returned to the room. Welcome back, Letitia. I had been sitting on the bed, holding my sword, the entire time she was gone. I couldn't relax otherwise, you can probably guess why. You look tired somehow, did something happen? At that moment, her nose twitched. She must have noticed the lingering scent of Lackey's perfume. Alban, did someone come to the room? She asked quietly. Yeah, that Lackey girl came by. Lackey. The nerve of her, she tried to pull a honey trap on me. What did you say? Calm down. I sent her away before anything happened. Is that the truth? Believe me, if you absolutely can't, then you can kill me. I lifted the sword I was holding, turning the hilt toward her. She wore a troubled look for a moment, but then, I believe you, you have never once lied to me. She let out a small sigh, as if trying to convince herself. Thank you, hearing you say that makes the restraint worthwhile, I admitted. HMPH, by the sound of that you saw her. Saw her what? Her naked body. You saw it. I saw it. Did you touch her naked body? Touched, or rather, she touched me. Okay, now I know it perfectly. I shall ensure a full measure of reprisal is planned for that ill-mannered woman. Letitia's anger flared up palpably behind her. My wife is terrifying. Hey, Letitia, can I ask you something? Oh, what is it? Do I really look that obviously like a virgin? Hi. Lackey spotted it right away. Do I really have that much of a virgin vibe about me? I didn't usually think about it. I figured I should just be myself. But to be figured out that quickly, as a man, it was a shock, a blow to my pride. I wonder, does that kind of thing really just seep out of you? Though I'm trying to hold back for a reason. I can't risk getting Letitia pregnant. Letitia was silent for a while after my question, but then she nodded as if she'd made up her mind. Yes, you know, the time is now. Now for what? I understand that you have been considerate of me until now. But this is a grave situation. Therefore, tonight, I shall put myself on the line. After saying something rather dramatic, she opened the drawer next to the bed and took out a small object. The maids at the estate gave this to me, just in case, you see. She walked over and held the small object right in front of me. That's a... If my knowledge was correct, that was probably... No, surely. Almost certainly. A contraceptive. That night, I graduated from virginity. Section. The next morning, the time was probably just after sunrise. The light filtering through the curtains was still dim. When I woke up, a naked Letitia was sleeping soundly next to me. Next to me, or rather, in the same bed. Well, that was fun last night, I said to myself, since no one else would. I was sure Sebas would have said it if he'd been here. The guilt hit me immediately after. I had decided to wait until graduation, for Letitia's sake, but the moment I saw her naked body, all my resolve crumbled. A wave of desire, incomparable to what I felt around Lackey, had erupted inside me. I was pathetic, even to myself. I gave myself 1 point for at least keeping a bare minimum of sanity and not tearing off the contraceptive in my passion. I'm an idiot. Alban. Letitia's eyelids fluttered open, and she rubbed her eyes. Oops, I woke her up. Good morning, Letitia, did I wake you? No, I woke up on my own. Letitia slowly sat up, revealing her beautiful naked body even more. Gorgeous, her unbound silver hair, her skin as white as snow. Her slender, supple limbs. No matter how many times I look, she's utterly beautiful. And not just beautiful, she's seductive. It's a subtle, graceful glow, like a pristine white snowfield being illuminated by the dawn light. I can state it with certainty. There is no woman more alluring than Letitia in this world. She is perfection to me. I was the first to tread upon this fresh snow. The thought made a new surge of desire bubble up inside me. Oh. I didn't mean to tempt you. Sorry, but please just rest. I put a strain on your body last night. It's fine. We still have time before school starts. There should be enough time for us to entwine our bodies one more time. No, but... Alban, do you not desire me? I want you so much. Section Conspiracy. When we arrived for school, as Letitia and I entered Class F and took our seats, we were clearly the focus of everyone's attention. Did their aura change? Baron Audrent and Lady Letitia. Do you think so too? They seem even more dignified than before. I wonder if something happened to the two of them. The classmates whispered amongst themselves. Right now, only Matthias, Esther, Shanoa, and the two of us were present. The rest hadn't arrived yet. What pleasure. There's no way you rabble would know that I grew one stage further as a man than I was yesterday. By the way, that person hadn't arrived yet. She should be here soon, though. Rattle. Good morning, Alcun. It's a nice day again, huh? She arrived, my personal natural enemy, Lackey Azalea. The moment she entered the classroom, she walked straight toward me, ignoring the other students. Did you sleep well last night? You must have tossed and turned, filled with frustration. So today you should come with me and, Lackey said, with the same smug smile as yesterday. Ignore her. I didn't want anything more to do with her. She was a total pain. Although, even if I ignored her, Letitia wouldn't. Would you kindly not approach him? Letitia smoothly stood in front of me, blocking Lackey's approach. I hear some wild cat was shamelessly fawning over my husband yesterday. The filthy stench she left in the room was quite unbearable. That's called a proper marking, dear. A little female who just mated can't possibly understand how to lure a male, can she? Crack sizzle. Intense sparks flew between the two of them. The tension was immense. A full-blown catfight had just started. Terrifying. The ferocity was so overwhelming that Matthias and the others were visibly recoiling. How to lure a male, you say? Letitia murmured, crossing her arms and letting out a small, confident HMPH of a laugh. Do I still appear such an innocent to your eyes? If so, then you are blind. Lackey's eyes darted between me and Letitia. Then she seemed to understand. HMPH, guess I tried to pull a fast one and got beaten to the punch instead. You've got some fire, girl. I will thank you for providing the timely opportunity. However, thanks aside, I shall ensure your reprisal is carried out precisely. The atmosphere was so volatile, it felt like a fistfight could break out at any second. What should I do? Should I stop them? I don't care about Lackey, but I don't want to see Letitia get hurt. But stepping between two women sparking like this is genuinely scary. Just as I was thinking this, what's going on here? Just then, Lionel entered the classroom, followed by Rowan and Carla. As they appeared, the strained atmosphere in the class eased slightly. It seems we have been interrupted, Letitia said. Looks like it. Let's continue this another time. Lackey replied. They instantly separated and went to their respective seats. Lionel still looked confused as he took the seat in front of me. Baron Audrent, can I ask what that was about? He asked. No, don't ask. It's a pain, I replied. I see, but if you ever have any trouble, you can always tell me. I'm your knight, after all. There he goes again. Is this guy really serious about being my knight? Even though he's the protagonist. A knight, huh, Leo? Don't you want to be the king yourself? No, he said flatly. I'm not cut out to be the king. Besides, I have a different goal now. A different goal? Yeah, to become stronger than you. My heart gave a sharp, strong thump at that one line. I'm going to be stronger than you one day. I'm going to surpass you. So to do that, I think I need to train under you. And what will you do after you surpass me? Hi. WL, I haven't really thought that far ahead, but I just feel like I can't stay as I am. Is it just my imagination? Am I overthinking this? That the world is trying to make Lionel defeat me? With Letitia and I becoming a loving couple, the world is traveling on a completely different path from the fantasy novel's story. You could say the world has become a mess. Is this broken world trying to revert to its proper form? Is it trying to restore the protagonist to his proper role? Is the world trying to destroy me? Nah, couldn't be. If that were the case, Lionel wouldn't have declared, I'm going to be your knight. How ridiculous. So, if you could train with me occasionally, that would be great. I'll get strong and I promise I'll be useful to you. Lionel's eyes sparkled. Yeah, I'm definitely overthinking it. I don't mind. Thank you, you really are the ideal liege lord. Lionel looked genuinely happy. There was no way he was lying. Well, it was true that having Lionel as an ally would be reassuring. I decided to observe him for now and see how things developed. Despite the morning's various flare-ups, the class finally settled down. At the same time, the last remaining student who hadn't arrived yet walked into the classroom, Ivan Scottish. "Everyone, listen to me," he announced the moment he entered, looking over his classmates. "Then, in choosing a king, I have a proposal for all of you." Section Ivan Scottish sighed. 2 days after the 3-on-1 duel. Unable to suppress my frustration, I was practicing my swordsmanship in the training field after school. Damn it, damn it. There was no one else around. I relentlessly swung my one-handed sword at a straw practice dummy. I'm the heir to the Scottish dukedom, aren't I? How could I lose to a lowly baron like that? I can't accept it. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. I've received an elite education befitting my status my entire life. My manners, my studies, my magic, and naturally my swordsmanship. All of it must be perfect. It is expected to be perfect. That is how I've lived until today. I must be a noble superior to all others in every way. And yet, I didn't stand a chance. That wasn't a duel, it was a one-sided trampling. And most of all, the look in Baron Audrent's eyes then. He looked down on us as if we were insects. When he looked at me like that, I truly felt it. I can't win. It wasn't just him either. That commoner, Lionel, was unnaturally skilled with a sword, too. I was completely irrelevant. If things continued this way, I'd be inferior not just to a mere baron, but to a commoner, too. This is unacceptable. Who do they think I am? I am. My, you are certainly zealous in your practice, a voice suddenly said behind me. Who is it? As expected of the son of the renowned Scottish dukedom. You are truly stoic. A mysterious figure approached, clapping softly. It was a man, judging by his voice and build. He was likely a Royal Academy student. However, he wore a clown mask and a black top hat, so his face was completely hidden. Judging by his voice, build, and height, he was definitely not one of the Class F students. The man, dressed in a manner I could only assume was a deliberate joke, peered at me through the slits in his mask. However, you seem to be troubled. Shall yours truly try to guess your trouble? In a word, you are growing anxious about Baron Alban Audrent seizing the king's seat, are you not? I swung my sword, placing the blade against the masked man's neck. I was ready to slice off that ridiculous head at any moment. I am not anxious. Take that back. My apologies, that was indeed a lapse. I shall retract it. The masked man used his fingers to pluck the blade from his neck and began to walk around me with an easy pace. However, that baron and his wife are quite a problem, are they not? They do not know their place. The king's seat in the class is meant for one with proper authority. Who are you? What do you want from me? Who yours truly is irrelevant. I simply wish for you, for Ivan Scottish Sama, to become the king of Class F. Me? Yes, and this is the general consensus of many nobles. What do you mean? Heh. Yours truly is offering to lend you our assistance, Ivan Sama. Oh dear, you look as though you do not trust me. Naturally, how can I trust someone who won't give their name or show their face? I feel not a shred of sincerity from you. Sincerity, you say? He let out a small sigh. Then, allow me to speak plainly without reservation. Many nobles, including yours truly, do not wish for Baron Audrent and Madame Laetitia to seize power in Class F. Those two. Yes, if possible, we wish for them to leave the academy entirely. Especially Laetitia Barrow. He spoke her maiden name with powerful emphasis. It would be quite problematic, you see. Many gentlemen believe that the daughter of the Barrow family, who was once disgraced, should not be allowed to regain power through this new opportunity. Ah, so that's it. This means he is. You want me to take a side in this power struggle. I did not say that, but do your interests not align with ours? By the way, Class A and Class B are already close to deciding on their king, you know. What did you say? Heh. Though a few students will likely be expelled at the same time. This is bad if someone else becomes king before me. If someone else becomes the king first, you will be unable to prove that Ivan Sama is the most excellent, won't you? The masked man said, as if reading my mind. It is expected that you be the most excellent. I am quite familiar with the strict motto of the Scottish dukedom, you see. You must hurry to become the king of Class F, or you will bring shame upon your family name. However, with yours truly, I can help you now. I considered it, I knew it. This was the devil's whisper, I knew it, and yet. What must I do? Magnificent, Ivan Sama is a man of reason. Truly the caliber of a king? The masked man spun and danced, embodying his delight, but he quickly stopped dancing. Actually, just yesterday, I managed to contact a group of thugs who bear a grudge against those two. When I spoke to them, they gladly promised their cooperation. A group of thugs? Wait, what are you planning? Yours truly needs you to bring the two of them here tomorrow, Ivan-sama. Without arousing suspicion, of course. He pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket. It was a small map. This is. If you bring them to the entrance, the two will likely separate. Yours truly will have a large group of the thugs waiting at the deepest point. If you can lure Baron Audrent there, he will never wear a crown. With only that much said, the masked man prepared to leave. Wait. Ahem. Yes. You, at least tell me what I should call you. My name, you ask. He stopped and turned back, tipping his top hat. Then, you may refer to yours truly as the Impaling Baron Skyer. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Dungeon Assault. Now, the first person to retrieve the potion base grass from the deepest part of this dawn dungeon will be declared the victor. Ivan announced after school, standing at the entrance of the dungeon and taking charge. I let out a sigh. Hey, do we really have to do this? You can choose not to participate, you know, if you don't mind being labeled a coward, Ivan sneered. That's a problem. I honestly wouldn't care what they called me, but I couldn't tolerate Letitia being slandered as a coward's wife. Well, whatever, I'll just finish this quickly anyway. So, the members of Class F were gathered at the entrance of the subterranean labyrinth called the Dawn Dungeon. Why were we here? Because Ivan had abruptly proposed it. I believe a class king requires 3 elements: martial might, intellect, and courage. Why don't we test who possesses the most courage by diving into a dungeon? That was his proposal. Essentially, show the most courage by clearing the dungeon the fastest. I was absolutely not enthusiastic about this completely troublesome idea, but Matthias and Rowan were fully on board. On top of that, Lionel gave me a fierce push, saying, "It's all right. I know you're the most courageous of us all." In the end, I was dragged into descending into a dungeon. Oh ho ho ho. This gives me, Esther Appleberry, a good opportunity, Esther declared. Sounds fun, so I'm gonna join in too, Lackey added. It seemed Esther and Lackey were joining this time, but I know what you're up to, Lackey. I know you're just waiting for a chance to pounce on me in the shadows. She was already staring at me constantly. My classmates were fully fired up. Ignoring them, Ivan looked at Letitia and Shanoa. So, are you two really fine with not participating? Yes, I don't mind. I know Alban will be the first to clear it, Letitia replied. I'm not cut out to be king, so, Shanoa mumbled. Letitia and Shanoa both dropped out of the dungeon challenge. Well, neither of them was suited for this rough stuff, and neither intended to become king anyway. It was a wise decision. I certainly didn't want Letitia's perfect skin to get even a scratch. As long as they left all the combat stuff to me, we'd be fine. Just as planned, Ivan muttered under his breath. I thought I heard Ivan whisper something at the end, but I didn't quite catch it. Alban, Letitia called my name. Do your best. Yeah, of course. Encouraged by my beloved wife, my motivation levels went way up. Ivan turned back to the dungeon entrance and then the Class F, Potion Base Grass Scramble begins. The Class F members charged into the dungeon. The Dawn Dungeon was an underground labyrinth near the royal capital, with a difficulty level and monster strength considered middle to high. I wasn't familiar with the dungeons around the royal capital, but Letitia explained that it was nothing I couldn't handle. Since she said so, it probably wasn't a big deal. Gehahaha. This time I'll earn some great military honors, Rowan roared, charging ahead with Matthias. Hey, Rowan, if you rush too much you might fall into a trap, Matthias warned. And we immediately encountered monsters, 2 small goblins. They were clearly cannon fodder. Jet. HMPH, goblins dare to block our advance. You're in the way, my dears. Esther, with her elegant blonde ringlets, gracefully shot past Rowan, who was in the lead. She kicked off the ground, leaped over the goblins' heads, and stomped one of them with her high-heeled boot. With a sickening crunch, the ground cratered, and one of the goblins was utterly obliterated. Jai. Ovahoho. Splatter their little brains out. Without missing a beat, Esther punched the remaining goblin's face with her right hand. The goblin's head burst instantly from the cannonball-like impact. Good game, I say. Esther elegantly flicked her ringlets after defeating the goblins. Rowan and Matthias stared at her in shock. You're that strong. Oh, it is quite the default for an elegant Ajasama to possess this much O-power, she boasted. Right, well, later. I overtook the self-satisfied Esther and took the lead. That monstrous strength was certainly impressive, but bragging about taking out a few goblins? Seriously? W8 right there. Like I would wait just because she told me to. I increased my speed, pushing deeper into the dungeon. The Dawn dungeon had a simple, mostly one-way structure. If you followed the path, you'd eventually reach the end. That was helpful, as I wouldn't get lost, but it also meant encountering monsters was unavoidable. It was annoying, but I had no choice but to cut down the small fry I met and press on. I'm gonna end this competition quickly. Then I'll go back and have tea with Letitia at Shanoa's Tarum. You certainly live up to your reputation, Baron Audrent. A voice came from behind me as I was sprinting through the dungeon. Ivan had caught up. Oh, a bit surprising. I thought I was going pretty fast. Heh, you're surprisingly quick. I used a spell to increase my movement speed. I won't lose to you in terms of pure movement. HMPH. I finally caught up, Baron Audrent. Your knight Lionel Highland has arrived. Lionel caught up shortly after. Oh, as expected of the protagonist. He was a skilled fighter who'd been able to clash blades with me. He'd matched my pace. But seriously, can he do something about that formal title announcement? It's embarrassing to listen to. I'm here too. Lackey caught up next, carrying a small crossbow. Hey, seriously? She too. Whether it was her innate leg strength or magic, she was still a woman not to be underestimated. Maybe I should speed up and leave them behind. I kicked the ground harder, accelerating. I thought I could go solo in the lead, but only Ivan stuck to me. Baron Audrent, there is something I must ask you. Do you have any intention of declining the king's seat? Ivan asked unexpectedly. Consider this a warning. It seems there are those in the academy who are not amused by the power you and your wife wield. Ivan spoke in a patronizing tone. A warning, I already knew there was an Alban Audrent criticism faction. And frankly, I wasn't interested in the king's seat from the start. I'd personally be relieved and grateful if someone else took it. But my wife, Letitia, told me. I simply stated the facts. There is no one in that class more suited to the position than you are. When she says something like that, I can't let her down, can I? If she backs me, then I will go forward. That's all there is to it. I don't care about those guys. If they try to get in the way of me and Letitia, I'll just steamroll everything. I see. While talking with Ivan, we reached an open area. This clearing seemed to be the deepest point. Where is the potion base grass growing? I looked around, but there didn't seem to be any plants like that growing anywhere. As I wondered about it, Impaling Baron, Skyer, are you watching? I brought Baron Audrent here just as you instructed. Ivan shouted abruptly. What? Where are you hiding the thugs? Show yourselves. Thugs, he says. What the hell is he talking about? I was confused, but no voice answered Ivan's shout. The clearing remained completely silent. Impaling Baron, Skyer, why aren't you coming out? Answer me. Just as Ivan began to panic, a massive magic circle suddenly appeared in the center of the clearing. This is a transfer spell? Ivan gasped in astonishment. I've heard of that. A transfer spell, if I remember correctly, uses a magic circle to move an object great distances. Sebas had told me it was a highly advanced spell that very few could use. Why would that magic circle be here? The thought barely registered before a colossal object was transferred onto the magic circle. More accurately, a creature. It was a beast so huge that Ivan and I had to crane our necks to see it. It had grotesque pale blue skin, a misshapen club in one hand, and one distinctive eye. Woowaboos. The monster that appeared before us was a gigantic beast called a cyclops. Wow, what is this? This isn't what we agreed on, Ivan screamed. The cyclops's single eye immediately glared at him. It raised its club. Wababoo, and swatted Ivan away like a piece of trash. Section, Letitia Barrow / Audrent side. Do you think everyone has reached the deep part of the dungeon by now? Shanoa asked me nervously, fidgeting. She looked quite anxious. Shanoa and I, who hadn't participated in the Class F, Potion Base Grass Scramble, were still waiting outside the dungeon for everyone to return. A fair amount of time had passed, so her concern was understandable. Yes, knowing Alban's speed, they should have arrived already, I assured her. I see. Are you worried about everyone? I asked. And no, it's just that I've never been inside a dungeon before, she replied. Ah, I see. She probably thinks of a dungeon as a dangerously treacherous place. Which, to be fair, isn't entirely wrong. I've heard that monsters wander inside, and many people lose their lives during exploration. I, too, have never set foot inside a proper dungeon, so I share the impression that it's a scary and dangerous place. At the very least, it's certainly not somewhere you'd enter without a good reason. Don't worry. If anything, I'm only slightly concerned that Alban might annihilate all the monsters in the dungeon. That couldn't possibly happen, could it? You never know, it is him after all. Lady Letitia truly has faith in Lord Alban, doesn't she? Shanoa murmured. Yes, of course. Alban Audrent is the most beloved person in my life, and the person most worthy of my trust. That's so enviable. I hope I can meet someone I feel that way about someday, too. I'm sure you will. Because you are such a devoted person, that's what I was about to say, but my eyes saw it, I saw it. Behind Shanoa, a man swinging a long piece of lumber high above his head. Shanoa, look out. Eh? I screamed, but it was too late. Thwack, a sickening, dull sound echoed. Shanoa collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the blow. Shanoa, ugh. In the next moment, a shock and a dull ache shot through the back of my own head. Just as I realized I'd been struck as well, my consciousness plunged into darkness. Section, Ga-ah. Ivan was hurled violently against the wall of the clearing by the massive club, accompanied by a sickening crunch, echoing through the space. Ivan. Woo-woo. The cyclops that had struck Ivan shifted its single eye, glaring at me. It had already picked me as its next target. Just then, Lionel and Lackey arrived at the clearing, slightly delayed. What is this huge thing? Lionel yelled. A cyclops? Why is such a dangerous monster here, I wonder? Lackey said, still smiling, with a forced star added to her speech. Even they couldn't hide their surprise, and why would they? Cyclopses are rare monsters, and they typically only inhabit high-difficulty dungeons, far from civilization. Naturally, their danger level is extremely high, commensurate with their rarity. They are certainly not the kind of monster that just pops up near the royal capital's dungeon. They don't even live in the dungeons near the rural Audrent territory. Why on earth would such a troublesome monster be transported here by a transfer spell? If Ivan's still alive, I'll have to ask him a few things later. I gripped my sword again. Lackey, you tend to Ivan. Leo, you're with me. We're taking this thing down. Taking it down with just the two of us? Lionel asked incredulously. What, are you scared? I goaded him. No, quite the opposite. It's an honor. Lionel returned my provocation with a fearless grin. Ah, that's what I like to see in a protagonist. Hold on a second, I'm being left out. I want to help too, Lackey protested. You are helping by getting Ivan out of here. You'd just be in the way if you stayed. Are you, by any chance, trying to protect me? Lackey purred. If you say anything else so disgusting, I'll slice you in half, you homewrecker. HMPH. No fun at all. Lackey grumbled, reluctantly carrying the knocked-out Ivan out of the clearing. Good, now I can rampage as much as I want. Waboo. If we leave this thing alone, there's no telling what kind of damage it'll cause. Let's finish it for good, I said. As you command, my king, Lionel said, standing shoulder to shoulder with me, sword raised. Good grief, to think I'd end up fighting alongside the protagonist in a scenario like this. Calling it a trick of fate feels like an understatement. It's a trick with absolutely terrible taste. Wababababuo. The Cyclops roared and charged at us. It swung its huge, misshapen club to crush us, but we both dodged nimbly. Pincer attack, watch out for its eye, I yelled. Lionel and I split left and right, moving to flank the Cyclops. But the Cyclops' eye swiveled and locked onto Lionel. Watch out, Leo. The beam is coming. This was the reason the Cyclops was considered such a terrifying monster. In the next moment, a magical light began to converge in front of its single eye. The instant the convergence reached its peak, the Cyclops unleashed a massive magical beam. Ka! Lionel barely managed to dodge the beam. The power was immense, however, shattering the walls and floor of the clearing. The Cyclops' magical beam is said to be comparable in power to the dragon's breath of an upper-tier dragon. A direct hit from that would mean certain death. There should be a time lag until its next blast. Let's finish it quickly, I yelled. Understood. We moved in sync, striking at the Cyclops. Lionel slashed at its Achilles tendon, and the moment it fell to one knee, I struck at the club-holding right arm. The skin and bone were too hard to completely sever, but I succeeded in forcing the Cyclops to drop its club. Woo-oh. It was tough, what a real pain in the ass. As expected of a famously difficult monster, this won't be easy. In that case, aerial blade, I murmured, activating my wind attribute magic. My sword was wreathed in a blade of wind, extending its reach. Waboo. The Cyclops, its magic evidently recharged, focused its gaze on me now. Its single eye began to gather magical light. Not a chance. Lionel leaped directly in front of the Cyclops's eye. Before the magical beam could be fired, he struck it directly in the eye. Wabababuese. The Cyclops thrashed in pain, its crucial eye injured. Well done, Leo. This is the end. I circled behind the Cyclops and leaped up to its neck. Then, I swung the blade of wind at the beast's neck. Wobo! The giant, one-eyed head was severed from its body. The head fell to the ground, and the Cyclops was completely dead. Total victory for us. Hugh, that was a lot of trouble. We did it, Baron Audrent. As expected of my king, Lionel rushed over, grinning with joy. Same to you, you were a perfect match for my movements. Of course, I'm your knight after all. Lionel puffed out his chest like a loyal dog. Yeah, I appreciate the loyalty, but I really wish he'd stop calling himself my knight. It's genuinely embarrassing. Just as I was thinking that, Esther and the others finally arrived in the clearing. Good heavens, what in the world happened here? Ivan is over there, and isn't this a Cyclops? Esther exclaimed. Ah, you finally caught up. Why is there a Cyclops in the Dawn dungeon? No, more importantly, did you two seriously take down a Cyclops all by yourselves? Rowan, Esther, and Matthias's eyes were wide with astonishment. Well, I guess I can't blame them for being surprised. I was surprised when it first appeared, too. Explanations later. More importantly, Ivan's over there, right? Without sheathing my sword, I walked toward the direction Esther and the others had come from. A safe zone slightly away from the clearing. Ivan was lying there, severely injured, with Lackey tending to him. Alcun, Lackey greeted me. How is Ivan? It's a bad injury, but I think he'll live if he gets treatment right away. HMPH. Can he talk? AWL. He seems barely conscious, but... I see. I swung my sword, placing the blade against Ivan's throat. Hold on, Alcun, Lackey cried out. Answer me, Ivan. What was that all about? Answer me, or I'll cut off your head. You truly have no mercy, do you? Ivan finally spoke. Frankly, I was pissed enough to kill him right then, but I figured I'd allow a moment for extenuating circumstances. He seemed off earlier. I seem to have been fooled by the impaling Baron, Skyer, no, exploited would be more accurate. Impaling Baron, Skyer, who the hell is that? Someone who despises you and your wife. A man who approached me, offering a plan to prevent you two from seizing power in the class. So that's it. There's a contingent of people in the Royal Academy who want to exclude Letitia and me after the Morrow incident. The so-called Alban Audrent criticism faction. Ivan probably made a deal with them. I'll help you take down Alban, and the payoff was probably the seat of king in Class F. What a pathetic affair, and utterly disgusting. So you were going to sick a Cyclops on me to kill me? Too bad you failed, I said. That's wrong, I didn't know anything about the Cyclops. What? The plan was for the hired thugs to attack you and Lady Letitia. Me and Letitia. What? A shiver ran down my spine, a bad feeling. Caw. Just then a crow's cry echoed through the dungeon. What is that? A crow. I looked up and saw a single crow circling above us. Do crows normally hang out inside a dungeon? I have no idea. Caw. While I was wondering, the crow glided down. And it landed on the shoulder of one of my classmates, who was standing right behind me. The mean-looking girl with a mask covering her mouth, Carla Rixon. Welcome back, Dark Assassin Maru, Carla murmured. Caw. Whoa, when did you get here? I hadn't felt her presence at all. To think I, of all people, was snuck up on. And seriously, this girl has zero presence to begin with. That's the first time I've even heard her voice. It's honestly terrifying. Caw, cow. Is that true? Carla showed a sign of communication, as if she understood the crow's calls. After listening to the crow's voice, she turned to me. Alban Kun, something terrible has happened, it seems. Something terrible. Yeah, Letticia-san and Shanoa-san seem to have been kidnapped. Section. Letitia's trial. Letitia Barrow / Audrent side. Ahem. I woke up. The first thing I felt was the cold of the floor, and the musty smell of a moldy, closed-off room. My vision slowly cleared. The first thing I saw was a metal grate. Beyond it was a chaotic pile of wooden boxes and a brick wall. It was very dim since there were no windows, only a few scattered lamps provided light. Where is this place? What in the A dull ache shot through the back of my head when I tried to sit up. That's right. I remember waiting for Albin and the others, and Shanoa being hit by someone, and then I was. That's right. Shanoa is. I frantically looked around. Shanoa was right beside me, still unconscious and slumped over. Worse, there was a trail of blood from her forehead. Shanoa, hang in there. Shanoa. Shanoa responded with a small groan when I gently shook her. Thank goodness she's alive. Shanoa slowly opened her eyes. What? Ouch. It's all right, calm down. Please don't move. Shanoa was still groggy. I checked the back of her head to assess the injury. A small laceration. From the look of it, it didn't seem too severe. The bleeding was still continuing, but I'd heard that head injuries often look worse than they are. Still, I couldn't be too careful until a doctor could examine her properly. All I can do right now is this. Heal. I gently placed my hand on the back of Shanoa's head and used magic. The wound immediately began to close, and the bleeding stopped. HMPH, that should be enough as a first aid measure. Lady Letitia, you can use magic, Shanoa asked in surprise. Just a little bit. I'd been studying it on my own since I was at the Audrent territory, just in case it might be useful someday. Although, it was nothing compared to the magic Albin uses. He could already wield everything from S-rank advanced magic to hybrid magic. I couldn't manage such a feat yet. I could only use the most basic spells. I planned to at least catch up to him in support magic eventually. That's amazing. Oh, Aaron, thank you so much. No need for thanks. Besides, it's still too soon to be relieved, I said, looking around. The fact that I didn't know where we were was a secondary concern. The real problem was that Shanoa and I were locked in a cage. From the cage's shape and size, it was likely a portable container for temporarily holding large animals. A very sturdy-looking padlock and chain were on the door, preventing our escape. Who, exactly, has done this to us? Well, look who's finally awake. Just as I was thinking that, two men appeared with the sound of footsteps. I recognized both of them. It was you two. Remember us, We were at that crummy Tarum, remember? It was the two thugs who had been trying to seize Shanoa's Tarum property. They grinned sickeningly, looking down on us. The moment I saw them, I roughly pieced the situation together. I see. So this is revenge for driving you away, is it? That's right, you really thought you could mess with us. Look at the bruise on my arm. The scar left by that guy you were with is still clearly visible. I won't be satisfied until I return that pain tenfold. Oh, shouldn't you consider yourself lucky that your arm wasn't broken? What did you call me, you little bitch? Hey, cut it out. Boss, the women are awake. As one of the men turned and spoke, a middle-aged man guarded by several thugs approached. He wore black-lensed round glasses and had slicked-back hair in a side part, the classic look of a small-time, wealthy villain. A pleasure to finally meet you, Letitia Barrow. I'm afraid you're going to be our tool for making money. I don't know what you're planning, but stop it now. It would be in your best interest to release us quietly. You're as feisty as the rumors say. But unlike at the Tarum, threats won't work now, will they? We have a supporter on our side now. A supporter? Yeah, some creepy masked bastard called the Impaling Baron, Skyer. He gave us a massive amount of support. Plus, he gave us intel on your movements. Best business partner ever. And that's not all. He even arranged with several noble houses to cover up the incident, no matter what happens to you. Yeah. That means we can do whatever evil we want without worry. Arranged with noble houses. Who is it? It's highly likely, no. It's certain that a noble is pulling the strings behind this. Someone of high rank with clear hostility towards Letitia Barrow, determined to remove her at all costs. Otherwise, mere thugs wouldn't dare take such a bold action. And why would multiple nobles even associate with common town thugs? The most likely culprits are the Albin Audrent criticism faction that appeared after the Morrow incident. Or perhaps, Those who want to personally disgrace me, Letitia Barrow. I don't recall the name impaling Baron, Skyer, but I never expected them to move so brazenly. So, what do you intend to do with us? I asked. Well, we're thinking about it now. But first, let's smash that tarum you like so much. If the daughter is taken hostage, that old woman will quietly hand over the land, I'm sure. And no, please spare the tarum, Shanoa pleaded. Shut up. You don't get a choice. Kaya, Shanoa flinched back when the thug kicked the metal bars. I hugged her tightly. Don't think that everything will go exactly as you wish. I promise you will pay for this. Whoa, hold your horses. Don't go getting any funny ideas. This place is guarded by over 100 men. There's no way out. That's right. And no one saw us bringing you here either. Don't expect any help to come. The thugs laughed, completely convinced of their victory. I see, the situation is dire, but I must find a way to escape somehow. Alban, I will absolutely make sure to reunite with you, alive. Section. According to Dark Assassin Maru, they were taken to a warehouse on the west edge of the castle town, Carla said, as if translating the crow on her shoulder. Is that true? If you don't believe me, go outside the dungeon, you won't find them anywhere, Carla replied. I see, understood, lead me to that warehouse. All right, but that's one favor you owe me. I'll owe you 100 favors. Just take me there as fast as you can. By the way, that warehouse is guarded by over 100 thugs, Carla added. So, what's 100+ men? Is that a reason not to rescue Letitia? Ah, damn it. If I stand here talking any longer, my arm is going to slip and I'm going to cut someone down. That's how furious I am right now. W8, Baron Audrent. At least report to the academy first. Lionel shouted, trying to stop me. Sorry, Leo. Right now, your voice sounds like noise to me. No, this is my personal problem. Then at least let me come with you. Leo, have you ever cut a living person? And no. Then you'll just be in the way. I severed Moro's arm, but I felt nothing then. I probably wouldn't have felt anything even if I'd cut off his head. And it's the same now. I don't care about that. More than that, Letitia is much more important. Let's go, Carla. Understood. I started walking with Carla toward the dungeon exit. My sword was not sheathed. Massacre. Section, reunion. Letitia Barrow / Audrent sighed. Now, what shall I do? I muttered, arms crossed in the cage, contemplating my escape. The warehouse was almost a complete closed room. Since no light entered, I didn't know where the entrance or exit was. Fortunately, most of the thugs were on guard duty outside, leaving only 2 people to watch us. The cage door was secured with a very sturdy-looking padlock and chain. It wouldn't break with a little force. One of the guards had a key dangling from his waist, which was likely the key to the cage. They were clearly focused on the outside rather than us. Perhaps they weren't very vigilant about us anymore. This might be a blessing in disguise. Yes, I think so, if I could just lure those 2. Lady Letitia, what's going to happen to us? Shanoa asked, her face filled with anxiety. She was completely terrified, her shoulders trembling slightly. I don't want this anymore. Why do I have to suffer like this? I was just trying to do my best. Shanoa began to cry and sniffle. Poor thing. She must have been working hard all this time, thinking first and foremost of her mother and the tarum. She only entered the Royal Academy to meet her mother's expectations. In reality, she probably would have been happy just inheriting the tarum. Yet this was the result of all that effort. It's completely unfair. I understand that feeling perfectly. I, too, was once a person who was broken by injustice. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder and spoke quietly so the guards couldn't hear. Don't worry, I will definitely get us out of here, so please stop crying. You are a proud student of the Royal Academy, aren't you? But I have an idea. For now, we must wait for our chance. You absolutely mustn't despair. Honestly, I want to cry from anxiety myself. I want Alban to rescue me. The thought that Alban will come for me makes the powerless princess in my heart want to act out her role and wait for help. But there's no way he could know where we are. The thugs must have deliberately targeted a moment when Alban and I were separate. If I just wait here, it will be exactly what the enemy wants. I have to take action. Besides, if Alban really did come, there would be a bloodbath. He would absolutely kill every single one of them, wouldn't he? To Alban, 100 town thugs are less than insects. He wouldn't show any mercy. To keep my husband from becoming a slaughterer, I must escape first. Yes, I must return to him, no matter what. Hey, what are you whispering about? The two guards came over to check on us. Incidentally, the two guards were the same thugs we'd first encountered at the Tarum. Two little brats pathetically comforting each other. So sad. In a situation like this, one has to talk to keep their mind off things, don't you think? You're being annoying. Damn it, I'm already pissed off enough about getting my arm injured. One of the thugs was clearly still holding a massive grudge about the time Alban nearly crushed his arm. There was no one else nearby. If I didn't make a loud noise, I wouldn't attract the guards outside. It's worth a try. HMPH, to complain so much about a little bit of pain. You're quite narrow-minded, aren't you? What did you say? If you're so frustrated, why don't you try hitting us? The only reason you can't is because you plan to sell us off to some foreign brothel eventually, right? So you can't risk damaging us unnecessarily. I deliberately curled the corner of my mouth to provoke him. Shanoa looked at me in surprise, saying, Lady Letitia, but I ignored her. Come on, take the bait. How does it feel to be unable to take revenge on two defenseless girls in a cage? Truly pathetic, aren't you? Snap. That sound came from the thug. As expected, he had a short fuse. Fine then, if you want a beating that badly, I'll give you what you wished for. He grabbed the key from his waist and violently unlocked the padlock. Then he undid the chain and opened the cage door. Hey, you idiot, what are you doing? Shut up, I'll teach this little brat what happens when you look down on an adult. The thug stormed into the cage. He raised his arm high, ready to strike me. But I evaded his arm, grabbing it, and swept his leg out from under him, throwing off his balance. I pushed my hand against his chin, and the body, much larger than mine, spun in the air, falling headfirst onto the ground. Biwa. The thug hit his head and neck hard, instantly falling unconscious. Phew, that worked well. I was glad the self-defense techniques I secretly learned from Sebas came in handy like this. Oh dear, did that hurt. My apologies. Wah, damn you. The other thug tried to run to call for help. HMPH, I won't let you. Wind impact. I activated my wind attribute magic. An invisible wave of wind impact slammed into the thug's back. Igwa. It was a basic spell, not powerful enough to destroy the cage, but sufficient to knock a person out. Both thugs fell unconscious with hardly a sound. Well, that takes care of that. The cage is open. Let's move to the next step, Shanoa. Shanoa stood motionless, mouth agape, utterly bewildered. What's wrong? Shanoa. Sorry, I was so surprised. I never expected Lady Letitia to be so strong. I'm not strong at all. Compared to Alban, I'm practically powerless. And no, that's not true. Lady Letitia is plenty strong and wonderful. Oh, thank you. Shanoa was praising me to the fullest. Why do I feel a little embarrassed? No, stop. Focus, Letitia Audrent. The real test begins now. All right, Shanoa, let's gather anything flammable, anything at all. Aren't we going to escape right away? No, the outside is full of guards anyway. We won't be able to escape easily, so we need a lure. Section, Ka. Letitia-san and the others are over there, Carla said. Guided by Carla, I arrived near the warehouse where Letitia was supposedly being held. I had been skeptical until I saw the warehouse, but a glance confirmed it. She was there. Thuggish insects were conspicuously armed and milling around the warehouse. They were clearly guarding something. There were about 100 of them. A veritable swarm of rabble. Those guys kidnapped Letitia, didn't they? I asked. Ka. Yes, that's what he says. I see. So those guys really want to die, huh? I tightened my grip on my sword hilt. I'll kill them. Every single one. How dare they kidnap Letitia? I won't let a single one leave alive. I won't forgive them, even if they beg for their lives or cry and apologize. What's about to happen is a massacre. I'll make you pay for your crimes with your deaths. I'm getting my Letitia back. I murmured, taking a step forward. But just then, the ceiling of the warehouse suddenly blew up and an explosion of flames erupted. Wow, what the hell? I flinched at the sound of the explosion. It was so sudden. Black smoke began to billow from the hole in the roof caused by the explosion. The smoke rose thickly into the sky. It was clear evidence of something burning. Smoke this noticeable would be visible from anywhere in the royal capital. Firefighters, knights and soldiers guarding the royal capital would surely come flying here immediately. But why a fire all of a sudden? Could it be Letitia? It's not impossible. It's entirely possible that she set the fire and raised the black smoke as a signal to tell someone her location. She could do it, and she would do it. She is a highly competent villainess, after all. Still, a fire is a fire. If I leave it alone, her life could be in danger. I'm going in. Carla, wait here. I left Carla and ran toward the warehouse. The thugs who had been loitering around the warehouse were completely thrown into chaos by the sudden fire. All order was lost, and most of them didn't even notice me. Fire, it's a fire. I'll run for it. You idiot. Check on the boss first. Hey, what are you? Shut up. Jaya. The few who noticed me were instantly cut down as I dashed past. I didn't care if they lived or died. If I spent time worrying about that, I'd waste time getting to Letitia. I reached the warehouse and cut down a section of the wall. Since the entrance was probably locked, this was the fastest way. The inside of the warehouse was filled with black smoke. Visibility was almost zero. The heat was immense. Jumping in here was literally throwing myself into the fire. But Letitia is inside. Cough, cough. Lady Letitia, we really should escape soon. Just a little longer. Until the soldiers arrive, we still have time, cough. That's when I heard voices. Was that Letitia and Shanoa? Letitia, are you in there? Alban. Is that Alban? Yeah, it's me. Where are you? Here, I'm here. I followed the sound of her voice through the smoke-filled, visibility-zero warehouse. I ignored the heat and the suffocating air, pushing deeper and deeper. And then, Alban, Letitia, we finally spotted each other. The moment I confirmed her presence, I rushed forward and wrapped her in a fierce hug. Thank God you're safe. Ah, this isn't a dream. You really came to rescue me? She hugged me back just as tightly. I rubbed my cheek against her face, which was stained black with soot, feeling the reality that my wife was here. Thank God, I'm so glad. I was afraid I might never see you again. I was scared too, but I knew I absolutely had to get back to you. And you did this crazy thing for that. If it means seeing you, this is nothing. Letitia, Alban, we continued to embrace, feeling the beating of each other's hearts. Naturally, our faces drew apart and our eyes met. Our lips slowly drew closer. I'm here too, you know, Shanoa whispered, covering her face with both hands in embarrassment. She was clearly peeking through her fingers, though. Oh, right, my bad. See, cough, we should save this for when we get back. We snapped back to reality and broke the embrace. I looked over Letitia's body again. Are you hurt anywhere? Did those guys do anything terrible to you? No, I'm fine, but we need to get out of here quickly. Understood. I made a hole in the wall over here. Let's go that way. I led the two of them to the breach in the wall. We successfully escaped outside. Yay, we finally got out, Shanoa cried. Yes, but it's still too early to relax, Letitia started. That's right, ain't it? It's too early to relax, a voice said. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of thugs gathered there. There were about 20 of them. The ones who hadn't run away even with the fire. In the center was the man who was obviously their boss, wearing black-lensed round glasses. You had the nerve to burn down my assets. You'll pay dearly for this. Oh, was it not the fault of your own negligence for underestimating us, a woman and a girl? Letitia countered. Shut your mouth, you little bitch. Either way, there's no way I'm letting you get away. The armed thugs moved forward. They clearly intended to use sheer numbers to lynch us. Don't kill the women, but feel free to slaughter the man. You. Hi. You gave the order to kidnap Letitia. It was you, wasn't it? I roared, a bellow of rage that shook the very ground. The boss and the thugs flinched violently. Hick. It was you, wasn't it? You're the bastard who took my Letitia and put her through this terrifying ordeal. I moved my sword slowly, advancing toward the boss. I won't forgive him. I won't forgive him. I won't forgive him. I won't forgive him. How dare he try to tear me and Letitia apart? I absolutely will not forgive him. I'm sending him to hell. I'll kill you. What are you doing? Quick, kill that man. The boss yelled at the insects in a trembling voice, apparently terrified by my aura. Oh, am I that scary? Am I that terrifying? Well, Letitia was more scared than this. I'll multiply the fear she felt 10,000 times and give it back too. Alban, you mustn't kill them. Letitia's voice stopped me just as I was about to swing my blade. Letitia, what are you saying? They tried to. I know. That's why we must let them taste a living hell. Her voice was chillingly cold. My lips curled into a smile at her words. As expected of my wife, she's not called a villainess for nothing. Yeah, you're right. Kill him. The insects charged at me, swinging swords, clubs, and various weapons. I dodged their attacks and slashed back at the same time. Some had their torsos cut, some their arms severed, and others their legs sliced. 1, 2, 3, 4, I swung my sword fluidly, ensuring each person felt pain and intense agony. But I made sure not to kill them. Inflicting pain without killing the insects was easy, a mere triviality. In just a few minutes, all 20 insects were lying on the ground. Not a single one was dead, yet not a single one was unharmed. What? That's impossible. Now it's just you. How much do you want? I'll give you any amount of money. Shut up. I walked up to the boss, sheathing my sword, and punched him hard in the face. Ho. It's not over yet, not by a long shot. I grabbed the boss, who had fallen to the ground, and forced him up, continuing to punch him. Punch after punch after punch. A dull thud, thud, thud echoed with every impact to his face. His nose bone broke, his teeth cracked, and blood gushed out. His face was visibly warping and swelling. It was barely recognizable anymore. Please, forgive me, forgive me. The boss finally managed to croak out in a choked voice. Hearing that, I let go of the insect. I honestly felt like I hadn't retaliated enough yet, but I figured Letitia would get angry if I went any further. I dusted off my hands and strolled back to her. Good work, Albin. Yeah, let's go home, Letitia. Yes, let's go home together. In the following days, the Letitia Barrow/Audrent kidnapping incident became a major scandal throughout the royal capital. The entire gang of thugs was arrested and sent to prison. In addition, an investigation began into the activities of certain nobles who were suspected of collaborating with them. Section. Indeed, a blunder, a genuine blunder. To think those two were capable of this much. A lone man stared into the distance at the burning warehouse. It was the impaling Baron, Skyer. His clown mask remained fixed, but he sighed, casting his eyes downward. Good grief, what shall I report to the master? Vexing as it is, I must needs concoct an excuse. With a look of sheer frustration, the impaling Baron, Skyer faded into the shadows without a soul witnessing his departure. Section. The King and Queen. The day after the kidnapping and successful rescue of Letitia, Barrow/Audrent, the members of Class F were secretly gathered in a secluded area of the Royal Academy courtyard. All except Albin and Letitia. So, why have you specifically summoned us to this out-of-the-way location? Esther asked Matthias, who was seated on a bench, as she elegantly tossed her golden ringlets. He had been the one to call the Class F members together. Why? You already know the answer, don't you? Matthias countered. It's about Baron Albin Audrent, all of you know it. Matthias glanced at his classmates, assuming they all shared the same sentiment. That guy's got a screw loose. Trying to rush into a place guarded by 100 men, all just to save his wife. Only true strength and courage could allow such a thing, Rowan said, nodding in agreement. As the most aggressive combatant in Class F, he had already accepted that Albin's strength surpassed his own in mind, body, and spirit. Matthias sighed softly. I'm asking everyone here. Could any of you do the same thing? Diving alone, without hesitation, into a battlefield where 100 enemies await, all for the sake of one's beloved, without a thought for risk or self-preservation. Is there anyone else with the spirit and skill to do that? I don't think so, Shanoa replied. She, of all people, had been rescued by Albin and Letitia. Shanoa still had a bandage on her forehead and a plaster on her face, but she didn't seem to care about the remnants of the incident. There's no one with a heart as strong as theirs, not in Class F, and no, I don't think there's anyone in the whole academy. Right, Matthias sighed again, his shoulders dropping slightly. My father taught me my whole life that there's nothing money can't buy. But Baron Audrent is on a different level. I feel like he's fundamentally different. You definitely can't buy that kind of spirit with money. Matthias stood up from the bench, looking straight into the distance. I feel like I've finally been forced to understand. I can't compete with that guy. That is the character of a king. I recognize Baron Audrent as the Class F king. I agree. Lackey said, raising her hand with a saccharine smile. It was the same unsettling, manufactured grin. Alcun is the only one who could be the Class F king, yup. I have no objection, Carla agreed, her dark figure motionless. Caw, added dark assassin Maru on her shoulder. Rowan, how about you? Matthias asked. I have already been defeated in a duel and was beaten to the dungeon objective. I follow the strong, Rowan stated. And Esther? Well, it's quite against my will to follow anyone, you see. But I suppose I can reluctantly grant him recognition, Esther said, tossing her hair. Just admit it, you ain't got the guts to pick a fight with that monster. Nonsense, I am not scared at all. If it was a one-on-one fistfight, I'd have a chance, I tell you, Esther protested. All right, and Lionel, I don't even need to ask, do I? Of course, I'm his knight, Lionel declared with the sharp clarity of a loyal dog. But then he looked down slightly. Though, this whole incident made me realize it even more. That person is truly amazing. I have to catch up to him. Lionel sounded genuinely frustrated. Lionel, a commoner, had been training his swordsmanship since he was a child. Born into a family that was far from wealthy, the only thing he could do for a game was swing a wooden sword. To him, who had been engrossed in swordsmanship since before he could walk, the sword had become his spiritual pillar. He believed that even without authority or power, his swordsmanship was second to none. That conviction was what had gotten him into the Royal Academy. However, Albin's single remark, "Leo, have you ever cut a living person?" Lionel was stopped in his tracks. He had never cut a person with a sword. He had cut down monsters. He had hit people with a wooden sword. He had accidentally injured training partners. But he had never intentionally cut someone with the purpose of killing. Perhaps that's the difference between me and Baron Audrent, Lionel began to think. It was as if he were asking, do you have the resolve to cut down others for the sake of the one you hold dear? I still have a long way to go. Baron Audrent is truly an amazing man to possess that kind of resolve. Lionel's respect for Albin only grew stronger. Matthias looked at Lionel with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. All right, then, you're the last one, Ivan Scottish. He addressed the final classmate. Ivan looked utterly ravaged. His head and half his face were bandaged, and one arm was supported in a sling. He was clearly a wreck. Honestly, I thought you'd leave the academy. You've already dragged the Scottish family name through the mud, Matthias stated bluntly. Perhaps. But I still have things I must do. Besides, I must atone for what I did to the Audrent couple, or that would truly be a disgrace to the Scottish dukedom. Ivan looked grim. Oh yeah? Well then. Yes, of course, Ivan confirmed. Section, 2 days after the Letitia kidnapping incident, Matthias suddenly informed me that the entire Class F has agreed to make you the king. I was initially taken aback by the sudden change of heart. Why? But arguing about it would have been an even bigger pain. I reluctantly accepted the position, officially becoming the king of Class F. Still, being the king is a pain in the ass, I muttered as I walked down the academy corridor after school. Wait, how did I even end up as the king anyway? Ah, that's right. Letitia recommended me. In that case, I have no choice. If I had to weigh living a happy, loving life that meets Letitia's expectations against having a peaceful life that betrays them, I'd toss peace away at the speed of light. Flirting with Letitia is 500 trillion billion times more important. I would never betray my beloved wife's expectations. Absolutely not. Though, what a pain in the ass is still a pain in the ass. In contrast to my mood, Letitia, walking beside me, gave a small chuckle. Foo-foo, you'll just have to accept it and do your best. I'll help you, so don't worry, she said. If Letitia helps me, well. Besides, I'm proud. Everyone has finally recognized your abilities. Letitia's boastful smile was so cute. My wife is the best. If I can see that smile, it's worth every effort. Just as I nodded to myself, she paused for a beat. Say, Albin, would you listen to me for a moment? Hi, what's with the serious tone? I've been thinking about it a lot. How can I repay you? Repay me. You took me as your wife, helped me get revenge on Morrow, and with this latest incident, you came to my rescue like a Prince Charming on a white horse. I really am nothing but saved by you. Hey, I just did what any husband would do. Please just listen, Letitia insisted, stopping quietly where she stood. She looked directly at me with her beautiful eyes. So I decided. As repayment, I will first make you the king of this academy. The king of the academy. Yes, being the class king is just the beginning. I will eventually make Albin Audrent the king of the academy. No, I will make him the most formidable noble in the entire kingdom. She spoke with an incredibly strong, determined voice. I decided that to achieve that, I will wield my own capabilities to the fullest. That's a pretty grand ambition, isn't it? Not at all, you possess the right kind of character. Character, me a mere lazy, villainous noble. I couldn't exactly picture it, but would me becoming the Academy's king make you happy, Letitia? Yes, of course. I see, then I guess I have to do my best to please my cute wife. If Letitia is happy, I don't care. Her smiling is the most important thing in my life. I took Letitia's hand again. Hand in hand, we headed to our favorite spot, Shanoa's Tarum. Section. Extra story, a loving couple from Shanoa's perspective. Lady Letitia, do you happen to know the secret to a happy marriage? I, Shanoa Grain, asked her. I'd been wondering for a long time. Lady Letitia and Baron Audrent really are an ideal couple. I thought there must be some secret to how they managed to be so close. Baron Audrent had business today, so she came alone. I decided to be bold and ask her while I had the chance. Lady Letitia, who was drinking tea at our Tarum's counter seat, looked surprised by my question. A secret, you say? A special way to charm a man, to make Baron Audrent absolutely smitten. There's no such thing. Oh, Shanoa, are you surprisingly interested in that kind of thing? No. Foo-foo, I'm only joking. Lady Letitia smiled mischievously and took another sip of her tea. She is always so elegant. Her graceful air makes me think there must be some secret to that, too. Even without a secret, once a couple settles into the form of a marriage, it simply becomes this way naturally. You'll understand one day. Oh. In the end, I couldn't get any real secret out of her that day. But I'm still curious. I'm allowed to admire a perfect couple, too, you know. Maybe Lady Letitia doesn't realize it, but perhaps there's a certain technique she uses to keep Baron Audrent interested. All right, this might be a bit rude, but I'm going to try to secretly investigate. Section. And so, I started tailing them in a disguise. Today was an academy holiday. Lady Letitia and Baron Audrent were happily on a date in the castle town. Even from a distance, it was clear that the two of them were completely smitten. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Well, stalking itself is wrong. But some things are just too important to ignore. So, Lady Letitia, I apologize, but I'm going to investigate the key to your ideal marriage. I hid behind a building, watching them walk down the street. Letitia, where do you want to go today? Albin asked. Anywhere you want to go, Albin, she replied. I don't care where we go, as long as I'm with you. Oh ho, that defeats the purpose of a date, doesn't it? NGH, so sweet, such a high-sugar exchange. They were being so blatantly affectionate right from the start, I felt like giving up already. But hang in there, Shanoa Grain. Think of this as studying for the future. While I was having this inner struggle, the two of them bought gelato at a stall. Here, Letitia, on. Oh, that flavor is delicious too. Well, my turn for payback, here you go. Yup, it's good. Do you like it? Should we swap? No, it tastes good because you fed it to me. Well, my turn to return the favor. The two of them fed each other gelato with terrifying ease. This feeling, this definitely isn't the first time. They've clearly done this kind of thing repeatedly. Look out, Letitia. Whoa. Suddenly, Baron Audrent scooped Lady Letitia up. An instant later, a speeding carriage ran right past the spot she'd just been standing. A narrow escape. If they had been unlucky, they would have been hit. Are you hurt? Albin asked. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Albin. You're welcome. By the way, should I go smash that carriage? For the grave crime of trying to hurt Letitia. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not bothered by it. Or is that more important than continuing our date? Of course not. Fine. As annoying as it is, I'll let it go since you asked, Letitia. He's been tamed. Lady Letitia has completely tamed Baron Audrent. Truly the presence of a queen. Letitia, there's something in your hair. Oh, would you mind getting it? Hold still, it's a fried sweet potato snack. It was stuck in your hair. Oh dear, I wonder where I picked up a fried sweet potato snack. A fried sweet potato snack stuck in your hair. You're so clumsy and cute, Letitia. Foo-foo, I have to admit, a fried sweet potato snack is a little embarrassing. No, why aren't you wondering more about this? It's a fried sweet potato snack. A fried sweet potato snack was tangled in her hair. Where did it even come from? They're completely unfazed by this absurd situation. Baron Audrent just casually ate it. This is the real ideal couple. I was bewildered time and time again from the start, but I continued to follow the two of them. I kept observing them for a while, but all I really learned was that Lady Letitia and Baron Audrent are incredibly close. I never figured out the secret of why they were so close. Reluctantly, I gave up my surveillance and sat down alone on a bench in the fountain square. WL, I didn't learn anything in the end. Maybe there really is no secret. Or perhaps the two nobles simply have a different sensibility than a commoner like me. In any case, I'm so envious of Lady Letitia. So loved and so beautiful. Yup, I agree. Letitia is beautiful, all right. Yes, her grace is something I could never imita, be Baron Audrent. I screamed in surprise. He had suddenly appeared and was standing right next to me. And Lady Letitia was right behind him. Why are you two here? Why, because you were tailing us. I thought I'd come over and question you, Albin replied. Why you noticed? Of course. With tailing that sloppy, and your presence being completely obvious, it'd be impossible not to notice. So Shanoa, why exactly were you following us? Letitia asked. WLs. I gave in and told them everything, that I had been trying to discover the secret to their happy marriage. I am so sorry, I just couldn't help but wonder. Oh, so you were mistaken again, Lady Letitia said, shrugging her shoulders. She stepped closer to me. Listen, Shanoa, there is no secret or trick between Albin and me. We simply respect each other and love each other deeply. Respect? Do you have a man who respects you? Do you have a man you respect? And no. Then you must start by finding that person. But a man who would respect me. He will appear, because you are a wonderful woman, Shanoa Grain. She gently lifted my chin with her slender index finger. Have confidence in yourself, Shanoa Grain. You don't need to try and learn anything from me. Shanoa just needs to be Shanoa. Why yes, ma'am. That's all I wanted to say. Well, see you later. We have a date to continue. Don't try to tail us again, got it? With that, the two of them walked away hand in hand. Left alone, I slowly felt my cheeks heat up. Lady Letitia is so cool. What is this feeling? That day, Shanoa Grain, felt like I had discovered a new kind of love. Bonus story, Esther's Lady's Way. All you damn weaklings, here's to you. Are you familiar with the word elegant? It has a beautiful ring to it, doesn't it? I feel so much O-power from it. It holds a very important meaning for an Ajasama. Chaste and refined. Graceful yet alluring. Power is O-power, always ready for a fight. To be looked down upon is to lose. If there's a complaint, crush it with a fist. I worship only one thing, my own raw strength. That is precisely elegant. This is the true nature of an Ajasama. In other words, me. But even I wasn't born an Ajasama from the beginning, you see. Please indulge me in a little story about my past. Section. My back is aching again today. Father, please don't overdo it. I was originally born as the only daughter of a poor merchant family. My father, who was perfectly suited for his crew cut, was a tough guy who made a name for himself in exhibition fighting when he was young. But he retired after hurting his back due to age. My mother ran off a long time ago. Now, my father and I were poor merchants running a small shop. We were so poor that there were days we had to eat weeds just to survive. As a result, I even developed the ability to taste test weeds instead of wine. Weeds are surprisingly delicious, you know? Damn it, if only my back had a little more fighting spirit. Move, you piece of junk. Father, please calm down. I'll handle the heavy labor. With that, I hoisted 2 massive barrels onto my shoulders. They weighed about 100 kilograms each, perhaps. I could lift them easily. For my personal weight training, I once deadlifted a maximum of 500 kilograms. You always told me, Father, train. Muscles never betray you. Esther, grace is strength, and strength is O-power. With the graceful muscles and tenacity I inherited from you, I will make this shop prosper. I couldn't just stand by. Though my clothes were rags, my heart was silk. A hawk, though hungry, will not stoop to the ground. I have a dream, you see. To become a real, genuine Ajasama someday. To become rich, a noble's daughter, and be welcomed by a hunky, muscular prince on a white horse. However, in my current life, that was a pipe dream. We were dirt poor with no money to spare, unable to even buy bread, let alone sweets. Reality is cruel, but I have muscles. If you don't have bread, just eat the grass. If you don't have money, just lift weights. I'm going to do it. With my O power, I will show you that I can make this shop prosper. That day, I made a firm resolve, for my father, for my dream, to become a genuine Ajisama. From then on, I worked hard, diligently. Well, my body had always been sturdy, so I figured I could just do the work of 10 people myself and kept working. Day after day, I devoted myself to heavy manual labor, and over the years, the shop's finances slowly began to improve. At the same time, my muscles became more and more refined. Our regular customers would sometimes call out things like, "Nice bulk," "That foundation is incredible," or "Your muscles are so big they'll be taxed as fixed assets." I thought the comment about fixed assets was rude. I like solid muscles, but I'm still aiming to be an Ajisama, so I always make sure to maintain a slim physique. So, the family business started to take off, until one day. "Hey there, are you the girl that's the talk of the town?" "Oh, and you are." "I'm Ramped. I just started trading in this town recently. Thought I'd come by and say hello." A short man with bodyguards appeared before me, looking like a typical small-time, wealthy businessman. I had heard the name Ramped before. He was supposedly a wealthy merchant who ran a large company called the Ramped Trading Company, and he had a terrible reputation. It was rumored that he used his financial power to buy up small businesses and used thugs to seize land from those who wouldn't cooperate. I had heard he started trading in this town recently, and now he had finally come to our shop. "You're a hard worker, girl. Business owners love people like that. Why don't you come work for me?" I must refuse. I have decided to make this shop prosper alongside my father. "Then I'll buy the shop." "How much do you want?" "I already told you, I have no intention of selling. Get out of here." "Heh heh heh, a feisty one, aren't you? But watch your tone. There are plenty of ways to crush a shoddy little place like this, you know." My, how vulgar. I truly disliked people who resort to violence in the end. It's so utterly barbaric. Muscles are only beautiful when they are admired gracefully. Strength used only for violence is utterly tasteless. Well, in a way, it's actually convenient. Very well, then let's settle this with a simple method. Oh, if you want to command me, there is one condition. Show me greater O-power than I, Esther Appleberry, possess. I put my hands on my hips and proudly puffed out my chest. Bring any strong man you like. If they can beat me in an arm wrestling match, I will work for you without pay for the rest of my life. Without pay, are you serious? Yes, in exchange, if I win, I shall take all of your assets. How does that sound? Heh heh heh, fine by me, I have your word. Don't go regretting it. And so, I arranged an arm wrestling match for a week later. On the day of the match. Ho ho, is this little girl gonna be my opponent? You've got to be kidding me. My opponent was a huge, muscle-bound man, nearly 2 meters tall. Oh, he's a handsome man with a nice beard. His bulging biceps looked as though his legs were growing out of his shoulders. His six-pack abs were rock-hard, reminding me of a chocolate bar. Ramped had brought quite the attractive person with him, but wasn't his physique a little underdeveloped? Good grief, I even got insurance, thinking my opponent would be tough, but this is gonna be over in a second. Oh, you're quite confident, aren't you? Well, why don't we start already? I said. We sat down at the table in the tavern, the venue for the match. Around us were many onlookers and Ramped, with his unsettling, slimy grin. Now, opponents, grip hands. The referee prompted us, and the muscular man and I clasped hands. Compared to his large hand, mine looked like a child's. But you see, my apologies. I'm utterly in peak condition today. Then, nice to meet you in combat, I declared. Ready, fight. Ha, the muscular man immediately put all his strength into his arm, trying to end the match in an instant. However, my arm remained perfectly upright, not moving an inch. What the? He gasped. What's the matter? I'm not even putting any effort into my arm, you know? I taunted. Damn you. The muscular man's face turned betrayed as he desperately tried to force my arm down. At the same time, cold sweat began to drip from his brow. What's going on? It won't budge. Is this really human strength? It seemed he was finally realizing the difference in strength between us. This is impossible. I even had magic cast on me just in case, but still. HMPH, So this is all you can manage even with magical reinforcement for your muscles. In terms of dumbbell lifting, that's about 300 kilograms, perhaps. Without the magic, maybe 150. Ramft probably cheated to ensure a victory, but even with that, he was completely underwhelming. I was honestly disappointed. I'll let you in on a little secret. This is what real muscle O-power is all about. Hey, take this. In that instant, I unleashed my full power for the first time. The true strength of this perfectly conditioned body. The moment I released my power, the muscular man's arm twisted at a sickening angle with a crack, the momentum so great it shattered the table. A satisfying thwash echoed through the tavern. Ah, that was perfectly executed. So exhilarating. Good game, I say. Hi. Every person in the room, including the muscular man, wore a blank, idiotic expression. They couldn't seem to comprehend what had just happened, but it only lasted for a moment. Winner declared. The winner is Esther Appleberry. The referee raised my hand high, and the tavern erupted in applause. The muscular man rolled on the floor in agony from his broken arm, and Ramft stood aghast. When I approached him, now, as per our agreement, I shall take all the assets of the Ramft Trading Company. NGH, you damn witch. At Ramft's cry, his thug subordinates in the tavern all pulled out their weapons. There were about 20 of them. They surrounded me, holding knives and swords. Well, I expected this. Oh dear, that wasn't part of the agreement, was it? I asked. Like hell I'd hand over my assets to you. Boys, get her. Waya. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. Hojig, I declared, delivering a perfect dropkick to one of the charging thugs. The thug was sent flying, smashing through the tavern wall and bouncing several times off the ground outside. He finally stopped when he was just a speck in the distance. To be frank, I'm better at an all-out brawl than I am at arm wrestling. The truth is, this wasn't the first time. Our small family shop, run by my frail father and inexperienced daughter, was often targeted by vulgar people. Scummy gangs would attack in groups, and I would take them down with my bare hands. Before I knew it, I had become just as skilled at punching people as I was at weight training. Now then, once more, nice to meet you in combat. That day, I utterly crushed 20 thugs, including Ramft, leaving them in a heap. In the end, Ramft signed over all his assets and the company's management rights to me. As the daughter of a major trading company, I changed the company name to the Appleberry and Power Trading Company. I appointed my father as chairman and devoted myself to the business. Since then, the company's management has been perfectly smooth. It was the right choice to train my business sense alongside my muscles. With my newfound wealth and free time, my father hired an exclusive masseuse, and his bad back was recovering. I had gone from the daughter of a poor merchant to the daughter of a major trading company, and I could finally say I had achieved my dream. HMPH, I feel like something is still missing, I sighed, holding a teacup. Since becoming the daughter of a major company, I no longer had to do heavy labor or solve problems with a good brawl. And honestly, I was getting a little bored. But then one day, my lady, a letter has arrived. Oh. From whom? The sender is Faust Melchizedek, headmaster of the Magdala Familia Royal Academy. Oh. I took the letter from the butler and read the contents. In summary, the letter recommended me, Esther Appleberry's, enrollment in the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy, doesn't that sound interesting? I was just getting bored after all. Besides, maybe I was secretly waiting for this letter. The Royal Academy, attended by real nobles and noble daughters. If I enrolled there, I might finally become the Ajasama I dreamed of, and perhaps meet a hunky, muscular prince on a white horse. I shall go. The Royal Academy, attended by noble young ladies, nice to meet you in combat, I say. Afterward, hello, good evening, and good night. What? You want more flirting between Alban and Letitia? You want more sweet, loving scenes? Yes, I will work even harder on that. By the way, my honest impression after finishing is simply, once I started, it was incredibly tough. Yes, indeed, the themes of this work. Villainous protagonist. Villainous, marriage, and married life were all topics I had never written about before, making this a first-time challenge in every sense of the word. Especially the descriptions of marriage and married life were a big question mark. While writing, I muttered the 3 stages of realization to myself many times. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I don't get it at all. Why do I have to study the flow of a wedding when I'm not even planning to get married? What kind of torture is this? I lamented. Well, it's my fault for starting to write it. To an outsider, I must have looked like a severely troubled person while writing. However, I believe that all that suffering was worth it, resulting in an enjoyable story. I learned so much while writing. What makes a charming villainous husband? What makes a charming villainous wife? This is a story of villainy and marriage. Thank you for following this series. Bonus story, Letitia chooses a dress. On a certain morning, it was the beginning of a day that was supposed to be peaceful with the academy closed for the holiday. The weather outside was good, and the morning sun streaming through the window was pleasantly warm. Since Letitia and I spend all our time together in the same room, from morning till night, she's right next to me when I wake up. Bliss. It would be even more blissful to lie in the same bed with Letitia all day, talking about trivial things and being completely lazy. But Letitia wouldn't allow that. Even on a holiday, she doesn't approve of idling about. As expected of my wife, she's incredibly responsible. Still, a holiday is a holiday, and the weather is nice today. It would be great if I could take Letitia out on a date on a day like this, I thought. Letitia, by contrast, had a troubled look on her face early in the morning. What's wrong, Letitia? Why the grim face so early? I asked. I'm having trouble deciding which dress to wear today. Which one do you think is best? Letitia rested her hand on her mouth, tilting her head as she looked at the dresses stored in the closet. Oh, that's rare. Letitia struggling to pick what to wear. But thinking about it, she doesn't own many dresses. Especially for everyday wear, she has a shockingly small number for a noble lady. This is partly because Letitia is not materialistic, but also because she is considerate of the fact that the Audrent baronetcy is not as wealthy as other nobles and has refrained from buying more. We are, after all, just humble country nobles. Compared to the massive wealth of the Barrow dukedom, we only have pocket change. That said, we aren't poor enough to struggle severely. The management of the territory is stable, and Sebas sends funds regularly. I tell Letitia all the time, you can buy more things, you know? But she always replies with a simple, it's fine. She's so earnest, so self-restrained, so much like Letitia. I know. That's it, Letitia. Let's go dress shopping today. We can go look for clothes for you as part of our date. You haven't bought any since you came to the royal capital, right? And no, that's all right. That won't be a cheap purchase. Letitia was, as usual, reserved. Needless to say, dresses aren't cheap, especially ones worn by nobles, but I'm a husband who cares for his wife. I want to splurge on her occasionally. It won't compare to her time at the Barrow dukedom, of course. And frankly, I want to see Letitia in a new dress. I desperately want to see it. I super, ultra, mega want to see it. She's going to look beautiful, I just know it. No, she's definitely going to look beautiful. She can pull off any dress. If I can see a brand new dress on Letitia, I'll pay any price. I'd even survive on water for 10 days. No way, I've already decided. We're buying one, period. That's the plan for today. Is it because you want to see me in a new dress? You guessed it. Honestly, you're hopeless. She finally relented. Very well, then I shall accept your kindness, Albin. Yes. I get to see Letitia in a new dress? I jumped for joy. I know I'm acting like a kid, but I can't help it. I'm happy. Letitia cleared her throat softly. I should tell you now that I will not buy an overly expensive dress. If you try to buy one without even looking at the price, claiming it looks absolutely perfect on you, I will be cross. Come on, just this once. I want to spoil you a little. Absolutely not. Section. The two of us headed down to the castle town right away. The castle town has a street called Dress Street, lined with many clothing stores. You can find almost any kind of women's clothing here. Today, Dress Street was bustling, with people looking at the dresses displayed in the window cases. We walked along the street, glancing at the various displays. There really are a lot of clothes shops here, just because it's the royal capital, I observed. Yes, I used to order custom-made dresses from a shop on this street a lot. Oh, you have a regular place. I'm warning you now, we are not going there, she said quickly. Why not? Shops that make bespoke items are for the upper echelons of nobility. We can't afford a dress that costs enough to build a house in the best part of the royal capital, can we? If you want it, I'll buy it. Should I just go sell a kidney or something? I apologize, I was an idiot to ask. Either way, we're not going. What the hell, if she wished it, I'd sell a kidney or a liver or both. Ah, but maybe not the heart. I'd die after all. Then how about that dress? It looks like it would suit you, Letitia. I pointed to a dress in a window display. She walked closer to the window. She murmured. It's certainly lovely, calm, and not too flashy. Then let's get it. But it's too expensive. Didn't I tell you not to buy anything without checking the price? Letitia pointed to the small price tag. Well, it was pretty pricey. I don't know the expensive threshold for city people, but it felt high to a country boy like me. Still, if Letitia wanted it, I'd buy it without hesitation, but she was openly frowning. Let's look at another one. How about that dress over there? She suggested. Not bad, but it doesn't quite fit the image of Letitia. How about that one? I suggested. Oh, that looks nice, but it's still overpriced. In that case, what about the one? She started. No, this dress is, I countered. We walked from shop to shop, debating and looking, but we couldn't agree on the one, considering the price and other factors. Time flew by. We were having trouble deciding, aren't we? I said. Why, yes, I knew finding the perfect garment wasn't easy, but we were both quite tired from all the walking. We probably didn't enter every shop on Dress Street, but we must have gone into at least half of them. Choosing women's clothes is hard, I realized anew. I'm too lazy for all this. I think clothes are fine as long as they cover you. Ah, but I don't want to look shabby either. If I dressed too poorly, Letitia would be embarrassed to walk next to me. I try to maintain a minimum standard of appearance. Still, what should we do? At this rate, the whole day will be spent just staring at clothes. Maybe. Letitia, why don't we try going to your regular shop after all? Since you used to order custom-made dresses there, the owner must know what suits you. And there's a small chance we could talk about the budget, right? Well, that might be true. Then let's not delay. Come on, let's go. Wait a moment. I took Letitia's hand and started walking, trying to escort her. Yup, a couple's date should always have the husband leading the way. But immediately after thinking that, I realized. So, where is that shop? Please calm down. Here this way. Letitia chuckled, moving in front of me. This time she took my hand and started leading me. Section. Here it is, this is the place, Letitia said, stopping in front of a clothing store. The facade was quite plain, or rather, old-fashioned and small. It had a certain rustic charm, I suppose. Oh, this is it, huh? It's surprisingly small, isn't it? My father was fond of this place. I see, her father's place. It was actually a bit surprising. I honestly imagined a much flashier, larger shop. After all, the Barrow Dukedom had custom dresses made for their daughter here, but I got the feeling that a skilled tailor was working inside. It's been 5 years since I last visited here. Karen. Letitia opened the door and stepped inside, the entry bell jingling. The shop interior was also cozy, but like any clothing store, it had various clothes neatly displayed. It seemed to also be a boutique, as I saw necklaces and rings here and there. It's kind of a comfortable shop. It had a feeling similar to Shanoa's Tarum. Welcome, are you two looking for clothes? A man asked, coming from the back of the shop. He was a kind-looking, white-haired old gentleman, neatly dressed, clearly a tailor. It's been a long time, Uncle Barbary. Do you remember me? Letitia asked. Could it be Lady Letitia? The old gentleman, Barbary, recognized her immediately. He walked toward her. It's truly been a long time. Has it been 5 years now? You've changed so much, you've grown into a fine young woman. The last time I had a dress made here, I was only 11. Of course I've changed, Letitia chuckled. Yep, so cute, incredibly cute. That smile really suits her. I was worried. You stopped visiting after you married Duke Morrow, and I've been hearing bad rumors recently. Yes, a lot has happened truly. So it seems. However, it appears you're doing very well now. Oh, you can tell. Of course, I can tell. You look much brighter than you did 5 years ago, and your complexion is better. You've become even more beautiful. He slowly shifted his gaze to me. And your companion must be Baron Alban Audrent. How do you know me? Your marriage, sir, was the talk of the town. And your recent activities, since enrolling in the Royal Academy as well. I mentally conceded. When I thought about it, our marriage was indeed the topic of conversation among the nobility. A tailor skilled enough to make clothes for the daughter of the Barrow Dukedom would certainly hear such information. but seeing the two of you has finally put my worries to rest. You both seem to be getting along wonderfully. Yes, I know, we are very happy now. That is truly a wonderful thing. So, are you here today to look for clothing? Yes, we are, but I unfortunately don't have much money, so I can't request a custom order like before. Do you happen to have any reasonably priced dresses? Letitia asked, looking slightly embarrassed. Barbary murmured, glancing at her figure to take her measurements. In fact, I already have a dress tailored specifically for you, my lady. Wait, what do you mean? Letitia asked. The Barrow Dukedom has been a long-time patron of mine, and Lady Letitia was a very memorable young noblewoman to me. Barbary spoke with genuine sentiment. He must have been remembering the young Letitia. She must have been incredibly cute when she was little. She's this cute now, after all. I felt a sense of sentimentality myself, just imagining it. I took the liberty of creating a piece, anticipating the day Lady Letitia would grow up. It's stored in the back of the shop, although it will require some minor adjustments to fit you perfectly. Wait a minute. That's essentially a custom order you made with the intention of delivering it to the Barrow Dukedom, isn't it? I can't afford something so high quality. No, I don't need any payment. It was a personal creation of my own volition. It will be payment enough just for you to wear it. See, Letitia, that's great. Let's try it on right away. Hi. W8, Alban? I gently pushed Letitia toward the fitting room in the back of the shop. A dress created by a tailor favored by the Barrow Dukedom, made with the grown-up Letitia in mind. There's no way it won't suit her, right? It has to be beautiful, right? I absolutely must see it. No, I will see it. Even if the shock causes my heart to stop, I'm seeing Letitia in her new dress. My chest is bursting with anticipation. As I waited for her to try it on, Barbary and I talked. A short while later. Alban, I tried it on just for a moment. Letitia's voice came from the back of the shop. At the same time, my wife, in her new attire, appeared. Pale violet. It was a light purple dress that gave an impression similar to light pink, bright and vibrant. Pure white, flower-inspired decorations were placed throughout the dress, giving it a more gorgeous than seductive atmosphere. She was also wearing a necklace with a blue gem at her neck. The color of the gem looked remarkably similar to Letitia's eye color. If he had consciously chosen that gem color, his sense of style was truly masterful. The dress design looked easy to move in, making it entirely suitable for daily wear. Normally, Letitia often wore cooler-toned dresses, such as blues or deep purples. She preferred dresses that gave a calm, cool impression, and they certainly suited her. But this pale violet dress was different. It maintained Letitia's core color palette while emphasizing a bright, gorgeous, and almost girlish cheerfulness. It was like seeing a new side of my beloved wife. It doesn't just suit her, it's beyond that. Overwhelmed by emotion, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I pressed my chest and crumpled to the ground. Alban. What's wrong? Ha, that was close. My heart almost stopped from the sheer emotion. People call this dying from cuteness. This wasn't the first time Letitia had nearly made me flatline, but this time was exceptionally dangerous. I genuinely thought I was going to die. No, I would have been fine with dying. To pass into the next life with this sight burned into my eyes would be a glorious end. But then Letitia would be sad, so I guess I can't die. I cleared my throat. You look absolutely gorgeous. It truly suits you. Thank you, she replied shyly. Master Barbary, that's magnificent. I honestly didn't think anything could suit Letitia this well, I said. To hear you say that is the greatest compliment a tailor could receive, Barbary replied happily. Letitia looked at the dress, running her hands over it. But are you truly sure I can have it? There must be many nobles who would pay a fortune for such a fine piece. No, I insist. It is simply unthinkable for anyone other than Lady Letitia to wear this. Barbary gently shook his head. He looked genuinely satisfied. This is truly a good day. How long I have dreamed of the moment you would finally wear this dress. Uncle Barbary. Now, let us begin the final adjustments. I will finish it perfectly so that it fits your body exactly. Barbary and Letitia returned to the fitting room. As I watched them go, my eyes drifted across the shop. I spotted something. What's that? Section. Letitia eventually agreed to accept the dress Barbary had made. However, she insisted on paying the maximum amount she felt she could afford, saying she couldn't possibly accept it for free. It was her way of showing gratitude and respect, I suppose. My wife is so earnestly charming. And so, having secured the dress, we returned to our individual room. Well, I'm glad we found a wonderful dress, Letitia, I said. Yes, although it's so luxurious that I feel I can't wear it for daily activities. No, you should wear it. Barbary made it for you to wear. It'll be a way of thanking him, right? I argued. Barbary had said he wanted Letitia to wear the dress. In that case, we shouldn't just hide it in the closet to gather dust. She should wear it proudly and walk through the city. Letitia looked slightly surprised when I said that. You know, that might be true, she conceded. See? Yeah, that's what you should do. Oh, or is your real intention just to see me in this dress? She teased. You caught me. We chuckled together. She really does know my heart well. Thank you so much for today, Alban. It was a wonderful day. It is my pleasure to be praised by my beloved wife. Hehehe, that's unlike you. By the way, is there anything you want? She asked. What's with the sudden question? As repayment for today, I thought we could look for something you want on our next date. Oh, that's a surprising and welcome suggestion. Letitia planning a date for me, it genuinely makes me feel like life is worth living. But, sorry, Letitia, but I don't need anything, because I already have what I want. Eh? What's that? It's you, Letitia Audrent, I answered openly. She was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide, before her cheeks slowly turned crimson. Oh, you really are something else. That's not what I was asking about. Haha, you're still so shy, Letitia, but it's true I don't need anything, so I have a counter-proposal. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a piece of jewelry, showing it to her. Is that a necklace? Yeah, I secretly bought it at Uncle Barbary's shop. What I held was a necklace with a reddish-black gem. It was simple and clean, but had an air of elegance. Letitia looked at the necklace. The gem on this necklace, it looks a lot like your eye color, Alban. As expected of Letitia, you noticed right away. I unhooked the small clasp. Your new dress came with a necklace that had a blue gem, right? It looks just like your eyes, so how about we exchange necklaces? So, Alban wears a necklace the color of my eyes, and I wear one the color of yours. Is that the idea? Yeah, isn't that nice? I thought to myself. Exchanging the colors of our eyes with the one we love, what a romantic idea. Letitia would surely agree gladly. But contrary to my expectation, Letitia looked at me with an odd expression. Alban, I've always thought this, but your love is quite heavy, isn't it? Do you think so? My love is heavy, is it? Well, maybe, but I just thought I was trying my best to express my love. Letitia, do you dislike that? If so, then. Oh, I didn't say I disliked it, she said. She opened the case where the dress was kept and took out the necklace with the blue gem. She walked over to me. There. Is this all right? She wrapped her arms around my neck and put the necklace on me. Letitia. Your turn, Letitia prompted me, pointing to her own neck. To meet her expectation, I put my arms around her neck. I hooked the clasp and the ring. Yeah, it suits you well. You look lovely, Letitia. The reddish-black gem hung on my wife's neck. It was a color that was clearly different from her usual aesthetic, yet it blended in beautifully. It suits you too, but I still feel a little embarrassed. Letitia's cheeks were flushed, and she avoided eye contact, perhaps finding the exchange of eye colors awkward. I found her utterly adorable. I leaned in and gently kissed her cheek. End of Volume 1.